Marxist Economic Theory. Volume 2. By Ernest Mandel. Translated by Brian Pearce. Chapter 12. The Second Industrial Revolution. Industrial concentration accentuated. Monopoly agreements. Groupings and combines. The forms of capitalist concentration. Bank concentration and finance capital. Monopolies. The empires of financial groups. Monopoly superprofits. Equalization of the monopoly rate of profit. Origins of monopoly profit. Monopolies as fetters on economic progress. Monopolies and oligopolies. Monopoly capitalism and contradictions of capitalism. Chapter 13. Capitalism and inequality among nations 441. The world market and industrial capitalism 445. From export of goods to export of capital 448. Colonialism 450. Colonial superprofits 453. The worldwide division of labor 459. International trusts and cartels 465. Private trusts wield sovereign rights in underdeveloped countries 469. Economic structure of the underdeveloped countries 472. Imperialism as an obstacle to the industrialization of underdeveloped countries 476. Neo-imperialism 480. Chapter 14. Concentration and centralization of capital on an international scale 485. Relative shrinkage and fragmentation of the world market 488. Around cartelization of industry 491. Forced cartelization 496. The bourgeoisie and the state 498. The state as guarantor of monopoly profits 501. Increasing fusion between state and monopolies 507. 389. 390. Self-financing. Overcapitalization. Growing importance of armaments and war economy. Permanent tendency to currency inflation. A crisis-free capitalism. The laws of development of capitalism in its age of decline. Welfare state and fascism, the age of the managers. The bankruptcy of capitalism. Chapter 15. The Soviet economy. Stages of the Soviet economy 548. What the 5-year plans achieved 557. The social character of the Soviet economy 560. The economic categories in the USSR 565. The fundamental contradictions of Soviet economy 572. Disproportion between industry and agriculture 575. Planned economy and the material incentive of personal interest 584. The contradictions of bureaucratic management 589. Bureaucratic management and workers' conditions 593. Chapter 16. The economy of the transition period. The Third Industrial Revolution 605. Need for a transition period 608. Sources of international socialist accumulation 612. Sources of socialist accumulation in industrialist countries 615. Sources of socialist accumulation in underdeveloped countries 618. Maximum and optimum rates of accumulation 621. Note on the law of priority in the development of the capital goods sector 627. Economic function of socialist democracy 631. Planned economy and market economy 632. Planning techniques 637. New production relations and socialized mode of production 643. Agriculture and distribution in the transition period 646. A mixed economy 649. Chapter 17. Socialist economy. Mode of production, mode of distribution, mode of life 654. Individual wages and social wages 656. Basic needs and secondary needs, freedom of consumption and rational consumption 660. Withering away of commodity production and money economy 664. Economic revolution and psychological revolution 668. Withering away of classes and the state 673. Economic growth not a permanent aim 677. Alienated labor and free labor 679. Man's limitations. 683. Chapter 18. Origin, Rise, and Withering Away of Political Economy. Economic Activity and Ideology. The dawn of economic thought. Origins of the labor theory of value. Development of the labor theory of value. Climax and breakup of classical political economy. Marx's contribution. Attacks on the labor theory of value. The marginalist theory of value and neoclassical political economy. The Keynesian revolution. The econometrists. An apologetic variant of Marxism. New developments in economic thinking in the USSR. The end of political economy. Chapter 12. The Second Industrial Revolution. During the last quarter of the 19th century, capitalist industry was drawn into a fresh technical revolution. Like the first, the Second Industrial Revolution changed essentially the source of power for production and transport. Alongside coal and steam, petrol and electricity henceforth played their part in driving the wheels and the machinery. From the end of the century onward, the internal combustion engine and the electric motor took the place of prime movers operated by steam. This power revolution transformed the whole of industrial life. At the same time, steel making was given a new impetus by the introduction of the Bessemer process, the open hearth furnace, and the Siemens-Martin regenerators, together with processes for hardening steel with alloys. Steel became more and more the basic industrial material. Further, the electrolysis of bauxite made it possible to turn aluminium into a cheap raw material for industrial use, whereas previously it had been regarded as a precious metal, costing £7 an ounce. Finally, the chemical industry underwent during this same period its first big development. With knowledge of the use of coal byproducts, this industry proceeded to make dyes synthetically, and dealt a mortal blow to the ancient production of natural dyes in the Far East. The synthetic textile industry also came into being. The Industrial Revolution at the end of the 19th century altered the relative importance of the different branches of industry in world economy. For a century, cotton and coal had been kings. Now steel held the first place, soon to be followed by mechanical engineering and motor car production. In Britain, the center of gravity shifted from Manchester, cotton, to Birmingham, steel. At the same time, Britain lost for good its industrial preponderance and its monopoly of high productivity, as 394. The power revolution favored the USA most of all, owing to its petroleum resources. Industrial concentration accentuated. The Industrial Revolution at the end of the 19th century proved a powerful stimulant to the centralization and concentration of industrial capital. The development of the steel-making industry involved the disappearance of all the old blast furnaces which used wood as fuel. The new plant required substantial investment of capital and eliminated most of the very small businesses operating in this key branch of industry. The number of American steel-making companies fell from 735 in 1880 to 16 in 1950. Several new industries arose which were characterized by the predominance of giant concerns, aluminium, chemicals, electrical apparatus, owing to the amount of expensive equipment needed. The accelerated development of fixed capital, the large minimum equipment needed to establish a profitable new business, encouraged capitalist concentration. Industries in which the smallest productive unit that can still be efficiently operated is very large are not readily entered by newcomers. This is for several reasons. It takes enormous amounts of capital to put up a new unit. The establishment of a new unit may mean such a large addition to the existing capacity of the industry that the effect upon total supply may be more than the market can be expected to absorb without drastic price reductions, and the uncertainties involved in all this may appear forbidding. Thus, a large minimum size, or large optimum size, may be seen to be a sort of natural barrier to entry for the entry of a number of new countries into the market, such as Japan, Russia, and Italy, likewise stimulated the concentration of capital. These countries did not reproduce the entire industrial structure of the nations which had preceded them in economic development. They took over only the most modern part, that is, the enterprises in which the organic composition of capital was highest and the degree of centralization most pronounced. The predominance of giant concerns, as compared with small and medium-sized ones, was to be from the very start much more marked in Russian and Japanese heavy industry than in the corresponding industries in the more advanced countries. The same law of uneven development determined the more rapid progress of the concentration of capital in Germany and the USA, countries whose industrial advance, in the strict sense, took place during the last quarter of the 19th century, as compared with the countries whose advance had taken place in the previous half-century. Britain, Belgium, France. Finally, the new techniques themselves favored concentration. Thus, electrical power made possible the synchronization of factory work, the introduction of the conveyor belt, and new divisions of labor which favored the integration of concerns both horizontally and vertically. The concentration of capital is shown primarily by the fact that the big enterprises employ a more and more substantial proportion of the total industrial labor force. It will be seen that in the course of less than 30 years, the percentage of the labor force employed in industrial enterprises with over 200 employees increased from 43 to 69%. Besides the steady growth of big enterprises, these figures clearly indicate the radical change which occurred during the 75 years of German industry's advance. In 1882, nearly two-thirds of German employees worked in enterprises where there were fewer than 10 employees. In 1961, in the non-agricultural sector, this percentage had fallen to less than a quarter, and in industrial enterprises to 2%. Enterprises employing over 200 people had only 1/10 of the non-agricultural employees in 1882, in 1905 they had a fifth, in 1933 a quarter, and nearly half at the beginning of the 1960s. Small non-agricultural enterprises with 10 or fewer employees, still had nearly two-thirds of the wage-earning labor force in 1896, today they have less than a fifth. Enterprises with over 100 employees had a fifth of the labor force in 1896, but in 1958 they had 51% or 1*. In Belgium, the following percentage of the labor force employed in industry, including coal mining, worked in enterprises with more than 50 employees: 51.2% in 1896, 56.8% in 1910, 62.7% in 1930, 66.7% in 1956. Here are the corresponding figures for the most typical country of present-day capitalism, the United States. The figures for 1900 included among manufacturing establishments a number of small workshops of the craft type which were not subsequently included in the census. This is why we have not taken them as our starting point in the above table, though they show an even more marked tendency towards concentration than appears in the figures given. The average size of manufacturing enterprises increased from 8 employees in 1850, 9 in 1860, and 10.5 in 1880 to 35 in 1914, 40 in 1929, 53 in 1939 and 55.4 in 1954. In the last mentioned year, enterprises with over 1,000 employees concentrated 32.8% of the total personnel employed in industry, but produced 37% of the value added in industry. Nevertheless, these figures do not give an exact picture of industrial concentration in the United States. Actually, the concentration of labor is less advanced than the concentration of incomes and that of profits. Thus, the annual surveys of the Bureau of Internal Revenue give the following picture of the proportion of the total income of all manufacturing companies which goes to the different categories. Finally, an investigation carried out by the Federal Trade Commission showed that the 200 largest companies in the United States, 398, had 35% of the turnover of all companies in 1935, 37% in 1947, 45% in 1950 and 47% in 1958. The post-war boom, which saw the number of manufacturing companies increase by 50%, thus did not bring a fall-off in concentration. On the contrary, this continued vigorously, but the number of very large enterprises which emerged from this concentration evidently increased in a period of lively expansion. 11. Monopoly agreements, groupings, and combines. The accelerated concentration of capital which occurred from the last quarter of the 19th century onward was at once the consequence and the cause of an increase in the organic composition of capital. Born of the need to assemble a substantial amount of fixed capital in order to produce under optimum conditions of profitability, industrial concentration, by putting great resources in the hands of a relatively small number of capitalists, enabled them to carve out a bigger and bigger place for themselves on the market and to drive out of it large numbers of small and medium-sized manufacturers. At the same time, the speculation raging in the new sectors of industry, the feverishly rapid growth of production, made and unmade fortunes at an accelerated pace. The very largest enterprises found themselves confronted with risks which had increased in the same proportion as their business had expanded. The banks, which had to a large extent organized the expansion of business, were not prepared to run such risks. The long depression in trade after 1873 contributed markedly to make the capitalists aware of these risks. 12. Under the pressure of all these factors, a radical change took place in the thinking of the biggest capitalists, in their way of looking at business organization. Instead of clinging to the creed of free competition, they began to look for possibilities of restricting it in order to prevent any fall in prices, that is, any marked fall in their rate of profit. The need to ensure regular and rapid depreciation of an ever-growing amount of fixed capital worked in the same direction. 18 understandings were arrived at between capitalists, which entailed agreements not to compete by lowering prices. Responsible spokesmen of the big bourgeoisie pretty soon gave expression to this new need to abolish price competition and make alliances and combines. Interviewed by the New York Tribune, H. Rogers, one of Rockefeller's associates in the formation of the Standard Oil Trust, declared so early as 1874, if by common consent, in good faith, the refiners agree to reduce the quantities to an allotment for each, made in view of the supply and demand, and the capacity for production, the market can be regulated with a reasonable profit for all. The price of oil today is 15 cents per gallon. The proposed allotment of business would probably advance the price to 20 cents. Oil to yield a fair profit should be sold for 25 cents per gallon. 15. The chairman of the British Soap Makers Association stated in January 1901 that it had become impossible to make profits without association and combination. 10. And a more famous soap maker, Mr. Lever himself, had to say in 1903, in the old days a manufactory could be an individual concern. Next, a partnership. Then it grew beyond the capital available by 2 or 3 joining together as a partnership, and limited companies became necessary. Now we have reached a further stage again, when a number of limited companies require to be grouped together in what we call a combine. 17 examples could be multiplied indefinitely. In 1912, a Chicago lawyer, Mr. A.J. Eddy, summed up the new doctrine in a work entitled The New Competition, in which he declared that this new form of competition was based on open prices, that is, on general information regarding costs of production and selling prices. 18. Let us quote in conclusion the book by the chief organizer of Imperial Chemical Industries, Lord Melchett, published in 1928. Competition, he said, was outmoded. It inevitably led to cooperation through mergers and international agreements. 19. Intercapitalist undertakings were not new phenomena. In the strict sense, the industrial capitalism of free competition was born directly of that commercial capitalism which found in monopolies its chief source of profit. Hardly had these old exclusive alliances passed away than new ones appeared. Did not Adam Smith already note that industrialists in the same branch of production never meet but to conspire in order to raise the prices the public has to pay? Beginning in 1817, Britain saw the monopolization of the Cheshire salt trade. At Newcastle, the Committee for the Limitation of the Vend was operating to supervise carefully the production and sale of coal along the rivers Tyne and Wear. 20 In 1851 the Cincinnati Gazette reported, about 4 years ago, the salt manufacturers of the Kanawha River, finding that their capacity to manufacture salt was larger than the demand for consumption, and it having consequently went sick down to a ruinous price, formed themselves into an association, for the purpose of protecting their interests, by fixing the price of the article, and limiting the amount manufactured to the actual wants of 400. The West. Indeed, the United States saw the appearance in 1853, of the American Brass Association, to meet ruinous competition, in 1854 the Hampton Country Cotton Spinners Association, to control price policies, and in 1855 the American Iron Association, with the same purpose. 21 But all these moves in the direction of monopoly had to remain isolated and ephemeral so long as the comparatively modest average size of enterprises made possible the ebb and flow of capital between one branch and another, following the oscillations of the rate of profit. Too many enterprises had to be grouped together, under these conditions, in order to control effectively a national market. Too little new capital was needed to break a de facto monopoly. Only the centralization and concentration of capital, the creation of giant enterprises tying up an enormous amount of capital, and the predominance of a few firms in a number of branches of industry could establish conditions favoring the development and relative stabilization of monopolies. It was thus logical that these monopolies first appeared in the countries, USA, Germany, Japan, and industries, petrol, steel, motor cars, electrical apparatus, chemicals, etc., which did not advance until the late 19th century or early 20th century. The number of firms making motor cars shrank in the USA from 265 in 1909 to 88 in 1921, 44 in 1926, 11 in 1937, and 6 in 1955. In Britain the number shrank from 88 in 1922 to 31 in 1929 and 20 in 1956, 5 of which were responsible for 95% of total production. 22 Although a national pool for fixing prices in the rope industry appeared in 1861, the first trust in the strict sense was the Petroleum Trust, Standard Oil. The exploitation of oil wells had begun in 1859 at Titusville, in Pennsylvania. The first company, Pennsylvania Rock, made such profits that 77 competitors appeared after less than a year. Free competition could then be studied in all its elasticity. Prices fell from $20 per refined barrel in 1859 to 10 cents at the end of 1861, to rise again to an average of $85 in 1863, then fall to $240, average, in 1867. When prices continued to fluctuate and foreign competition became more intense, certain Pennsylvania refiners, it is not too certain who, brought to them, i.e. to Rockefeller and his associates, who at that time controlled only a small fraction of refined production in the USA, a remarkable scheme, the gist of which was to bring together secretly a large enough body of refiners and shippers to persuade all the railroads handling oil to give to the company formed special rebates on its oil, and drawbacks on that of other people. 23 In this way the Southern Improvement Company, 1871, was formed, controlling IO% of the refinery capacity of the USA. It failed, but Rockefeller was launched on the road to concentration. Its place was taken by the National Refiners Association, 1872, a central association, 1875, which already united the majority of refineries, and later by a central holding company based on a monopoly of pipelines. In 1884 Standard Oil was refining 90% of all American petrol and transported practically 100% to the refineries. The first monopoly trust was BOM. 24 In the same period, understandings between employers began to develop in Europe, especially after the crisis of 1873 and the sharp fall in the rate of profit which it caused. We find at the start of these alliances every time the same reaction against the fall in the rate of profit, in the 19th century as in the 20th. This is how an historian explains the formation of the first brick sales office in Dortmund, 1888. It is enough to recall the economic pressure produced by the acute price conflict, without considering the immense stocks of certain products, to realize that the conclusion was bound to be drawn that only an agreement could prevent enormous reductions in prices. Half a century later, this is what happened. In the synthetic textiles branch in Britain, in acetate yams production, competition has been more severe and has lasted longer. The two chief competitors were Courtaulds and British Celanese. The profits of both firms were reduced in 1937 and 1938. Early in 1939 these two firms came to an arrangement over outstanding differences, and the prices of both viscose and acetate yarns were increased by about 2d per pound. 26. The forms of capitalist concentration. In order to protect, maintain, or increase their rate of profit, capitalist enterprises arrive at understandings or enter into agreements to collaborate which take a great variety of forms. In accordance with the framework provided by the British Commission of Inquiry into Industrial Concentration after the First World War, 27 E.A.G. Robinson 28 distinguishes between 13 forms of agreement and concentration, which we will reduce to 7. 1. Gentlemen's agreements, or voluntary arrangements between producers not to sell below certain prices or in certain areas. Such an arrangement was concluded, e.g. by the British soap makers in 1901. 29. 2. Price regulating associations. These are distinguished from gentlemen's agreements by more formal and effective arrangements. The shipping conferences provide a classical example. 83. Pools. In general, experience shows that price agreements are not effective until there is a definite sharing out of the market with precise allocations to each producer. 81. Pools are thus distinguished from price agreements by the fact that they envisage such a definite division of the market. A pool of this kind came into operation fairly soon in the steel-making industry in the USA. 82. The classic example remains the American meatpackers pool, which carved up the American market for 2 decades. 33. 4. Cartels, buying or selling syndicates, sales offices. Whereas the three first mentioned groupings are limited in time, cartels and sales offices form an intermediate form between a temporary grouping and a lasting alliance. The enterprises taking part retain their independence, but they are bound by more or less long-term mutual contracts, set up common organizations for buying or selling, and often have to pay heavy fines if they break these agreements. 5. Trusts. Originally, the trust is a grouping to which previously competing companies entrust their shares, receiving in exchange certificates which indicate the proportion in which they participate in the joint effort. Standard Oil was the classical trust in the USA, but it was declared illegal in 1890. 34. We shall subsequently use the word trust in the more general sense that it has acquired, namely, the outcome of a merger of enterprises. 6. Holding company, or concern. This means a holding company through which it is possible to concentrate financial control over a number of businesses which themselves remain formally independent. It remains the instrument most commonly used in many countries to bring about the formation of great monopoly empires, notably in the USA 35, in Belgium, 36 in Germany and in France. 37. The holding company makes it possible to reduce the proportion of capital needed in order to wield effective control over a large number of companies, through various techniques such as waterfall shareholding or cross-shareholding. 7. Mergers, which are the most solid and lasting form of capitalist concentration, in which all legal or financial independence of the constituent companies vanishes. According to their origins, one can distinguish between horizontal trusts, formed by the merging of firms in a single branch of industry, e.g. cigarette, motor car, aircraft, etc., trusts, and vertical trusts, grouping firms which reciprocally supply each other's raw materials, and these can in their turn be divided into a. Divergent trusts, which are formed from firms which make the raw materials for factories making various semi-finished or finished products, the U.S. Steel Corporation, Cocker-Lugri in Belgium, etc. b. Convergent trusts, which bring together firms making different raw materials and semi-finished products which enter into the making of one particular finished product, e.g. certain motor car trusts. c. Heterogeneous trusts, which are made up of firms which have no common bond technically or economically except that they are under the control of the same financial group. This was the case with the Lever Trust at the beginning of the 1920s, when, besides soap works and firms making raw materials, it controlled fisheries, paperworks, and engineering works. 40 in the USA. The period 1897 to 1904 saw the birth of the majority of the monopoly trusts, as the result of a great merger movement. The number of trusts, which was only 23 in 1890 and 38 in 1896, reached 257 in 1904. The annual capitalization of mergers, which had never before exceeded $240 million, reached $710 million in 1898 and $2,244 billion in 1899. Out of 339 mergers which took place in this period, 156 gave rise to a definite degree of monopoly power. 41 since 1900, 32% of industrial production and 40% of mining production, leaving oil out of it, had been under monopoly control in the USA. 42. Bank concentration and finance capital. The same factors which favor industrial concentration likewise give a strong stimulus to bank concentration. Through this competition, many small banks are absorbed by one large one. Each important crisis sees as a rule the ruin of many bankers. Over 2,000 banks disappeared in the USA in the 1933 slump. 43 More and more capital is needed to establish as close a network as possible of branches, covering the whole national territory and the chief places abroad. Accordingly, the phenomena of concentration and centralization of bank capital are to be observed in all countries. In France, the three big deposit banks, the Crédit Lyonnais, the Société Générale and the Comptoir National d'Escompte, saw their shares increase tenfold in value between 1880 and 1914 and their deposits rise from 580 million gold francs in 1880 to 2,256 million in 1914 and 7,215 million in 1930, or 35.5 billion Poincaré francs. At that time they held over 50% of all the bank deposits in France, a proportion which did not change at all in 1950, after the nationalising of these banks. 404. In Britain, the number of joint stock banks declined from 104 in 1890 to 45 in 1910 and 25 in 1942, while the number of their branches has increased threefold in the same period and their deposits have increased tenfold. The Big Five, the National, Provincial, the Westminster, the Midland, Lloyds and Barclays, held 27% of all British bank deposits in 1900, 39.7% in 1913, 72.4% in 1924, 73% in 1942, and 79% in 1953. In Germany, the 9 big banks have concentrated in their hands the following percentage of bank deposits: 1907-08 47%, 1912 13.49%, 1924 54.6%, 1934 65.5%. In 1943 the 6 biggest banks held 62.9% of bank deposits. After the Second World War and a momentary decentralization, the 3 chief banks have again been playing a predominant role in the sphere of credit. In 1956 they were behind 55% of all German bank credits, exactly the same percentage as in 1938. In Japan, the total number of banks fell from 2,155 in 1914 to 1,001 in 1929, 424 in 1936, 146 in 1942, less than 100 in 1943 and 61 in 1945, according to the Japan Economic and Financial Annual. The 5 biggest banks concentrated 24.3% of all bank deposits in 1926, 34.6% in 1929, 41.9% in 1936 and 62% in 1945, the 8 biggest banks. After the American decartelization measures, this percentage fell below 10% to climb back to 35% by 1953. As for the USA, the total number of national banks rose from 3,732 in 1900 to 8,030 in 1920, then fell to 7,536 in 1929, 5,209 in 1939 and 5,021 in 1945. Among these banks, the ones possessing a capital of their own in excess of 5 million, that is, 21 in 1923, 39 in 1930 and 40 in 1934, concentrated 22%, 43.3% and 47.8% respectively of all the bank deposits. The concentration of funds available for investment in a small number of banks, at a moment when industry urgently needs these funds in order to take advantage of the considerable expansion of business, becomes one of the chief factors promoting industrial concentration. Here is a significant dialogue on this subject between the U.S. Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Chapman, and Mr. Seller, the chairman of the House of Representatives Subcommittee to investigate the power of monopolies. Mr. Chapman: to develop a steel plant, the outlay in capital is extensive, very extensive. Mr. Seller: the possible founder of a new steel works would have to go to the financial institutions, would he not? Mr. Chapman: he would. Mr. Seller: and if those financial institutions have liaison or connection with the existing companies, they would not be likely to set forth any new competitors, would they? 405. Mr. Chapman: obviously they would not do that. They have not been doing it. In Belgium, by way of exception, banking capital has played the role of finance capital from the very beginning of the independent kingdom, that is, it has dominated industry ever since its first phase of expansion, through preponderant shareholdings in the first limited companies, a position subsequently strengthened still further in the age of colonial expansion. In the last years of the Dutch period, the Société Générale advanced capital to coal mining firms. In addition, it helped in the building of canals for the purpose of facilitating the dispatch of coal to France. When the Revolution, of 1830, brought about an industrial crisis, some collieries found themselves unable to repay the debts they had contracted. The bank loan thus became transformed into a lasting investment by the bank in these firms, and in order to mobilize this investment, the collieries concerned were turned into limited companies, this operation being carried out in 1834 to 1835. When economic recovery set in, when the building of railways was decided on and steam engines had become widespread, industrial enterprises too had to be transformed and developed. Quite as a matter of course, the idea of turning them into limited companies was accepted. 45. In France, after the unsuccessful initiative of the Crédit Mobilier, launched by the Perrier brothers, the investment banks gave strong support to the establishment of industrial firms during the 1870s and 1880s. The Banque de Paris et de Pays Bas and the Banque d'Indochine presided over the expansion of French business in the colonies acquired after the War of 1870 to 1871. In Germany, the A. Schaffhausener Bankverein played a similar predominant role in financing the tremendous industrial advance of the 1870s. From the beginning of the 20th century, the heads of the 6 chief German banks were members of the boards of directors of 344 industrial companies. 46. Finance capital soon imposed itself on industry *, as is shown by the following letter which one of the big banks sent to the board of directors of the Zentrales Nordwestdeutsches Zementsyndicate, November 19, 1901. We observe from the announcement you have published in the Reichsanzeiger of the 18th INST that we must expect that at the next general meeting of your company, to be held on the 30th INST, decisions may be adopted which could imply changes in your firms which would be unacceptable to us. For this reason, and to our great regret, we are compelled to cancel as from now the credits which we have hitherto allowed you. If, however, the general meeting should not adopt these unacceptable decisions, and provided that we are given suitable guarantees for the future on this matter, we shall be prepared to open discussions with you regarding fresh credits. 48. In the USA, the investment bankers played a dominant role in industrial concentration, beginning with the consolidation of the railway companies. Already during this campaign, the bankers clearly announced the monopolistic purpose of these concentrations. We have a plain expression of this purpose by John P. Morgan, in the following declaration which he made to the heads of all the railway companies west of the Mississippi on January 10, 1889. I am quite prepared to state in behalf of the banking houses represented here that if an organization can be formed practically on the basis submitted by the committee, with an executive committee able to enforce its provisions, upon which the bankers shall be represented, they are prepared to say that they will not negotiate, and will do all in their power to prevent the negotiation of any securities for the construction of parallel lines or the extension of lines not unanimously approved by such an executive committee. 49. And in the great merger movement between 1896 and 1904, it was the bankers who played the key role, though the captains of industry themselves engineered most of the combinations before 1890, the bankers and financiers soon ceased to be mere intermediaries. They became the promoters. In organizing large consolidations, they soon took the place of the roving professional promoters who had for a time offered the investing public corporate securities with a strong speculative appeal. It was under their auspices, and spurred by their encouragement, that the combination movement rose to flood tide around the turn of the century. 50. Finally, in Japan, it was the banks that took the place of the holding companies after the Second World War as central pillars of the Zaibatsu, the financial groups controlling the country's national economy. An investigation carried out in 1953 showed that in the 320 most important companies, the banks held altogether 35.1% of the shares and the insurance companies 16%. 51. Monopolies. The concentration of industrial capital and the formation of capitalist alliances, groups, and trusts, resulted in the establishment of de facto monopolies in a number of sectors of industry. A single firm or a small number of firms were in control of such a substantial slice of production that they could, over fairly long periods, fix prices and rates of profit as they wished, these becoming largely independent of the state of business. Analyzing the conditions under which the 1807 most ordinary products were manufactured in the USA, Walter F. Crowther discovered in 1937 that half of these products came from sectors in which not more than 4 firms were responsible for over 75% of production. In 1947 this picture had become even more impressive. Here are some of these indices of concentration, reported by the American Department of Commerce for that year. Products produced to the extent of 50% or more of total value by a single firm equals in Britain. A study published in 1945-54 gives the following percentages of the value of production held in each sector by the 3 or fewer biggest firms, based on the census of 1935. Condensed milk 96, ball bearings 97, matches 97, cigarettes 88, refined sugar 82, railway wagons 86, motor spirit 88, cement 76, rayon 79, paper hangings 91, screws for wood 98, zinc 100, barbed wire 92, dyes 88. Vacuum cleaners 85, gramophone records 99, bar chocolate 85, lithophone 100, sewing machines 93, cocoa 93, nickel and nickel alloys 100, linoleum 86, pipes 92, wireless valves 85, explosives 100, soap flakes 77, tires 79. In addition, 118 articles were manufactured by 1 or 2 firms only. In West Germany, Prichgeliat estimates in his work Manner, Micht, Monopol 55 that 3 trusts dominate the zinc and lead industry, Metallgesellschaft, Degussa, and Otto Wolff. Potash mining is dominated by 3 firms, the chief of which, Wintershall, also controls over 50% of Germany's production of crude petroleum. RWE controls 2/3 of the production of electricity for industrial consumption and nearly 3/4 of lignite production. More than half of the production of margarine and of fishing as a business are dominated by Unilever. The Swiss Nestle Group dominates the market for condensed milk, concentrated soups, and chocolate. One group alone, Riemtsma, controls 60% of the cigarette industry, and two groups, Lever and Henkel, 90% of the detergent industry. DeLog produces 50% of window glass. Two groups, Glanzstoff and Fricks, produced more than 3/4 of all plastic materials. Siemens and AEG produce 40 to 50% of electric apparatus. A single group, Pfaff, controls 60% of the production of sewing machines, etc. As regards the heavy industry of the Ruhr, in spite of the decartelization decided on in 1945, 7 big firms, Mannesmann, K. Eichner, Dortmund Horder Union, Phoenix Guthhoffnungschied, Rheinhausen, and Hresk, in 1954 again concentrated over 65% of production in their hands, and fresh concentrations were reported within these groups. See the speech by Mr. A. Werrer, member of the Supreme Authority of the CECA, at Longwy, November 12, 1955. In France, 5 groups, Seideler, Lorena Scott-Solms, De Wendel, Schneider, Usiner, controlled 55% of the production of iron ore in 1952 and 62% of steel production in 1953. Pecheniguin holds a quasi-complete monopoly of aluminium, magnesium, and cobalt. Penaroya, Rothschild, controls 3/4 of lead production. The Rady Group has a quasi-monopoly of the manufacture of steel tubes, and the Seideler Group a quasi-monopoly of the manufacture of brass pipes. 4 groups, Renault, Citroën, Peugeot, and Ford, control 98% of the production of motor cars for private use. 3 companies controlled in 1953 61% of the production of tractors. 3 groups of manufacturers completely monopolize the making of light bulbs. The Coleman Group produces 80% of all dyes. The St. Gobain Group produces 2/3 of all mirrors, half of all glass bottles, beakers, and drinking vessels, all fiberglass, etc. The Gillett Group, which has the monopoly of nylon, produces more than 2/3 of all artificial textiles. 3 groups supply 86% of France's production of newsprint, etc. 0. In Japan, the evolution of control by a single trust over the chief sectors of the economy emerges from the following table, 57. After the decartelization measures following the end of the Second World War, the monopolistic structure of Japanese industry was kept in being, as can be seen from the following table published in the Oriental Economist, July 1966. Products which are produced to the extent of 66% or more of total value by 3 firms, percent sheet glass 100 rayon filament yarn 79.8 3-wheelers 100 cheese 77.8 ordinary passenger cars 100 small passenger cars 75.6 light passenger cars 98.7 polyethylene 75.0 beer 96-2 zinc 74.9 powder milk 94 lead 74.4 polyester 92 small trucks 74.1 aluminium ingots 96 wide steel hoops 67.6 polyvinyl chloride 89.4 lubricating oil 66-7 calcium cyanamide 83-5 firms, butter 82-1 etc. Nylon 81-1. In Italy, the report of the Constituent Assembly's Economic Commission gave the following indices of concentration for 1947-58. The empires of the financial groups. The actual power of the great monopolies nevertheless very greatly exceeds the mere control of certain sectors of production where they dominate the market. The financial groups which control these sectors are also masters of banks, insurance companies, industrial, commercial and transport companies which bear a wide variety of names and give no cause for supposing, at first glance, that they interconnect. In order to sort out these often slender threads, one has to undertake detective work, studying the composition of boards of directors, analyzing the work of companies which have chairman or delegated directors in common, trace the past evolution of the blocks of shares represented at extraordinary general meetings, and examining, if possible, the general division of the shares of all the important companies in the given country. At the end of this research, the same structure is discovered to exist in the majority of the capitalist countries, a handful of financial groups possessing control over a large proportion of industrial and financial activity, some 60, 125 or 200 families, placed at the apex of the social pyramid, who wield their power sometimes as individuals but often as a more or less compact collective group. The participation of representatives of financial groups in the boards of directors of many important trusts gives a key to the extent of the control they exercise. Thus, in the United States, Winthrop W. Aldrich, chairman of the powerful Chase National Bank, Rockefeller Group, was in 1948 also head of the richest trust in the world, assets of $10 billion, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, a director of the biggest insurance company in the world, the Metropolitan Life Assurance Company, of the West. 412. Tinghouse Electric Trust, the International Paper Trust, and the Banks Discount Corporation of New York and Chase Safe Deposit Company. This man shared control of more than $20 billion of capital, or 9,000 billion francs, the equivalent of 3 of France's annual budgets at the beginning of the 1950s. George Whitney, partner in the bank J.P. Morgan and Company, was in the same year a director of the Electricity Trust Consolidated Edison of New York, of the General Motors Company, of Kennecott Copper, of the Pullman Company, the Continental Oil Company and the big bank called Guarantee Trust Company. R.K. Mellon, chairman of the Mellon National Bank, is at the same time head of the holding companies F. Mellon & Sons and Millbank Corporation and a director of the Aluminium Company of America, Alcoa, the Gulf Oil Company, the Electric Power Trust Westinghouse Air Brake Corporation, the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, the Gas Trust Coppers Corporation, the Union Switch and Signal Company, and the big insurance companies named National Union Fire Insurance Company, General Reinsurance Corporation and North Star Reinsurance Company. 59. In France, according to the Annuaire des Fosses for 1958, Emmanuel Manic, chief executive of the Banque de Paris et de Pays Basses, of whose board of directors he is chairman, holds directorships in 13 companies, including the chief French oil company, Esso Standard, the Suez Canal Company, the Bank of Indochina, the Ottoman Bank, the Credit Fonder Franco-Canadien, Hatchett's Bookshops, the sugar refineries of St. Louis, the Forges et Aciéries du Nord et de l'Est. Pierre Guetin, chief executive of the Rothschild Group, sits on 18 boards of directors. He is chairman of those of the Belgian Société de Mines, Mine Rice et Métaux, the Indochina and Yunnan Railways, and the Société de Contrôle de l'Exploitation de Transports Auxiliaires. He is vice-chairman of the Compagnie de Chemins de Fer du Nord, one of the chief holding companies of the group, of the powerful worldwide iron ferrous metals trust Penaroya, of Antwerp 6 TSET Magasins Généraux de Paris, and of various concerns in the north of France. He is a director of several companies, such as Djibouti Railway, the Belgian steel trusts Coquerel-Lugry and Providence, the International Sleeping Car Company, Forges et Aciéries du Nord et de l'Est, Omnium Nord-African, etc. Baron Rodolphe Hottinguer is chairman of the board of the Schneider Engineering Trust and director of 11 companies, including Kleber Colombe, Compagnie de Mine Rice et Métaux, Vieille Montagne, the Ottoman Bank, Forges de Cailletillion Commentary et Nouvelles Maisons, etc. It is to be observed that the families of big investment bankers hold many directorships, 28 in the case of the Hottinguers, 39 for the Mallets, 51 for the Vernes, 16 for the Nervaux, 4 families which are, moreover, linked together by marriage. The de Voggia family hold 21 directorships, the de Wendel 17, the Lawrence 29, the Folds 5, the Gillets 37, the de Vitry d'Avancourts of Pechenny 12, the Marquis de Fiers 16, etc. In Britain, the 9 directors of the Midland Bank sat in 1951–52 on the boards of 38 companies, including Imperial Chemical Industries, Dunlop Rubber, J. and P. Coates, International Nickel, etc. The 19 directors of Lloyds Bank sat on the boards of 75 companies, including Royal Dutch Shell, Vickers, Rolls-Royce, English Electric, etc. The 13 directors of the National Provincial Bank sat on the boards of 60 companies, including British Petroleum, formerly Anglo-Iranian, Imperial Tobacco, Burma Oil, Tube Investments, Prudential Insurance, Ford Motors, and a number of tea firms. In West Germany, the law forbids anyone to be a member of more than 20 boards of directors. This law has not been respected, since in 1954 the banker R. von Oppenheim was a member of 35 boards, the big industrialist Werhahn of 23, etc. Here are 2 particularly flagrant examples of accumulation of economic power, by way of interlinked companies. In 1954 the banker Hermann ABS was on the boards of the Siederutsche Bank, Glanzstoff, Badisk Anilin, IG Farben, Zeiss Icon, the Chief Photography Trust, Siemens and Halsk, the Chief Electrical Construction Company, D-Log, 50%er of Germany's glass production, Salamander, Chief Leather Goods Firm, Norddeutsche Lederwerke, Akkumulatorenfabrik AG, Metallgesellschaft, Philipp Holzmann AG. Building, Kali Chemie, Siederutsche Zucker, Dahlbusch Collieries, Rheinprussen, Deutsche Salzwerke, Deutsche Shell AG, Portland Zementwerke Heidelberg, RWE. Chief Electric Power Producing Firm, Dortmund Horder Union, one of the main steel works, and some minor businesses. 24 directorships in all. In the same year the banker Pferd Merges was a member of 26 boards of directors, including AEG. K.L. Sixner, Harp Bergbau, Chief Colliery, August Thiesenhiet, Kabelwerkrade, Felton and Guillaume, Rubber, Demig, Koksfabrik H. Balsen, Renus Kursgeide, Schallers Kammgarnspinnerei, Deutsche Zentralbodenkredit AG. Chief Building Society, Renus Westfalisk Bodenkredit Bank, and a dozen insurance companies, including Concordia, Nordstern and National. 414. Here are the chief financial groups in certain countries. In the USA at the end of 1952 there were 7 principal groups, which were themselves interlinked: the Morgan National City Bank Group, controlling inter alia the biggest steel trust in the world, United States Steel, the biggest electrical apparatus trust in the world, General Electric, the second and third biggest copper trusts in the USA, Kennecott Copper and Phelps Dodge, the Baldwin Locomotive Works, chief producer of diesel locomotives, Montgomery Ward and Company, the second biggest mail order firm in the USA, the gigantic American Telegraph and Telephone Company, which holds the most important assets of all the non-financial joint stock companies in America and controls a significant proportion of the public services, important railway networks, the New York Central and Allegheny Systems, the New York Insurance, Mutual Life, and Prudential Insurance Companies, and 2 big banks besides the Morgan National Citibank, the Guarantee Trust Co. and the Bankers Trust Co. The Kuhn-Loeb Group, dominated by the Warburg family, is based on investment banks and controls 22% of the important railways of the USA, the Western Union Telegraph Company, the Bank of Manhattan, etc. The Rockefeller Group, which works by ownership of substantial blocks of shares in the companies it controls, including one of the most important American banks, Chase National, the biggest insurance company, Metropolitan Life, and the Standard Oil and Vacuum Oil Trusts, which together refine more than half of America's petrol. It controls the Eastern Airlines, and, in combination with the Morgans, the Olin Matheson Chemical Trust and International Paper. The Mellon Group, which works both by ownership of decisive blocks of shares and by centralization through banking of the firms it controls, including Alcoa, the chief aluminium trust in the world, Koppers Company, the chief producer of industrial gas in the USA, the Gulf Oil Company, one of the chief petrol producing firms, 3 steel trusts located at Pittsburgh, the Pullman Company, the main producer of rolling stock, and, probably, Westinghouse Electric, the second electrical apparatus trust in the USA. In conjunction with the Rockefeller Group. The DuPont Group, working from a holding company which possesses decisive blocks of shares in the companies under its control, which include the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company, the world's leading chemical trust, General Motors, the leading motor car trust in the world, United States Rubber, the third biggest rubber goods firm in the USA, Bendix Aviation and North American Aviation, 2 of the chief aircraft trusts in the USA, the National Bank of Detroit, etc. The Chicago Group, which unites several of the 60 families, the McCormicks, the Deerings, the Nemours, the Fields, etc., and controls International Harvester, the chief agricultural machinery trust, Armour and Company, the chief frozen meat trust, Sears Roebuck, the main mail order company of the USA, Marshall Field and Company, one of the principal department stores, the Steel Trust Inland Steel, and 2 powerful banks, First National Bank of Chicago and Continental Illinois National Bank. The Bank of America Group, the chief bank of the United States, which exercises widespread control in the state of California, notably over Clayton and Anderson, the chief cotton trading firm, over a number of public utility companies, over the Kaiser Group of Industries, and over 25% of the cultivated land of California. In Britain, Imperial Chemical Industries has a de facto monopoly of the production of basic chemicals in Britain, and is today the biggest trust in Europe. Unilever controls most of the margarine industry throughout Europe and also the trade in vegetable oils in Africa, and is in fact one of masters of the latter continent. It likewise controls soap production in several countries. The British Motor Corporation, the outcome of a merger between Austin and Morris, today dominates the British-controlled production of motor cars in Britain. Courtaulds controls 80% of British production of artificial silk and plays a preponderant part in the chemical textile industry. Oppenheimer, De Beers, controls the world's production of diamonds and has a considerable influence in the production of copper and gold. Derdop Rubber dominates Britain's rubber production. Royal Dutch Shell, like Unilever, an Anglo-Dutch company, dominates oil production under British control in a number of countries, owns a large fleet of oil tankers, etc. Vickers Armstrong, Armaments, is jinked with several steel, electricity, etc. firms. The Spence Group controls a big share of the world's production of tin, etc. Interpenetration among these big trusts, deposit banks, insurance companies and merchant bankers is very extensive, and it is often hard to decide who actually controls these impressive aggregates. Thus, the House of Baring and the Midland Bank seem to play a preponderant role in the LC.I, the Prudential Insurance Company in the Birmingham Small Arms Company, the Lazards in Rolls-Royce, etc. The Wolfson, Cadbury, and Gluckstein families control, respectively, the Great Universal Stores, the Chocolate Trust named after the Cadburys, and the Lions Trust. In West Germany, the decartelization and bank deconcentration measures were soon done away with. Financial groups again dominate West German industry, though not always in the same forms or with the same balance of forces as before 1945. The LG Farben Group continues to be the principal German monopoly group, controlling the chemical industry and the Rheinischen-Stahlwerke, and being closely linked with some important banks, such as the Deutsche Bank and the Berliner Handelsgesellschaft. The Thyssen Group, which via various heirs and heiresses of Fritz Thyssen controls once more some important steel-making and coal-mining groups, as also a big shipyard. The Mannesmann Group, which controls a big proportion of steel tube production, owns a powerful coal and steel combine, is closely linked with the Deutsche Bank and Deutsche Erdölag, etc. The Haniel Group, Guthoffnungsche.it, Commerzbank, linked to MAN and Deutsche Werft. The KL Endner Group, Steel and Engineering, linked with the Deutsche Bank and Siemens. The Krupp Group, Rheinhausen, Krupp Works, Weser AG Naval Dockyard, 3 coal mines, linked with the Swedish group Wenner-Gren, the Bochumer Verein, Weissig Chemie, etc. The Flick Group, Maximilianstadt, Buterisk Stahlwerke, Daimler-Benz, Auto Union, Felmtiel Papier, and Zellstoff, as well as important foreign investments. The Siemens Group, Siemens and Halsk, linked with Mannesmann, Deutsche Bank, and KL Sixner. The Quant Group, Accumulatorenfabrik AG, Karlsruhe AG, Wintershall, chief potash producers, Correcta, etc. The W. Erhan Group, oils, soap, chocolate, flour, influence in RWE. Chief electricity producer, Heinrich Lanz AG, linked with the Oppenheim banking firm, etc. The Stumm Group, controlling Neunkirchener Eisenwerk and Dillinger Hüttenwerke, SAR, has penetrated the Michel Group and has a considerable amount of shares in the steel industry of Lorraine, Solic. The Oetker Group, controlling the food trust of the same name, dominates an important group of breweries, owns the 3 insurance companies of the Condor Group, has acquired several shipping lines, which have made it the principal ship-owning firm in Germany, and has shares in the private bank named Lamp, which plays a big part in the food industry. The banking group of Merck, Fink, and Company, which has pre. 417. Ponderant influence over the insurance companies of South Germany. The Isarwerke, etc. The Oppenheim banking group, which has preponderant influence over the insurance companies of the Rhineland. In Belgium, 8 financial groups Société Générale, Delanoid, Solvay, Empain, Evans Copy, Baron Lambert, Petrofina, Sofina control nearly 2/3 of the country's industrial production and over 3/4 of the economy of the former Belgian Congo. In Italy, the Montecatini Group, which controls the country's chemical industry, included in 1945 18 directors who were on the boards of a total of 63 joint stock companies, owning 25% of all the capital of Italian firms, especially strong in textiles, metallurgy, insurance. The Edison Group controls the electric power and electrical apparatus industries and has shares in firms representing 17% of all the share capital in Italy, especially transport, banking, extraction industries, glass. The Flak Group dominates the steel industry. The Snea Viscosa Group dominates the artificial textiles industry. The Fiat Group dominates the motor car industry, with large holdings in metallurgy and steel, the glass industry and chemicals. The Pirelli Group dominates the rubber industry, with a considerable footing in metallurgy. The Caproni Group has a quasi-monopoly of armaments production. The Breda Group, rolling stock, engineering, etc. In Japan, before the defeat of 1945, the 3 super trusts, or Zaibatsu, completely dominated the economy. Today they have recovered most of their power. Here is a table showing the trusts they controlled, the companies embraced in these trusts and the capital concentrated in this way. Since then, in spite of decartelization measures, the pre-war situation has been largely restored. 3 Zaibatsu are emerging, the Mitsubishi, who at present hold first place, the Mitsui and the Sumitomo. There are also 2 other important groups, the Fuji Bank Group and the Sanwa Group. These financial groups have to a large extent acquired predominant influence in the new industries that have arisen in Japan since the war. Thus, the Mitsubishi Group wields predominant influence over the principal iron and steel trust, the Iwata Iron and Steel Co. The Sanwa Group appears to dominate the iron and steel trust Kobe Steel. The Mitsui Group controls the car trust Toyota Motor Co. Of the 5 principal shipbuilding firms, 3 are controlled by the Mitsubishi, the Mitsui, and the Sanwa. A similar situation is taking shape in the petrochemical industry. In France, Professor Wallet observed before the war that there were great committees standing at the head of the principal large branches of production. The best known and most powerful are the Comite de Houilleries, the Comite de Forges, the Comite de Armatures, the Comite de Industries Chimiques, and the Comite de Assurances. These great committees, which in theory are not cartels but rather super syndicates, help to maintain a spirit of collaboration among their members which is incompatible with their former competition with each other. About the same time, Augustin Hamann, in his book Les Maîtres de la France, grouped the trusts into the following supergroups: the Schneider-Crousat group, dominating the steel industry, Comite de Forges, linked with the Banque de Union Parisienne and the Mirabaud, Hottinguer, Mallet, and Deneuve investment banks, which control most of the big insurance companies. The Banque de Paris et de Pays Basque group, wielding predominant influence in North Africa and, through the Associated Bank of Indochina, in Indochina also. The chemical industry groups, the Rhône-Poulenc, Coleman, and other trusts. The Michelin-Citroën group, rubber and motor car trusts. Recently, Jacques Huchos has listed the following additional groups: the Louis Dreyfus Group, petrol, foreign trade. The Printemps Group, big stores. The Pechenny-Sychem Group, chemicals, La Minoires du Havre, large influence in Thomson Houston, etc. The Saint-Gobain Group, glass and chemicals. The Buzik Group, textiles. The Fauld Group, naval dockyards, Ateliers de la Loire, Compagnie Française de Pétroles, etc. The steel-making groups, de Wendel, Usinur, Side/Or, etc. In India, a government report published in 1966, Report of the Monopolies Inquiry Commission, 1965, shows that 7 groups control 382 non-financial firms, with a total capital of 11.5 billion rupees. These groups Tata, Birla, Martin Byrne, Bungur, ACC, Thapar, Sanjain along with some other groups such as Berdheil Jayers, Singhania, Valchand, etc. and some foreign trusts, dominate the modern sector of the Indian economy. Monopoly super profits. Confronted with the increase in the organic composition of capital and with the growing risks of depreciation of fixed capital in a period when periodical crises are regarded as inevitable, monopoly capitalism aims above all to safeguard and increase the rate of profit of the trusts. J. M. Clark notes that modifications in technique, changes of fashion which affect the goods produced, may render unusable equipment which is not yet worn out. Thus, the depreciation of specialized machines must be effected in a small number of years, if one wishes to avoid the consequences of this risk. 60. In this way a monopoly rate of profit is established, higher than the average rate. It is the control of the free flow of capital, or the elimination of competition, that enables the monopoly sectors to escape from participating in the general equalization of the rate of profit. The simplest form of monopoly superprofit is cartel rent. The formation of a cartel in a particular sector of industry brings about the unification of prices. This does not take place, however, on the basis of the average profit, that is, on the basis of the average social productivity. On the contrary, it takes place on a basis which enables 420. That participant in the cartel who works with the lowest productivity to realize the average rate of profit. The difference between the price of production of the other participants and the selling price of the least advantageously placed participant constitutes the cartel rent. Thus, when the cartel of rail manufacturers was formed in 1883, it worked like this, according to a witness who was directly involved. The price was fixed from England at very much what we considered the cost price would be at the least favored works, and the different works were given a quota according to their assessed capabilities. 61. Let us suppose that the average rate of profit is 20% and the average organic composition of capital 4, 1. A locomotive cartel combines 4 companies whose production has the following value. I. 600 C plus 100 V plus 100 S equals 800. 2. 400 C plus 100 V plus 100 S equals 600. 3. 350 C plus 100 V plus 100 S equals 550. 4. 250 C plus 100 V plus 100 S equals 450. Let us assume that the production of firms 3 and 4 represents two locomotives, that of firm 2 3 and that of firm I 4. There were free competition of goods and capital within this sector, each of the four firms would realize 20% profit. Firm 4 would sell its locomotives for 420, 210 each, firm 3 for 540, 270 each, firm 2 for 600, 200 each, and firm I for 840, 210 each. But this average profit would be realized only so long as, demand balancing supply on the market, even the dearest locomotive would still find a purchaser. As soon as supply outstripped demand, firm 3 would have to sell at a loss. But from the moment that the cartel is in effective control of the market, the calculation will be made quite differently. It is firm 3 that is in the least advantageous position, it is its selling price that will provide the basic price accepted by the entire cartel. The locomotives will thus be sold at 270 each. The selling price of I will be 1,080, 380 profit, of which 140 average profit and 240 cartel rent. The selling price of 2 will be 810, 310 profit, of which 120 average profit, 190 cartel rent. The selling price of 3 will be 540, its profit being equal to the average profit. The selling price of firm 4 will be 540, 190 profit, of which 70 average profit and 120 cartel rent. As soon as demand falls, the cartel will reduce its production, and it will be possible thus to maintain prices which imply huge super profits. In practice, things do not happen very differently from this. When the tin cartel was formed, the price of production of the mines of average productivity was around £100 per ton. So that the producers with the lowest productivity might realize their average profit, a selling price for tin of £190 to £230 per ton was imposed by the cartel on the 421 world market between 1934 and 1943. Several firms in this way made a super profit of more than £100 per ton. 62. The British Commission inquiring into monopolies and restrictive practices published in 1957 a report on the electrical equipment industry, organized in the BEMA cartel, British Electrical and Allied Manufacturers Association, and this report contained the following passage. The general case put forward by the manufacturers in defense of their common price system has not convinced us that the degree of stability they aim at is in the public interest, that the dangers they fear from price competition are real, or that the standards by which they propose that their system should be judged are the right ones. We are satisfied that, after making all possible allowances for differences in costing methods, the true costs of the manufacturers who sell at common prices differ widely. Whether or not these differences in cost are due principally to variations in manufacturing methods and actual product or in manufacturing efficiency, we think that the common price system could not have been maintained unless the higher cost producers exerted considerable influence on the level of price and the lower cost producers agreed to sell at higher prices than they would otherwise be prepared to accept. 63. The most striking example of cartel rent as a form of monopoly profit is certainly that of the World Oil Cartel. An official inquiry published in 1952 by the U.S. Department of Commerce revealed that the Big Seven of the oil industry, Standard Oil of New Jersey, Standard Oil of California, Saucony Vacuum Oil, Gulf Oil Corp., Texaco, Anglo-Iranian later called British Petroleum and Royal Dutch Shell, had over a period of years imposed common prices for the oil produced in the Western Hemisphere and that produced in the Middle East, though the latter's cost of production was 4 to 6 times lower than that of American oil. During the war and in 1945, the American Navy had to pay $105 the barrel for oil, the cost of production of which, including taxes and royalties payable to the local rulers, was $0.4 in Saudi Arabia and $0.25 in Bahrain. 64 The cartel rent was thus 65 cents per barrel produced in Saudi Arabia and 80 cents per barrel produced in Bahrain, which gives a monopoly rate of profit of nearly 200% in the former case and over 400% in the latter. The cost of production here includes, according to capitalist custom, an average rate of interest on the shareholders' capital. In the post-war years these prices were raised to $222, then lowered to $203, $188 and $175 per barrel, without the costs of production in the Middle East having been noticeably changed, with the sole aim of bringing prices into line with those of the American producers. 65. Cartel rent is, however, only one form of monopoly superprofit. The formation of companies which monopolize their market completely or almost completely likewise makes possible an arbitrary raising of selling prices above the normal price of production. After the formation of the U.S. Steel Corporation, steel prices were raised 20 to 30%, on the average. R.1 IL prices were raised from $16.50 a ton to $28 on May 1, 1901, and kept there until 1916. 66 British Oxygen, which enjoys a de facto monopoly of the production of oxygen gas, which is indispensable for welding, has fixed its prices so as to be sure, in a good year or a bad, of a rate of profit of 23 to 25%. Or 67 The American Can Company, which, at the time of its foundation in 1901, enjoyed a practically complete monopoly, 90% of productive capacity, immediately raised its prices by 60% or 68 when a small number of producers is able jointly to dominate the market. A price-fixing agreement intended to ensure monopoly superprofits can easily be concluded. Thus, the disappearance of most of the independent glass-making firms in the USA enabled the four dominant companies in 1935 to increase the prices of their products by over 40% or 69. The basing point system in force in a number of American industries consists of fixing prices by adding transport costs, real or fictitious, as from one or more points of production. According to Claire Wilcox 70, this system is in operation in 60 American industries. It means that all the firms which are nearer to their customers than the basing points, or which make use of cheaper means of transport than those whose cost is included in the basing point price, get substantial monopoly superprofits. 11 In an industry like cement, where transport charges make up an important proportion of the selling price, the basing point system has made possible a stabilization of monopoly prices to the extent that selling prices were increased in the midst of the crisis, first in the second half of 1932 and again in the first half of 1933. 12 But the most widespread method of keeping up monopoly prices and profits is price leadership. Price leadership exists when the price at which most of the units in an industry offer to sell is determined by adopting the price announced by one of their number. 73 In the American steel industry, after the pools of the 19th century and the concerted agreements at the beginning of the 20th century, on the occasion of the dinners given by Judge Gary, head of the U.S. Steel Corp., dinners attended by the heads of most of the big competing companies, the system of tacit agreements was adopted. The scales published by the U.S. Steel Corporation were automatically adopted by the other firms. Burns says that the available 423 data suggest that some kind of price leadership is present in many of the industries in which production is concentrated in large units. 74. The equalization of the monopoly rate of profit. All the same, the monopoly trusts are not able to fix their prices and super profits in a completely arbitrary fashion, beyond a certain limit. In the first place, an excessive raising of prices would cause demand and sales to fall and lead to a revival of competition. Thus, the three American cigarette trusts in 1931 controlled 97% of U.S. production. They decided to raise their prices in the midst of the crisis by 10%. This led to the appearance of cigarettes at 10 cents a packet, made by independent firms. In November 1932 these firms were already responsible for 22.8% of American production. 75 Furthermore, the monopoly sectors of industry are not completely self-sufficient. They have to buy raw material or machinery, and to use means of transport which are themselves controlled by other monopoly sectors. Fierce price battles break out between such adjoining trusts. Given the mutual interdependence of the majority of the monopoly sectors, an equalization of the rate of profit in the monopoly sectors takes place, at least for a certain period. This prevents an arbitrary raising of prices and profits. There is an even more obvious reason for this equalization. This is that the super profits of the monopoly sectors are achieved at the expense of the non-monopoly sectors, whose average rate of profit they lower. Let us assume that the total capital expended in 1 year is 10,000 C plus 2,500 V, and that 2,500 represents the total amount of surplus value produced in society. If universal equalization of the rate of profit occurred, the latter would come out at or 20%. Let us suppose that the monopoly sectors expend every year a capital of 2,500, 2,000 C plus 500 V, but, thanks to their high prices, obtain a profit of 1,000. The monopoly rate of profit would then be or 40%. But this high monopoly profit would bring down the rate of profit in the non-monopoly sectors to 1, 0, or 15%. To simplify matters, we shall assume that the economy can be divided roughly into two sectors, an oligopolistic one where profit margins at given utilization of plant are inelastic, and a competitive one where the ideal pattern still works with some approximation. In the oligopolistic sector there will be a tendency for profit margins at given utilization to rise because neither the competition within each of these industries, nor the possibility of new entry will be sufficiently strong to counteract this tendency. As a net result of the increase. 424. In profit margins at given utilization in the oligopolistic sector, a certain amount of profits, and a corresponding amount of internal savings, have been shifted from the competitive to the oligopolistic sector. The result is hardly surprising because it only confirms the view acceptable probably to most economists that oligopolistic industries have the power, by raising prices in relation to cost, to attract to themselves a greater share in the total profits, and consequently also in the total internal savings. 76. The reason why the monopoly sectors are able to maintain such differences between the rate of profit in different sectors is that the high degree of concentration in these sectors necessitates the gathering of very substantial amounts of capital in order to be able to enter into competition with them. Furthermore, the monopoly trusts subject any potential competitor to the risk of having a furious war waged against him, with prices forced down, if need be, to ridiculous levels, even involving loss, until the competitor is forced to withdraw, after which they can always recover their losses by increasing their super profits. This is what is called internal dumping. An official report said, for example, about the British Trust the Imperial Tobacco Company, a business of such magnitude, commanding so extensive an influence on the retailers and possessing such large reserves, has it in its power, by foregoing its ordinary profit for a short time, to cut prices to such an extent as to place all its rivals out of business and secure the entire, or very nearly the entire, monopoly of the tobacco trade. 78. But all these obstacles are not insuperable. If the difference between the average rate of profit and the rate of profit in the monopoly sectors is such that the capitalists in the non-monopoly sectors find themselves faced with ruin, they will risk everything and try by every possible means to infiltrate into the monopoly sectors, either by collecting together the capital needed to organize direct competition or else by seeking new products which in their turn may benefit from monopoly prices, the cartel selling atabrine and other substitutes, in rivalry with the quinine cartel, synthetic petrol or synthetic rubber, in rivalry with the natural products, rayon against natural silk, nylon against rayon, various food products that can be substituted one for the other, etc. These attempts bring about a revival of competition, which brings the difference between the average and monopoly rates of profit within more reasonable bounds. New technical advances can similarly have the effect of breaking down de facto monopolies. This happens, however, less frequently in industry, where monopoly of production is accompanied by monopoly of scientific research, than in agriculture or the production of raw materials. Thus, Javanese sugarcane production, taking advantage of a new variety of cane with a 30% or higher yield, shook the world sugar cartel towards the end of the 1920s. 79 Again, the discovery of the diamond fields of Lichtenberg and Namaqualand threatened the monopoly of the diamond syndicate. 80 The level of monopoly superprofits can, in many cases, be worked out. During the years 1930 to 1933, American industry as a whole suffered an overall loss of $3 billion. The Dow and Monsanto chemical trusts, however, made an annual profit of between 7.8% and 14.9%, the latter, and between 12.0% and 9.6%, the former. The average profit of the 8 chemical trusts for the worst crisis year in the USA, 1932, was 6.4%. In 1933 it was 9.9% and in 1939 9.7%. 2 other years of crisis and reached 15.1% and 13.2% in the prosperity years of 1929 and 1941. This in spite of the fact that the average profit of the 3,000 largest joint stock companies did not exceed 6.16% during the prosperity period of 1919 to 1928. These figures are not surprising when one knows that during the entire period of crisis the price of sulfuric acid, to take only this example, remained unaltered at $16.63 a ton from 1928 to 1937. Equally remarkable were the stable profits of the 3 big American cigarette trusts which, for 30 years, stayed around 17.5%, well above usual competitive levels. 81 Even more striking are the data for another monopoly sector in the USA, that of incandescent lamps. The General Electric Trust obtained during the crisis years annual profits which were higher than 20% in 1930, 34.39% in 1939, 22.83%. 82 The 200 largest companies in the USA absorbed 24% of all company profits in 1940 and 24.7% in 1955. 83 Joe Bain 84 has calculated the average rate of profit for the period 1936 to 1940 in the monopoly and non-monopoly sectors of industry. Significant differences emerge between the average rates of profit in the two sectors, according to Getz-Gyuri. 86 During the Great Crisis of 1929, profits fell in France from 100 to 68 in the cartelist industries, whereas in the others they fell from 100 to 35. The formation of the all-European steel cartel succeeded in raising prices from 30 to 50% after the summer of 1933. And, to take a recent example, in 1951 the Swiss Pharmaceutical Products Trust SIBO made a net profit of 18 million Swiss francs, equivalent to 34% of this firm's capital. A dividend of 18% was paid. The Italian chemical trust Montecatini paid in the same year a dividend of 14% and realized a net profit of more than 30% of its capital. Origins of monopoly profit. The instances we have just considered are those in which the monopoly superprofit results from a raising of the selling price of the monopoly sectors above the price of production. However, monopoly superprofit also arises from superiorities in productivity which the monopoly trusts achieve, as compared with small and medium-sized firms and non-monopoly sectors. These superiorities are first and foremost those of greater efficiency, due to large size. In the USA and in Britain the profit margin increased in proportion to the size of the companies. Net margins of profit on turnover, USA, 1956% all companies 2 companies with a turnover of $1 to $5 million 2 5 to $10 million 3 10 to $50 million 4 50 to $100 million 5 100 million and over. In Britain, the net output per person increased from an average of £201 for firms employing between 11 and 24 wage earners to an average of £309 for firms employing 7,000 to 8,000. This increase is practically unbroken, in proportion to the increase in the numbers employed. 88 The monopoly trusts also benefit from price discrimination in their 427 favor. An American industrialist, Mr. Tom Smith, testifying before the House of Representatives Commission of Inquiry into Steel Prices, used a significant expression: "There is one thing that prevails in the steel industry as in many others. If General Motors wants something, it is going to be a pretty tough steel executive who is going to say you don't get it. 89 From 1929 onward, the American Aluminium Trust Alcoa stopped its production of magnesium, which was competing with the magnesium produced by Dow Chemicals. In exchange for this concession, Dow supplied Alcoa with all the magnesium it needed, at a price 30 or 40% or below that paid by other purchasers. In 1931 there was a crisis in the relations between the two trusts, but from the middle of 1933 good understanding was restored. The reduction obtained by Alcoa was kept at an average of 28% or right down to 1942. 90 The report published in 1957 by the British Commission of Inquiry into Monopolies and Restrictive Practices concluded that the chief trust making wireless valves, Mullard, an offshoot of Philips, was selling its valves at 17s.60 to retailers, without purchase tax, and at 3s.60 to companies manufacturing wireless sets. 91 The American Rubber Trust Goodyear Tire and Rubber supplied motor car tires to the big mail-order firm Sears, Roebuck & Co. between 1926 and 1937 at prices 29 to 40% or less than those charged to retailers. Even allowing for the saving actually involved, and the elimination of the wholesaler's margin, the difference between these prices was of the order to 11 to 20% or 92. A particularly important role is played by the preferential transport charges, especially for railway freight, obtained by the trusts. These scales of charges were a determining factor in the formation and consolidation of the Standard Oil Trust. 93 Similarly, the monopoly of transport facilities secured by trusts, such as the pipeline monopoly which Standard Oil acquired very early in the USA, the U.S. Steel's monopoly of railways in the iron mining area, in practice compels the sellers to bow to the purchase prices dictated to them by these monopolies * big firms, and especially the monopoly trusts linked with financial groups, obtain capital and credit at low cost, whereas credit charges to small and medium-sized firms are often exorbitant. An inquiry carried out in the USA showed that in 1937 the issuing of shares for an amount less than $1 million in each case cost the companies concerned, on the average, 16.5%, whereas these charges were reduced to 7% for issues in excess of $1 million. The cost of issuing debentures for these two categories was 8% and 3.7% respectively. 94 For Britain, T. Baylock has shown 95 that the cost of issuing shares fluctuated in 1937 between 6–9%, for companies with capital exceeding £150,000, 15% or for those WLTH 50,000 to £150,000, and over 20% or for those with less than £50,000. Also to be taken into account is the support given the big firms by the army of lawyers and experts they can gather around them. This support is such that they can not only exploit patents without fear of lawsuits, but can illegally take advantage of them, since the other party is well aware that he does not have the financial resources to risk a long court case. The exploitation of patents themselves, and the entire patent system, have served as a means of achieving monopoly super profits in a large number of sectors of industry. The cases of the Shoe Machinery Co. and of the Hartford Empire Trust, manufacturing glass bottles, which were revealed by the temporary National Economic Committee's inquiry in 1938–40, show that patents can be used to dominate an entire branch of industry for a quarter of a century, at exorbitant cost to consumers. Monopolies as fetters on economic progress. Monopoly superprofits result from restricting competition. Restricting competition makes it possible to impose on the market prices which are excessive in relation to the price of production. But this mechanism can operate only to the extent that production is adapted to the effective demand, the real purchasing power, of the market. Monopoly capitalism consequently develops a series of restrictive techniques which amount to a regular negation of the way the capitalists behaved in the age of free competition, a deliberate restriction of production. An up-to-date analysis of the market endeavors to establish the actual capacity to absorb goods. An error on the side of underestimation is not serious, it would only increase the monopoly profit still more. An error on the side of overestimation, however, would risk causing a collapse of prices. The monopolies do not want any increase in production to take place unless its absorption is guaranteed. Suppose a trust produces 100,000 units of some commodity, and that the cost of production is $1 per unit. With a selling price of $5, the gross monopoly profit comes to $50,000. If, through increasing production to 120,000, one were to be obliged to cut selling prices to $4, only by 7%, in order to dispose of all the products, the total profit would amount to 120,000 times 40 cents, or $48,000. The sum, $429 of $2,000 would have been lost, in comparison with the previously existing situation. Furthermore, a radical cut in production is the most effective weapon the trusts possess for checking a tendency for prices to fall and bringing about a recovery in prices. In May 1933, the tin cartel went so far as to restrict production to 1/3 of world capacity. In 1935, the copper cartel, by restricting production and allowing stocks to shrink by 35% in face of a growing demand, secured a rise in prices which exceeded 150% or 96%. This practice dates from the very beginning of cartels. The Rhenish brick cartel Dortmunder Verkaufsverein für Ziegelfabrikate imposed the following restrictions on production in order to keep prices stable: 1888 to 1894 average, 1894 to 1902 average, 1903 to 1909 average, 1904 to 1913 average. 92% of capacity, 81% of capacity, 46% of capacity, 36% of capacity. The restriction of production is to such a degree the basis of monopoly profits that the trusts are ready to offer big concessions to possible competitors as the price of their abstaining from production. The 0 and S Corrugated Products Co., formed in 1935 in Canada with industrial plant not in excess of $28,000, received $79,500 from the cartel of cardboard box producers in return for not producing anything in the subsequent 2 years. 98 In 1938, the World Nitrogen Cartel, International Nitrogen Association Limited, undertook to pay 75 million Belgian francs to the owners of the unfinished Recycles Laval factory in Belgium if they would call off their project. In 1932, substantial sums had already been paid to ensure that the building of this factory was interrupted. 99 In the 1930s, the German cement cartel paid 125 million Rm every year to the Vicente Cementwerke at Rildersdorf in order to prevent the latter from producing. 102. Suppression, or delay in application, of technical inventions. Monopoly capitalism is no longer driven by the motive of competition continually to extend production. The mere existence of monopoly superprofits is to a degree determined by the constant restriction of production. The huge amount of fixed capital may, moreover, lose its value at one blow before it has been depreciated, if production technique is suddenly transformed. This is why the trusts no longer have the same interest as free competition capitalism had in continually modernizing the apparatus of production. Speaking to the British Association, Sir Alexander Gibb declared in 1937, "Of course, here, as always in research, it is the case that the greater the success of research, the more immediate and drastic the effect on existing plant and equipment. That is what the rub sometimes lies, and many valuable inventions have been bought up by vested interests and suppressed." 102. Among the technical inventions the application of which was held up for a long time by the trusts between 1918 and 1939 there may be mentioned the electrification of railways, the underground gasification of coal, the employment of new glass-making machinery, etc. There are more specific data regarding the suppression of technical progress in two sectors, the chemical industry and the electrical apparatus industry. In 1936, the Monsanto Chemical and Standard Oil Trust suppressed a high-quality lubricant because it would have reduced the sale of similar products manufactured by the same firms, products which were sold in large quantities and which gave more profit, while being less effective. 108 Between 1927 and 1940, Standard Oil suppressed the manufacture of Buna synthetic rubber in the USA, under an agreement made with L.G. Farben and so as not to compete with the product called neoprene made by the DuPont Trust. 104. At the beginning of 1930, a superior electric lamp which it is estimated will save electric light users $10 million a year, has been invented but has not been put on the market. 105. Arthur A. Bright Jr. has brought together many facts to show that General Electric and Westinghouse strove for over 10 years to prevent or delay the introduction of fluorescent lighting into the USA. 106. So late as 1939, General Electric asked all its salesmen to refrain from stressing the fact that fluorescent lamps save lighting costs. An American Congress report. 107. Lists the steel-making processes which the trusts have held back from early application. A writer so favorably disposed to the monopolies as Professor Hennepman 108 is obliged to conclude, the obstructive operation of monopoly on innovation by others, especially if resulting from causes other than its own positive achievements, undoubtedly constitutes a very grave danger to progress, a heavy debit item in its account and a severe limitation to the advantage that can be ascribed to monopoly on account of its own superior innovative ability. This innovative ability is due, in fact, to the higher expenditure that the big trusts can devote to research. But careful analyses have shown that whereas these monopoly trusts pay out the greater part of the money devoted to research *, they furnish only a minor share of real inventions. Their existence is thus seen to be a twofold obstacle to technological progress, exactly as Professor Hamburg describes. In the modern industrial economy, particularly, the instances are legion in which giant corporations have been major innovators. Careful scrutiny would probably show, however, that in most of these cases the innovations have been non-competitive with existing products. When they have been competitive, innovations by existing firms, as should be expected, have followed long periods of market exploitation of the old products. Given this fact, exemplified by the innovational behavior of the electrical manufacturing, radio and television, railway locomotive and telephone industries, among others, we have the possibility of long lags between the introduction of competitive innovations by existing firms who have, for reasons cited above, built up strong monopoly positions. At the same time, the extreme difficulties in assembling the large amounts of capital necessary for modern industrial operations militate strongly against the easy appearance of new firms in the role of innovator. 111. It is true that the tendency to suppression or delayed application of technological progress is counteracted by the need to increase the productivity of labor, rationalization, production of relative surplus value, in face of the tendency of the average rate of profit to fall. It is precisely under monopoly conditions that this increase in productivity without any reduction in selling price becomes a main source of monopoly super profits. In the copper industry of the USA, only 5% of production was produced in 1914 at a cost of production lower than 12 cents a pound. By 1943 this percentage had already risen to 70%. At the same time, production per hour of work had trebled. Yet the price of copper has remained practically unaltered, 13.3 cents a pound in 1914, 11.9 cents in 1943. 112*. Some defenders of monopoly capitalism, such as David McCord Wright, have interpreted in their own way Schumpeter's view that innovating firms make most profits. The profits of the monopolies are due, they say, to the revolutionary initiative shown by the trusts. In reality, the monopoly trusts admit that they leave innovation to the little men and are content to exploit the results. Here is a particularly cynical declaration on this point made by Mr. Owen D. Young when he was chairman of General Electric. 15 years is about the average period of probation, and during that time the inventor, the promoter, and the investor, who see a great future for the invention, generally lose their shirts. That is why the wise capitalist keeps out of exploiting new inventions. 114. A particularly flagrant case of suppression of significant technical innovations is that of the motor car designed by the firm of Tucker, just after the Second World War. This vehicle, by which it was sought to introduce the rear engine into the USA and to offer a model in which the engine could be removed en bloc for any repairs or replacements, was suppressed by the big trusts in order to protect their market. 1153. The deterioration in the quality of goods. We have just seen how an electricity trust deliberately lowers the quality of electric lamps, so as to ensure itself a large and more stable market. This is not an isolated instance. Thus, the appearance of big bread trusts led in the USA to a serious deterioration in the quality of this basic food product. A government campaign to enrich bread by adding certain nutritive products was exploited by these trusts in order to stimulate their sales, without the needs of consumers as regards products traditionally present in bread being properly satisfied. Experiments with an irradiated yeast led to the same unsatisfactory results. 11.6 The American inquiry into the employment of drugs and chemicals in the food industry listed a number of examples of abuses committed by the chemical industry monopolies. By a strange irony of history, the defenders of monopoly capitalism define as the fundamental characteristic of the system free consumer choice as between products. But it is precisely the era of monopoly that marks the end of this free choice. Indeed, it is common knowledge that with such market imperfections competition does not guarantee that the consumer will always get his money's worth. Both anonymous manufacturers with no reputation at stake and giant combines with only ineffective competition to worry about may exploit the ignorance of consumers. Even big department stores and chain stores competing vigorously for patronage by offering recognizable bargains, or loss leaders, may at the same time exploit ignorance. 111. Monopolies and oligopolies. Many academic economists refuse to accept the use of the category monopolies in analyzing the changed structure of capitalism since the last quarter of the 19th century. They consider that this term cannot be used appropriately except where it is taken in its literal meaning, the absolute power of a single firm. For this reason they prefer to use the term oligopoly to describe the situation in a sector of industry which is dominated by a small number of firms. Semantic discussions are idle, of course, but the alleged terminological precision of academic economic science actually conceals inability to grasp problems of structure. The appearance of oligopolies does not mean a mere change in the situation in degree, a little more imperfection in competition. It means the coming of a new era, marked by a radical change in the behavior of the heads of the principal firms, which brings in its train changes no less radical in internal and external policy. An honest study of the behavior of the big monopoly firms shows that it is qualitatively different from that of firms which operate under conditions of free competition. The merging of business competitors need not go so far as complete unification, 100% monopoly, to reduce competitive pressures and yield extra profits. Power to restrict supply and raise prices need not be absolute to be worthwhile. It helps to ensure profits if the number of sellers is so small that each will recognize the benefits of following a live and let live policy. 118. A. Burley Jr., an eloquent defender of the system of private enterprise, declares frankly in his turn, it is simply inaccurate to present the American corporate system of 1954 as a system in which competition of great units, which does exist, produces the same results as those which used to flow from competition among thousands of small producers, which in great areas of American economics in the main does not exist. 119. Or, more precisely still, the impact of many corporations, for example, General Motors, or the great oil companies, goes beyond the confines of their actual ownership. For example, at a rough estimate, some $3 billion are invested in garages and 434 facilities owned by so-called small businessmen who hold agency contracts from the principal automobile manufacturers. The owners are small, independent businessmen usually trading as corporations but certainly not giants. They are, nominally, independent. But their policies, operations, and, in large measure, their prices, are determined by the motor company whose cars they sell. The same is true of the small businessman who owns a gasoline filling station. The ability of the large corporation to make decisions and direct operations overflows the area of its ownership. 120. Monopoly capitalism and the contradictions of capitalism. Monopoly capitalism develops to the utmost all the developmental tendencies of capitalism, and thereby all the contradictions inherent in the system. The basic contradiction, between the effective socialization of production and private appropriation, reaches its extreme form. The effective socialization of production is accomplished on the world scale, and leads to effective control by a few monopolies over whole peoples. It is combined with the contradiction between the effective internationalization of production, through world division of labor carried to the extreme, and the retention of national frontiers, and so the exacerbation of international competition. This contradiction finds its solution, its periodical explosion, in imperialist war. Monopoly capitalism develops to the extreme the contradiction inherent in the anarchy of capitalist production. Many socialist theoreticians greeted at the beginning of the century, and again later during the 1920s, the establishment of international cartels as the coming of a new phase of capitalism, that of organized capitalism. They were convinced that capitalism had thus actually overcome competition and economic nationalism, and that it constituted a period of transition to socialism through worldwide planning in the sphere of production. In the Berliner Tageblatt of October 1, 1926, Rudolf Hilferding hailed the formation of the European steel cartel as a transcending by the capitalists of Franco-German competition. 12. Experience, however, has already proved that this was an illusion. The cartels, trusts and monopolies do not suppress capitalist competition, they merely reproduce it on a higher scale and in a more acute form. A. Competition between two trusts which are neighbors or occupy the same area of production. This competition may be waged by means of alliances, threats, reprisals, or lawsuits, patent disputes, etc., so as to change the distribution of spheres of influence or the sharing of the market. Thus, the Alcoa Aluminium Trust allied itself temporarily with the German LG Farben in order to strike down the 435 monopoly which its competitor Dow Chemicals possessed in the sphere of magnesium. In the end they made an agreement with Dow. 122. Sometimes this competition between trusts operating in the same field may degenerate into price competition. Thus, in 1954 a detergent war broke out in Britain between Unilever and Procter & Gamble, Thomas Headley, a war waged by means of price cuts. 123. B. Competition between different vertical trusts, carried on in the form of regular economic wars, coal trusts against electric power trusts or oil trusts against motor car trusts, the cement cartel against the shipping trusts, etc. C. Intensified competition between the non-monopoly and monopoly sectors. D. Competition within the non-monopoly sectors, all the more violent because the super profits of the monopolies lower the rate of profit in these sectors. There is no better way of describing the competition between monopolies than as a permanent state of war interrupted by frequent truces. But these wars are carried on only seldom by way of price cuts. The endless maneuvering for leadership position between Ford and General Motors is an almost classic instance of competition within oligopoly. Somewhat the same situation prevails in the electronics field where General Electric and Westinghouse are continuously in tacit agreement and continuously at war. 125. Far from bringing about a greater stabilization of capitalism, the international cartels and trusts have reduced the flexibility of adaptation of the world economy, and caused sharper and deeper fluctuations, by imposing rigid prices for their profits without regard to the economic conjuncture. The idea that perfect monopolies or cartels, at least, might be able to give greater stability to world economy has likewise proved illusory. The establishment of such perfect monopolies still remains inevitably limited in time, because the high super profits they make end by attracting fresh competitive capital into the given sectors. This is what happened with aluminium in the USA during the Second World War. T. 436. Stable cartels are also short-lived, owing to the working of the law of uneven development. The cartels fix quotas for production, export, and share in the world market, in accordance with the productive capacity and productivity of the constituent firms at the moment when the cartel is formed. But these relations do not remain stable. It is enough for technical improvements, inventions, and expansion of capacity, to bring about a change in the balance of forces between these firms for the one that feels strongest in competitive power to break the agreement with a view to getting a bigger share in the division of the market. This is what happened in the copper industry, where a cartel succeeded in raising the price in the midst of the world crisis from 13 cents in 1927 to 18 cents in 1930. Then the cheaper copper from the mines newly opened in Rhodesia suddenly flooded the market, lowering the price to 5 cents by the end of 1932, until a new cartel was formed in May 1935 which achieved a price rise of 1/50%. Monopoly cartels and trusts sign agreements only as so many truces in the course of an armed conflict. At the very moment when the truce is concluded, each participant is thinking only of reopening hostilities when conditions are most advantageous for him. Monopoly capitalism does not only intensify all the classic contradictions of capitalism, however, it also adds some new ones. To the fundamental class contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie there is added, in the age of monopoly, the contradiction between the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, on the one hand, whose poverty and economic backwardness constitute the main source of super profits for the monopolies, and the big metropolitan bourgeoisies, on the other the contradiction between the effective socialization of production and private appropriation by the bourgeoisie becomes all the more hateful because the plainly parasitic nature of capitalism is more and more intensified. Monopoly capitalism means the transformation of part of the bourgeois class into rentiers and coupon clippers, large shareholders, holders of state bonds, foreign securities, etc. The separation of the bourgeoisie into an industrial bourgeoisie and a rentier bourgeoisie is carried further into a separation between the actual technical managers of the production and distribution of goods and the chief suppliers of funds and financial organizers. The function of ownership and the function of management are increasingly separated, and the monopoly bourgeoisie thus represents the purest type of bourgeoisie, that for which the appropriation of surplus value is no longer masked in any way by payment for a managerial task in the production process, but plainly appears as the exclusive result of private ownership of the means of production. Capitalism as a mode of production finds its historical justification in the prodigious development of the productive forces which it sets in motion. This development is interrupted only temporarily by periodic crises, through which production adapts itself to need and to possibilities of consumption which are socially determined, that is, limited. Monopoly capitalism, capitalism of the age of artificial restriction of production, share out of markets, division of the whole world conquered by capital, considerably limits the development of the forces of production. Tendencies to waste get the upper hand of tendencies to save. The capitalist ceases to be revolutionary in the field of expanding production, and becomes conservative. Crises becomes longer and more frequent, from the beginning of the 20th century. Monopoly capitalism becomes more and more a fetter on the development of the productive forces. Henceforward its parasitic character explodes in the world's face in a new epoch of history, filled with convulsions, the age of capitalist decline, the age of war. Revolutions and counter-revolutions. Chapter 13. Capitalism and Inequality Among Nations. Born in Western Europe, industrial capitalism spread in the course of a century over the entire world. But this expansion assumed a very special form. All the countries in the world became outlets, sources of raw material and, to a smaller extent, fields of investment for capital. But the capitalist mode of production, and in particular the large capitalist factory, touched only the periphery of the economic life of three continents. This is, briefly, the cause of the phenomenon which is today known, shamefacedly, by the euphemism of underdevelopment. While capitalism has spread all over the world, the greater part of the world has experienced only its disintegrating effects, without benefiting from its creative side. Indeed, the unlimited industrial advance of the Western world has been possible only at the expense of the so-called underdeveloped world, which has been doomed to stagnation and regression. 3/4 of a century after the start of the imperialist era, the United Nations have been compelled to recognize that, despite all the plans for aid to the underdeveloped countries, the rich countries are becoming richer whereas the poor ones are becoming poorer. 1. The present division of the world between industrialist nations and underdeveloped nations is not the result of an inescapable whim of nature, of an unequal distribution of natural resources, or of a comparatively large and small density of population as between this country and that. It is true that capitalist industry was established in the first place near substantial deposits of coal. But, while there is plenty of coal in England, Belgium, the Ruhr, the north and east of France, areas which were rapidly industrialized at the beginning of the 19th century, immense quantities of coal are also to be found, in easily workable conditions, in the Donbass, the Urals, Manchuria, India and South Africa, where industrialization only began a century later, and in some cases has still not begun. Though the discovery of oilfields changed the economic history of the United States, even bigger oilfields existed at the same time in the Middle East, the Sahara, and Libya, which did not begin to be developed until much later and then on a relatively modest scale. In order to refute the view that the degree of economic development or industrialization depends on the density of population, it is enough to recall that areas so highly industrialized as Germany, the Netherlands, or Belgium have today, and had already at the beginning of the 19th century, a density of population much greater than is found in countries such as Spain, Portugal, Turkey, or Brazil. India and Japan were both underdeveloped countries in 1850. The country which became industrialized the sooner was also the one with the higher density of population. In reality, the division of the world into rich and poor nations can be explained only by historical and social reasons, and to a large extent by the history of capitalism itself. True, as we have shown above, the prehistory of capitalism, the extent of accumulation of commercial capital, the degree of penetration of money economy into agriculture, the totality of socio-economic conditions favorable or unfavorable for the application of scientific techniques to production, determined to a large extent the birth of industrial capitalism in Western Europe, and held back the same process in India, China, Japan, Java, and other essentially agricultural civilizations. Nevertheless, this backwardness was not very marked in the middle of the 18th century, and above all was not insuperable. If it had become so a century later, the catastrophic aspect of underdevelopment was due first and foremost to the particular way, that is, a violent and plundering way, in which contact was made between these two worlds. In the decisive formative period of the capitalist mode of production, extending from the 16th to the end of the 18th century, the creation of the world market was of crucial importance. Its main results for the primitive accumulation of capital in Western Europe have been examined above. But all through this period of the birth of capitalism the two forms of surplus value appeared at each step. On the one hand, it was the outcome of the surplus labor of the wage workers hired by the capitalists, on the other, it was the outcome of values stolen, plundered, seized by tricks, pressure or violence from the overseas peoples with whom the Western world had made contact. From the conquest and pillage of Mexico and Peru by the Spaniards to the sacking of Indonesia by the Portuguese and the Dutch and the ferocious exploitation of India by the British, the history of the 16th and 18th centuries is an unbroken chain of deeds of brigandage which were so many acts of international concentration of values and capital in Western Europe, the enrichment of which was paid for, in the literal sense of the word, by the impoverishment of the plundered areas. It can be stated unhesitatingly that the contribution made by this stolen capital was decisive for the accumulation of the commercial capital and money capital which, between 1500 and 1750, created the conditions which proved propitious for the Industrial Revolution. It is difficult to calculate the total amount involved, but if one takes into account only the most substantial contributions, these add up to a staggering sum. Hamilton estimates at over 500 million gold pesos the total amount of gold and silver exported from Latin America between 1503 and 1660. 8. According to Colenbrander, for the total value of the dividends, officials' remittances, and cargoes of spices taken out of Indonesia by the Dutch East India Company amounted to 600 million gold florins for the period 1650 to 1780. On the basis of the calculations made by Father Rincon, we know that profits from the slave trade amounted in 18th century France to nearly $500 million livres tournois, without including the profit arising from the work done by the slaves, which came to several billion livres. 5. The profits obtained from the labor of the Negroes in the British West Indies amounted to £200 to £300 million. 6. Finally, even if estimates differ markedly on this point, it is not an exaggeration. See the work of a high colonial official, a firm defender of the empire, Sir Percival Griffiths, The British Impact on India, 1 to estimate at £100 to £150 million the outcome of the British plundering of India between 1750 and 1800. Basically the answer is simple. The colonial relationship subordinated India to British political and economic interests. It stimulated Indian economic development in some ways and inhibited it in others too. The total amount comes to over £1 billion sterling, or more than the capital of all the industrial enterprises operated by steam which existed in Europe around 1800. We do not allege that all this wealth went directly to nourishing European industry. A large share of it did nourish this industry indirectly, through the luxury expenditure of the rich, whether new or old, through state expenditure financed by public loans and paid for out of colonial revenues. But the historical connections between this influx of capital into Europe and the conditions favoring the Industrial Revolution are undeniably direct. Father Rincon remarks regarding the enrichment of France in the 18th century, the growth in colonial establishments, the progress in trade and transport, and rise in power, wealth, and reputation of the metropolitan country, all these resulted from the slave trade. France's external trade in the 18th century enjoyed a favorable balance of several million livres, and this was due to the export of colonial products which were the fruit of slave labor. 9. G. Martin 10 observes, even more precisely, every port to which the slave ships returned saw the rise of manufactures in the 18th century: refineries, cottons, dyeworks, sweet-making in increasing numbers, which testified to the advance of business and industry. In Nantes, for instance, there were founded in the course of the 18th century 15 refineries, 5 cotton manufacturers, 2 big dyeworks, 2 sweet-making establishments. Industries created, private fortunes increased, the public wealth of the cities transformed, the flowering of a new class, the big merchants eager to play a part in public affairs. These are the essential features with which the slave trade marked the evolution of France in the 18th century. And Brooks Adams defines the direct relationship between the plundering of India by the East India Company, after the Battle of Plassey, and the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. 11. Very soon after Plassey the Bengal plunder began to arrive in London, and the effect appears to have been instantaneous, for all authorities agree that the Industrial Revolution, the event which has divided the 19th century from all antecedent time, began with the year 1760, the Battle of Plassey. Occurred in 1757. At once, in 1759, the Bank of England issued £10 and £15 notes, for the first time. The writer recalls that Burke estimated at £40 million the British extortions in India between 1757 and 1780. H. V. Wiseman estimates that between 1770 and 1780 the jabur of slaves in the West Indies brought another £40 million to Britain. 12. Around 1770 the value added annually, wages plus profits, in the whole of British industry was put at only £24.5 million in the well-known writings of Arthur Young, Political Arithmetic, etc. It can be concluded without exaggeration that for the period 1760 to 1780 the profits from India and the West Indies alone more than doubled the accumulation of money available for rising industry. Thus, even before industrial capitalism had developed in England, the exploitation, whether casual or systematic, of overseas countries was one of the chief sources of Europe's wealth. And the chief victims of primitive accumulation were, more than the yeomen driven from their farms by sheep raising or the journeymen of the crafts left without work in the towns and forced to work for a miserable pittance in poor relief workshops, the Indios condemned to middah, forced labor, the Bantus sold as slaves, the wretched inhabitants of the Hongi Islands, exterminated by the expeditions of the Dutch East India Company *, the people of the decadent Mughal Empire, pitilessly plundered by the agents of the British East India Company. It was this systematic plundering of 4 continents, during the commercial expansion of the 16th to 18th centuries, that created the conditions for the decisive lead acquired by Europe from the Industrial Revolution onward. The world market and industrial capitalism. With the Industrial Revolution and the production of a steadily growing amount of surplus value by the proletariat of Western Europe, the direct plundering of overseas countries became only a secondary source of enrichment for the bourgeois classes of the West. Without disappearing completely, it no longer played more than a supplementary role in Europe's accumulation of capital. At most it made possible the quick entry into the bourgeois class of adventurers who rapidly became rich at the expense of the lower races. But the relations between the West and the already underdeveloped countries did not thereby become humane and equal. Plundering was followed by trade, but the latter's effects were often to be more damaging even than those of wars of conquest. The link between the two forms of exploitation, the violent form by way of direct seizure and the peaceful form by way of exchange on an unequal footing, is particularly clear in the case of India. In the provinces of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa, the East India Company had acquired exemption from all transit tolls or export dues for its own international trade. But its employees soon began to apply this exemption, illegally, to internal trade, within these provinces, where the Indian merchants were subjected to heavy taxation. The company's agents, whose goods were transported quite free of duty, whereas other merchants' goods were heavily burdened, quickly concentrated in their hands the whole of the country's trade, thereby drying up one of the sources of public revenue. 14 These same company employees had, moreover, a way of their own of carrying on trade, as emerges from the complaint by one of the Nawab of Bengal's administrators, quoted by H. Verhulst in a view of the rise of English government in Bengal, 1772. They forcibly seize the belongings and goods of the peasants, traders, and others, at a quarter of their value, and by means of violence and oppression they make them pay 5 rupees for goods that are worth no more than 1. But the trade of this transitional period was essentially an import trade, into Europe, of rare Eastern products, precious stones, spices, delicate fabrics, etc., and therefore a luxury trade. With the Industrial Revolution East-West trade changed in kind. Western Europe now exported manufactured goods instead of exporting precious metals as means of payment. The East was now drained of its precious resources, since its balance of payment with the West was chronically on the wrong side. Young capitalist industry, above all the British textile industry, was not immediately able to acquire dominance through the cheapness of its products. Though the beginning of the Industrial Revolution is to be placed around 1760, another half-century passed during which India and China continued to be the world's chief providers of textile products. As late as 1815 India was exporting £1 3 million worth of cotton goods to Britain, while Indian imports of British cottons amounted to only £26,000. China exported in 1819 nearly 3.5 million pieces of cotton goods, while its imports were infinitesimal. Like calico, nankeen was known and in demand throughout the world. British industry succeeded in dominating the world market only by carrying on an extreme protectionist policy. In 1813 Indian cotton and silk goods were 50 to 60% cheaper than British, therefore they were subjected for a long period to an import duty of 70 to 80%. After all, importation of Indian cottons had several times been prohibited altogether, notably in 1700 and 1720. At the same time as Britain was following this extreme protectionist policy, it imposed, through the East India Company, the free trade policy upon India. It did the same to China later, through the Opium Wars. At a time when Indian silk goods were paying 20% import duty in Britain, British silk goods were paying only 35% in India. Only about 1830, when the superiority of large-scale industry was firmly established, were the British industrialists able to allow themselves the luxury of propagating free trade on the world scale, beginning with Britain itself. Thus, the conquest of the world market by capitalist industry did not take place by economic means alone. Political and military pressure and force played an important, if not decisive, role. It was the conditions of political inequality, the unequal treaties imposed by Britain on India and China, that enabled Britain to conquer the world market and obtain a monopoly of productivity. Once this conquest had been achieved, the proclamation of the universal dogma of free trade, now imposed by force on yesterday's victims, was to become the essential weapon wielded by Britain, and to some degree also by France, Belgium, the Netherlands, etc., to destroy existing industry in the Asian countries and delay their industrialization for half a century. Between 1815 and 1850 British cotton goods conquered India. That country absorbed in 1850 25% of all Lancashire's exports. But during the same period the Indian craftsman defeated in this competitive struggle found no place for himself in industry. The impoverishment of the country, drained of its reserves of money capital, together with the superiority now achieved by European industry, did not permit an unprotected Indian industry to enter into competition. The free trade relationship between the metropolitan country and the dependency frustrated the modest moves made in this direction. Age-old industrial centers died. Dhaka was partly overgrown with jungle. The craftsman, reduced to idleness, spilt over into agriculture. The vicious circle closed when, after 1833, Britain decided to develop on a large scale in India the production of agricultural raw materials, especially cotton plantations. A people who formerly had exported cotton goods to all parts of the world now exported only raw cotton, to be worked up in Britain and sent back to India as textile goods. It is thus not ethnological, demographic, geographical, or religious, ideological, conditions that account for the economic underdevelopment of India. This results from the fact that capitalism entered this country under conditions of imperialist domination, which transformed India from a producer of manufactured goods into a producer of agricultural raw materials. From the export of goods to the export of capital as capitalist groupings replaced free competition, a surplus of capital manifested itself in the industrial countries of Europe, the first phenomenon of the kind since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The capitalist syndicates, trusts and monopolies implied, as a matter of fact, a certain restriction on investment. But the capitalists could not consume unproductively the greater part of their surplus value, only capitalization of this surplus value would constitute a real gain. They therefore sought fields for investment in other sectors. The age of monopoly is also the age of companies which spread their interests over many sectors of activity. The more this tendency became general, the more fields for capital investment shrank in Britain and all over Western Europe. Alfred Marshall and Wicksell noted this, and explained the Great Depression of 1873 to 1896 by this shrinkage. It was at that moment, and under the pressure of this more or less chronic surplus of capital, that the capitalists sought an outlet in the non-industrialist countries, either the empty countries of the British Empire, Canada, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, or the colonial countries in the strict sense, especially in Africa and Asia, or the semi-colonial countries which, while formally independent, became transformed into economic dependencies of the imperialist countries, notably the countries of Latin America and those of Eastern Europe. The practice of foreign investment, the banking side of which was concentrated in a relatively few hands in London, much of it among men who specialized in the business and did not concern themselves with home investment, had become established by 1870. Well over half of the loans at that time were in the form of European and United States government bonds, although railways and other enterprises took a large share. The 1870s brought disappointment to the investor and he began to turn elsewhere. North and South America and the countries of the Empire, particularly Australia and South Africa, were heavy borrowers between 1880 and 1900, the share of the Empire distinctly rising. After the beginning of the present century, Canada replaced Australia as the leading Empire borrower. The total of foreign investments had arisen from about £800 million in 1871 to about £3,500 million in 1913-19. This tendency towards the export of capital was strongly stimulated by an extraordinary revolution in the means of international communication, which occurred at the same period. The economic history of the period 1860 to 1878 is characterized above all by an unprecedented spring forward in the development of all kinds of communications, wrote Henry Hauser. 20. This powerful synchronization of steam navigation. It was between 1875 and 1885 that steamships began to exceed sailing ships in tonnage, telegraphy, and improved railways, in America, India, China, and Africa, really unified the world market for the first time. Whereas previously only the great financial and commercial centers, the ports and entrepots, depended on each other, now the bulk of production, even agricultural production, in even the most backward countries was drawn into the vortex of trade and worldwide speculation. Having the power to keep check from afar on the state of business and the size of the harvest, or to move in a few days from one point on the globe to another, in order, when necessary, to take charge of their staffs appointed to direct the workers, or to bring pressure to bear on a recalcitrant ruler, the capitalists were now able to risk investing their capital in the most distant parts of the world. Capital became international, and the world was made one quite literally. The export of capital thus corresponds to a fundamental law of the development of capital, the increase in its organic composition, the tendency of the average rate of profit to fall, resisted on the one hand, by alliances between capitalists in the metropolitan countries, and compensated, on the other, by the investing in colonial countries of the surplus capital thus released, since in those countries the average organic composition of capital was lower and, above all, the rate of surplus value was much higher. But the expansion in the export of capital did not mean at all that the export of goods became of secondary importance and no longer played its part as the safety value of capitalist production. On the contrary, the export of capital to the backward countries went hand in hand with the export of goods, and the former helped the latter. Jules Ferry, the great promoter of French colonial expansion in this period, states this fact plainly in his book Le Tonkin et la Mère Patrie, Tonking and the Mother Country. Europe can be regarded as a business firm which, over a certain number of years, has seen its turnover declining. Europe's consumption of goods is saturated. We must find ourselves new strata of consumers in other parts of the world if contemporary society is not to go bankrupt, and prepare, for the dawn of the 20th century, a social liquidation through cataclysms the consequences of which would be beyond calculation. And, in another place, more cynically, the nations of Europe have long since realized that the conquest of China, of its 400 millions of consumers, must be undertaken exclusively by and for the producers of Europe. 21. The exports of capital carried out by way of investment loans to governments, municipalities, or private firms in foreign countries usually stipulate, or imply, that the recipients of these loans are to buy the capital goods they need in the creditor countries. In such cases the export of capital is often merely a manner of speaking in fact. 450. The loan obtained in London is spent in Birmingham. It will be understood that, this being what happened, the export of capital frequently played, between 1875 and 1913 the same role of support for business prosperity or of economic stimulant as has been played since 1929 by public expenditure. In the short period, an increase in activity abroad, generally associated with an increase in foreign investment by Britain, pulled the country out of pre-1914 slumps by improving the prospects of the export industries. If the investment was on the continent, the textile industries gained; if in America or the colonies, the metal industries expanded. 22. Even if the obligation to obtain supplies in the creditor countries is not formally laid down, the establishment of close financial ties between borrower and lender favors the development of trade in goods between the two countries. The export of capital carried out by the founding of branches or sister companies in foreign lands by large metropolitan countries similarly involves, as a rule, the reinforcement of commercial exchanges between the creditor and debtor countries, since the companies of metropolitan origin generally import from the home country both their capital goods and also the consumer goods needed by their managerial staffs, by the colonial administrators, and so on. Soon, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, Sweden, Portugal, and later the USA and Japan, followed Britain's lead in the export of capital. The following table gives a general idea of the evolution of overseas private investment by different countries, though the figures are only rough approximations. In billions of gold francs of 1913, £1 equals $5 equals 20 rm equals 25 francs. Britain, France, Germany, USA, Netherlands, Belgium, Swiss.er/ and Japan. Colonialism. Capitalist expansion into the most backward parts of the world thus made possible the realization of the basic tendency of the capitalist mode of production, the constant enlarging of its bases, the condition indispensable both for realizing surplus value and for capitalizing it. But this expansion, itself the result of considerable changes in the conditions under which capital was produced and invested, brought in its train no less considerable changes in the economic and international policies of the bourgeois states of the West. The bourgeoisie of the free competition period had the Manchester outlook, strongly for free trade and against colonialism. All increase in public expenditure was regarded as waste by the industrial bourgeoisie, still greedy for new capital in order to be able to expand the framework of production. Exports no longer needed to be protected, as in the days of mercantilism, but cut their own path triumphantly across the world, thanks to the invincible weapon of ever lower costs of production and selling prices. The monopoly of productivity acquired by Britain, and to a smaller degree by all the industrial countries of Western Europe, was more powerful than any state monopoly. Periodic demonstrations such as the Opium War with China, or the sending of a few gunboats up a main river, were enough to break down the barrier, should the free circulation of goods find itself hindered anywhere in the world. Candliffe observes, as the political influence of the merchants and manufacturers grew, so did their resistance to ambitious foreign policies, to military and naval expenditures, and to colonial expansion. As early as 1793, Bentham had written his tract, Emancipate Your Colonies. The liberal free traders accepted this attitude and became known as Little Englanders. 23. An historian shows that, a few decades later, the conservatives, including Disraeli, shared this view. Coming on top of free trade, which was a declaration of independence by the mother country against the colonies, the concession of responsible government was inspired by the belief that the colonies were of little if any use to the mother country and sooner or later were bound to become independent nations. Liberals and conservatives alike looked forward to the dissolution of the empire with a complacency tinged by an impatience that tended to grow with the years. These wretched colonies will all be independent in a few years, and are a millstone round our necks. So said Disraeli in 1852, and he had a genius for catching the spirit of the age. Therefore it is not surprising that during the 60s the British government proceeded to withdraw imperial troops from the colonies. Liberals began the move in 1862. Conservatives continued it, and liberals pushed it to a conclusion in 1871, the year in which Bismarck created the German Empire. 24. But this outlook quickly changed with the coming of the age of 452. Monopoly. The monopoly bourgeoisie was no longer greedy for fresh capital, but for super profits, and found at its disposal an excess of capital seeking new fields for investment. It no longer possessed a monopoly of productivity guaranteeing the peaceful conquest of world markets. It found itself increasingly confronted with foreign competitors who produced under conditions of productivity which were the same or even better. The export of capital to distant countries implies a different attitude to colonialism to that implicit in the export of goods. The risk involved is no longer strictly limited in time, it is a matter no longer of ensuring merely one single payment, but of ensuring an uninterrupted flow of dividend, interest, and depreciation payments. Loans to foreign countries are tied up in mining, industrial, or harbor installations, or in plantations which have to be protected against the ignorant, lazy, fanatical, or xenophobic mass of natives. The age of monopoly capitalism thus rapidly becomes the age of the revival of colonialism. Grabbing foreign lands and closing them to foreign competition as markets for finished products, sources of raw material and cheap labor, or fields for capital investment, that is, as sources of super profits, this is what becomes the central theme of the foreign policy of the capitalist countries from the 1880s onward. In trying to prove the material advantage of the colonial connection, they, the imperialists, stressed the value of the colonies chiefly as a market for British emigration. Calculations of the balance between profit and loss were also affected by the fact that Britain was ceasing to be the only important industrial country and was beginning to feel the pressure of foreign competition. This suggested that colonial markets might, after all, become indispensable for the welfare of the parent state. 25 Free trade and the doctrine of the free circulation of goods and capital were thus rooted at the very moment when this circulation had reached its highest point, through a universal system of convertible currencies. Monopoly capitalism has to protect its own internal markets from invasion by foreign goods. The basis of monopoly super profits must be defended. It has at the same time to safeguard the monopoly of its colonial markets from invasion by foreign capital and foreign goods, for this is the basis of its colonial super profits. The policy of free trade was first called in question in relation to agricultural products, when competition from cheap agricultural products from overseas began to be felt. Gradually, protectionism spread to industry as well. The age of imperialist advance, 1875 to 1914, was marked by the existence of a large number of new fields for capital investment, and then later by the increasingly complete partition of these fields among the imperialist powers. This at first made possible a comparatively peaceful expansion of European capitalism, peaceful, that is, as regards relations between European powers, though violent as regards relations between imperialist and colonist countries. Britain secured the lion's share in this division of the world, thanks to its industrial and financial superiority, which had not yet been undermined. It dominated India, Burma, Malaya, and a series of stepping stones along the route to India. It occupied half of Africa, from Port Said to the Cape. It extended its rule over half the islands in the Pacific, while retaining its old colonies in North and South America and in Australia and New Zealand. France carved itself out an empire in North Africa and in West and Equatorial Africa. It seized Madagascar, Vietnam, and some of the Pacific Islands. Belgium grabbed the huge empire of the Congo. The Netherlands consolidated its rule over Indonesia and the old Dutch colonies in the West Indies. Germany got a few tidbits in West and East Africa, in Asia, and Oceania. Russia spread its power eastward and southward in Siberia. Japan expanded beyond its archipelago, seized islands such as Formosa and positions on the continent of Asia, Port Arthur, Korea. The USA tore from the Spaniards bits and pieces of their old empire, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Hawaii. Italy obtained some colonies in Africa. From the beginning of the 20th century, the entire world, apart from Antarctica, can be regarded as having been divided up, even though a few independent countries remained in Africa and Asia, Liberia, Abyssinia, Turkey, Afghanistan, Persia, and China. All these countries were in fact divided into spheres of influence of the various great powers. Accordingly, it was no longer the sharing out of free zones that was the object of inter-imperialist conflicts, but the redistribution of empires and spheres of influence. These conflicts quickly became sharper: an Anglo-French clash over power in the Sudan and on the Nile, a clash between France and Germany in Equatorial Africa and Morocco, between Britain and Russia in Persia and Afghanistan, a Russo-Japanese conflict over the partition of Manchuria, which led to the War of 1904–05, an Anglo-German struggle over Turkey and the Arab countries of the Middle East, a struggle between Russia and Austria-Hungary over the Balkans. The two last mentioned conflicts eventually set fire to the gunpowder in 1914. Imperialism, the policy of international economic expansion of monopoly capitalism, leads to imperialist wars. Colonial superprofits. The export of capital and the colonialism associated with it are monopoly capital's reaction to the fall in the average rate of profit in highly industrialized metropolitan countries, and to the reduction. 454. In profitable fields for investment of capital in these countries. In this sense they are only the expression at a particular moment in history of a general characteristic of the capitalist mode of production, of the way it grows and spreads. Capital moves towards spheres in which the rate of profit expected is higher than the average. Colonial superprofits are thus be defined as profits higher than the average profits obtained by capital in the metropolitan country. Here is a comparison covering recent years of the rates of profit, ratio between net profits and book value, i.e. capital plus reserves, of the Belgian companies operating in Belgium and those operating in the Congo and in Rwanda. Urundi, 26. Taking 120 British companies with capital invested abroad, J.F. Rippey 21 records that they realized profits equal to twice the amount of their capital during their 5 most prosperous years alone. H.J. Dernberg 28 has compiled the following table of ratios between the profits of American companies and their book value. Finally, the Secretariat of the International Metal Workers Federation prepared for the Conference on Steel held in Vienna between 19th and March 21, 1959 a study of the largest steel-making companies in the free world which contains this significant table. 80. Here is another example of the size of these colonial superprofits. The Big Royal Dutch Oil Trust published in 1950 an expensively produced book to commemorate the 60th anniversary of its foundation. On that occasion it calculated that a shareholder who had bought just one share in 1890 and who had used part of the income arising from this share to buy newly issued shares, subscription being preferentially reserved to existing shareholders, would have owned in 1950 406 shares with a stock exchange value of 2,800 florins each, or 1,136,000 florins, nearly $300,000, in all. He would have had to pay out only 400,000 florins to acquire this property, and he could easily have found this sum of 400,000 florins out of the total amount of dividend received during these 60 years, which came to not less than 8 million florins, $480,000. The single share bought for 1,000 florins in 1890 would thus have brought him an annual income reaching 30,000 florins, so that he could have lived in comfort on the income from that share alone while at the same time accumulating a fortune of more than $250,000. This is not surprising when one realizes that the dividends paid by this colonial trust amounted at the start to 70% a year. Then wavered between 40 and 50% or stayed around 25% between 1920 and 1930, and fell on the eve of the Second World War to 16 to 17%, all this without taking into account the very numerous bonus issues. 31 Colonial superprofit is a function of an organic composition of capital which is lower and a rate of surplus value which is higher than in the highly industrialist metropolitan countries. The lower organic composition of capital reflects above all the feeble development of manufacturing industry, the predominance of mining, plantations, and in general of forms of production which require relatively little plant. The higher rate of surplus value reflects the very low level of wages, the long working day, the persistence of the exploitation of the labor of women and children, the absence or non-application of social legislation, the widespread use of forced labor or labor paid in kind, in brief the continued existence, in colonial and semi-colonial economy, of the features of super-exploitation which were found in the European economy in the 18th and 19th centuries. The economy of northern Rhodesia offers a striking instance of the high rate of surplus value. According to UNO statistics, the total amount paid out in wages, to black workers and white, in 1952 was around $33 million, whereas the gross profits of the companies came to nearly $160 million. Such a rate of surplus value, over 400%, existed in Europe only in the age of usurers, merchants or commercial capital. The high profits of colonial companies are often the combined result of colonial superprofits and monopoly superprofits, monopoly rent, cartel rent, etc. This is in particular true of the superprofits made by the oil companies in the Middle East and in Latin America. It is, however, more than anything else the extremely low wages of the workers in the colonies that underlie colonial superprofits. This low wage level becomes apparent when one compares the earnings of the colonial labor force with those of the European workers in the same countries, or with the average earnings of the wage workers of the industrially advanced countries. Thus, in India, an hourly wage of 9.4 to 12 American cents was recorded in 1947 to 48 in the textile industry, as compared with 104 to 106 American cents in the same branch in the USA. 32 in Indonesia, the daily wage in the textile industry in the island of Java was 6 to 13 cents in 1939, while the seasonal workers in the sugar industry made 11 cents a day. 33 This figure can be compared with the average daily wage in all occupations, excluding mines, in the Netherlands in 1938, which was $175. In the Brazilian textile industry hourly wages amounted in 1950 to 29.25 American cents, i.e. 1/5 of the wages paid in the USA. In Africa the situation is especially edifying. At the regional conference of the I.C.F.T.U held at Accra 14th to 19th January 1957, the following daily wage rates were reported for unskilled workers, in US dollars: Basutoland 0.28, Belgian Congo 0.80, British Somaliland 0.40, French Somaliland, Oso Gold Coast 0.50, Gambia 0.50, Kenya 0.50, Nigeria 0.70, Nias Alan 0.22, Sierra Leone 0.56, Uganda 0.40, Tunisia 2.00. These were average wages paid at different dates during the period 1953-56, and determined by different and therefore not strictly comparable methods. Nevertheless, these rates provide us with a useful element for making comparisons, especially if we compare them with the average wage in the Netherlands, one of the lowest in Western Europe, which is $3.50, social benefits included, not to mention that in the USA, which is $IO. George Padmar, Africa, Britain's Third Empire, estimates that in the early 50s the average daily wage of an African worker in gold mines of South Africa was not more than 2s. Plus rations. The average wage of a European worker in the same mine was £1 L6s. OD. Even if the value of the rations provided is counted as being equal to the wages paid in money, the total wages paid annually did not come to more than £32 million for the 400,000 Africans as against £16 million for the 30,000 Europeans. 84 An official publication of the United Nations 35 makes the following comparison between the income per head of population of the African population, and that of the Europeans in some African countries in 1949. It is sometimes asserted that this very low wage level is due to the lack of needs of the workers in the colonial countries. This claim is contradicted first by the frightful state of poverty in which they live, a state which borders on famine. See on this subject José de Castro's remarkable work. Géopolitique de la faim, Geopolitics of Hunger. The daily consumption of calories has been estimated at L200 in Bolivia, 1,000 in Ecuador, and 2,000 in Colombia, i.e. half, or even less of the physiological minimum for people who work 30. Moreover, All economists concur in stating that the inhabitants of the underdeveloped countries have quickly assimilated the needs which are characteristic of the advanced countries and thus demand a level of consumption which the economy cannot give them. A whole school even regards this imitation effect, Dewey-Zenberry, as one of the main obstacles to the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries. Others again see in the low wages a reflection of the low level of productivity of the colonial labor force. This theory is glaringly contradicted by facts in certain instances, oil, mining, etc., in which the physical output per worker is higher than in some enterprises in the USA, whereas the wages paid amount to only IO% of the American wages *. But even were this theory to seem to conform to the facts, it contains a flagrant error of reasoning. Productivity is above all a function of the equipment made available to the worker, of his technical and general cultural level, and of his capacity for physical efforts. Now, colonialism creates an abnormally low level of precisely these three fundamental factors of productivity. It can be claimed with very much more justification that the low level of productivity is not the cause but the result of the low level of wages, and of the all-round underdevelopment which is characteristic of colonial and semi-colonial economy. The fundamental economic cause of the low level of colonial wages and so also of colonial superprofits lies in the existence of an enormous industrial reserve army in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, i.e. in the lack of jobs and in rural unemployment. This phenomenon explains not only why wages are low in the colonial and semi-colonial countries but also why they stay practically unchanged over long periods, despite the simultaneous increase of production and of industrial productivity. It is this continuance of the conventional level of low wages, even when the transition phase has passed, which gives substance to the discontent with the 19th century pattern of development, writes Mr. Myant, and he goes on, wherever the cheap labor of India and China, was imported, it decisively pulled down wages and incomes in the semi-empty countries to the very low level appropriate to the overpopulated countries. 37 This phenomenon is true of Ceylon, Indonesia, Malaya, Mauritius, Fiji, parts of South and East Africa, the West Indies, etc. Oscar Ornati considers that the real wages of the Indian workers remained practically the same all through the period 1860 to 1900, when Indian industry was being established. They rose a little between 1900 and 1910, owing to a temporary shortage of industrial labor. 38 The work The Economic Development of Brazil, published by the United Nations, records that throughout the years 1939 to 53, which nevertheless saw an exceptional advance in industrialization, and so an increase in productivity, real wages remained practically unchanged, owing to the constant influx of the excess population of the countryside into the towns. 39 In the case of Egypt, Lzai-40 points out that real wages fell by 35% between 1912 and 1929, and then by not less than 50% during the crisis of 1929 to 33, which brought them down to famine level in the literal sense of the word. The annual consumption of cereals and vegetables per head of population fell from 287 kilograms in 1914 to 245 kilograms in 1936 to 38. The productivity of the day laborer, calculated in terms of amount of earth shifted per day, has declined by 25 to 30% since the First World War. The explanation of this phenomenon is a very simple one. It is provided in this striking description by Professor Harbison. There are vast surpluses of underemployed agricultural labor which, with few exceptions, are located fairly close to the centers where industrial establishments are concentrated. Moreover, in the already overcrowded urban areas there is an almost inexhaustible pool of unemployed or partially employed labor. The prospect is that there will be more workers pushed off the land and out of the villages because of near starvation than there will be jobs in industry available for them. 41 The work from which this quotation is taken observes with regard to French West Africa that, down to 1953, the governor fixed the minimum wages at 10% or below subsistence level, because economic conditions made it impossible for the trade unions to fight for their rights. and in the British West Indies all wages are kept below subsistence level because a job at any wage is better than no job. 42. The worldwide division of labor. The export of goods to the backward countries during the 19th century had the effect of destroying the old modes of production in these countries without making possible the introduction of the new capitalist mode of production. The export of goods made up to some extent for the inadequacy of the native property-owning classes as regards accumulation of capital, and so made possible an initial phase of capitalist development in these countries. But the imperialist bourgeoisie introduced the capitalist mode of production into the colonial and semi-colonial countries in a very special way. It developed there without any connection with the country in question's needs for economic or industrial development, but, instead, in accordance with the exclusive interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie and of the metropolitan country itself. In the capitalist countries of Europe and America, as also in the white dominions of the British Empire, the capitalist mode of production developed more or less organically, despite the spasmodic pattern of its growth. The manufacturing transformation industries were developed parallel with or even prior to the basic industries. Light industry was directed primarily towards the internal market, which in its turn expanded because agriculture provided raw material for industry. A proportionate development of all branches of the economy, impossible of achievement in the short run owing to the anarchy of capitalist production, was realized in the longer run, by way of crises and depressions. The development of the mode of production proceeded otherwise in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. The capital came from the bourgeoisie of the imperialist countries, who were looking for a kind of production with guaranteed markets, which would make it 460. Possible to realize the colonial superprofits produced by colonial labor. But the underdeveloped countries are by definition poor, with a narrow internal market for manufactured goods. Their wants in respect of industrial products are moreover as a rule covered by the capitalist industry of the metropolitan country, which is not in the least tempted to compete with itself. This is why the capital exported to the underdeveloped countries specializes essentially in production for the world market, together with the establishment of the infrastructure needed for this production. Such modern production as was developed in colonial areas was primarily for the world rather than the local market. The growth of the seaports is evidence of this, as is the absence of interior communication networks. In all colonial areas, the contribution of the local peoples to industrial development has mainly taken the form of labor. 44. And in order to avoid competition with the metropolitan countries' industrial production, this production for the world market is essentially a production of agricultural and mineral raw materials. The economy of the colonial and semi-colonial countries becomes the complement of the capitalist economy of the metropolitan countries and is developed only within the limits set by this function. 45. The result is a completely one-sided economic development, limited to the production of a small number of products or even of a single product, monoproduction, monoculture. In Chile, the tax on sodium nitrate exports provided, on an average, half of the state's revenue between 1880 and 1930, after that, copper took first place. In Cuba, sugar is the backbone of the economy. In I-937 it accounted for 78.7% of the value of all exports. In the same year, exports of tin from Bolivia made up 70% of all exports. This percentage is still higher in the case of cotton exported from Egypt, the Sudan, and Uganda, of oil exported from Venezuela, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar. Coffee provided in 1955 69% of Guatemala's exports and 84% of Colombia's. In the same year bananas made up 74% of Panama's exports, and coffee and bananas together 72% of exports from Honduras, 75% of those from Ecuador, and 87% of those from Costa Rica. Ground nuts and products derived from them represented 85% of Senegal's exports, and coffee and cacao 85% of those from the Ivory Coast. In Malaya, exports of rubber and tin accounted in 1939 for over 80% of the total figure. In Greece, tobacco provided between 55 and 60% of all exports in the interwar years. India's exports of jute and tea, Brazil's of coffee and cotton vary between 55 and 75% of the total exports from these countries. In Indonesia, the exports of rubber, petrol, tin, and copper make up 80% of the total. Ceylon's exports of rubber and tea account for the bulk of sales abroad. The list could be completed by including practically every underdeveloped country. Monoculture and monoproduction make these countries strictly dependent on the international business situation, and entail a number of economic and social defects, a fundamental instability in the economy, which is subject to sudden fluctuations, repeated bursts of inflation and increase in the cost of living, substantial periodical unemployment, serious disturbance of the country's ecology through soil erosion, overexploitation of the soil, causing its exhaustion, undernourishment of the population owing to the excessive spread of monoculture with disastrous effects on the fertility of the soil. The prevailing starvation in South America is a direct consequence of the continent's historical past. This history is one of colonial exploitation along mercantile lines. It developed through successive economic cycles, the effect of which was to destroy, or at least upset, the economic integrity of the continent. There were the cycle of gold, the cycle of sugar, the cycle of precious stones, the cycle of coffee, the cycle of rubber, the cycle of oil. And during the course of each of these cycles, one finds a whole region giving itself up entirely to the monoculture or mono-exploitation of a single product, at the same time forgetting everything else, and thus wasting natural wealth and neglecting the potentialities of regional food supply. The one-crop culture of cane sugar in the Brazilian northeast is a good example. This area once had one of the few really fertile tropical soils. It had a climate favorable to agriculture, and it was originally covered with a forest growth extremely rich in fruit trees. Today the all-absorbing, self-destructive sugar industry has stripped all the available land and covered it completely with sugar cane. As a result, this is one of the starvation areas of the continent. The failure to grow fruits, greens, and vegetables or to raise cattle in the region has created an extremely difficult food problem in an area where diversified farming could produce an infinite variety of foods. 46. Or has had to note 47 that in some of the Central Latin American countries soil erosion is more serious than in North America, owing to the lack of rational exploitation, which in turn is due to monoculture. The same phenomena are found in Africa and Asia. It is not only because it cuts down local production of foodstuffs that the regime of production for export is ruinous to the natives, but also because it exhausts the soil by intensifying the factors of erosion. This has hap. 462. Penned with cocoa bean growing in the Gold Coast and monkey nut growing in Senegal. 48. Professor Gorin 49 declares that the great extension of the cultivation of ground nuts is a false wealth for the Sudan, that its forests are on their way to disappearance and that the soil and agriculture are suffering frightful damage. In Ceylon, the report of the Kandyan Peasantry Commission, Colombo, 1951, explains how the monoculture of coffee and tea, and the uncontrolled deforestation, brought about ecological damage which was the fundamental cause of the serious floods experienced in 1957-51. In Egypt, the extension of cotton growing and the practice of permanent instead of periodical irrigation caused a rapid exhaustion of the soil. Owing to the lack of drainage, the same phenomena, closely linked with monoculture, transformed the Nile Valley into a real lazar house. 55% of the population had bilharzia, 30% ankylostomiasis and 15% malaria. Among the rural population, the percentage of unfortunates suffering from bilharzia, a very debilitating disease, amounted to 75% or 52%. The reduction in the area under grain crops in countries like India, although they suffer from a chronic shortage of foodstuffs, is a further consequence of monoculture. In the period between 1934-35 and 1939-40, the area of India's soil under food crops declined by 1.5 million acres, while during the same period the area under export crops increased in the same proportion. 53. At the time of the Korean War boom, a similar phenomena occurred. The area under rice fell by 8% to the advantage of the area under cotton. 54 In Egypt, the wheat growing area fell sharply during the First World War, to the advantage of cotton, causing a serious famine. 55 The apologists of imperialism sometimes claim that monoculture and monoproduction are the consequence of natural conditions in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. This does not fit the facts. Though these countries certainly possess abundant natural riches, equivalent riches did not lead to monoproduction in England, Canada, Sweden, Belgium, Bohemia, Silesia, the Ruhr, etc. Monocultures, far from being natural, have usually been imported from abroad, notably, coffee in Java, Ceylon, and Brazil, cotton in Egypt and the Sudan, sugarcane in Cuba, etc. The best example in this connection is natural rubber in Southeast Asia. The increased demand was met from plantations, both large-scale capitalistic estates and peasant small holdings, of Southeast Asia, chiefly Malaya, Sumatra and Java. While the output of wild rubber from South America declined despite favorable prices. A principal reason for the migration of the rubber-growing industry is to be found in the access of these countries to large reservoirs of labor in South India, China and Java, as well as to the capital markets of Western Europe. The presence of enterprising European merchant firms and a stable administration also played an indispensable part. It is of special interest that neither Malaya nor Sumatra, the two main producing countries, had a large indigenous labor force, a particularly fertile soil, or supplies of local capital when rubber was established there. No survey of their resources carried out, say in 1895, would have suggested that within a few years these territories would be the principal producers of the leading tropical plantation crop. 56 In fact, as the same writers make clear, it was not only the crop itself that was introduced from abroad, but also the labor, Africans to the West Indies, Tamils to Ceylon, Chinese to Malaya and Indonesia, Indians to East Africa, etc. Thus, the penetration of the capitalist mode of production into the colonial and semi-colonial countries during the last 3/4 of a century has more than anything else produced there the degrading and barbarous effects of an all-round commercialization of social life. Without the complementary civilizing tendencies of capital being allowed to flower. 57 It was the imperialist export of capital that realized, for the first time in man's history, a genuine worldwide division of labor. A real universal world market, which intimately bound together all the countries in the world. At the time when this development had reached its highest point, on the eve of the First World War, the still relatively free circulation of goods, capital and people, though already hindered by protectionist and monopolistic tendencies, made all countries interdependent. Capital thus accomplished the socialization and de facto internationalization of production on the world scale, though almost exclusively to the advantage of the metropolitan countries*. In bourgeois society, where the production of commodities becomes universal, no producer produces use values first and foremost for his own consumption, using only his surplus for exchange. Similarly, before 1914, in no country was the totality of the production of commodities intended to satisfy primarily the country's own needs, with only the surplus for export. Each country has a number of branches of production which work primarily for the world market, shaped by international transfers of capital and in no way corresponding to any natural or geographical structure, let us recall. And it exists only thanks to the income from these branches. The direct or indirect labor of the workers of many countries enters into every one of the products consumed in any single country. The social productivity of labor, considered from the international standpoint, goes forward with giant strides, owing to this specialization which crushes the harmonious development of the backward peoples, just as the division of labor within a capitalist nation gave a tremendous push forward to the productive forces while pitilessly crushing the free development of individuals. The interdependence of all the countries in the world is vividly described by Rosa Luxemburg. 9 German metal products go to the neighboring countries of Europe, to South America and to Australia, leather and leather goods go to all parts of Europe, German glassware, sugar and gloves go to Britain, furs to France, Britain and Austria-Hungary, glycerin dyes to Britain, the USA and India, slag for fertilizer to the Netherlands and Austria-Hungary, coke to France, coal to Austria, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, electric cables to Britain, Sweden and Belgium, toys to the USA, German beer, indigo, aniline and other dyes derived from tar, medical supplies, cellulose, goldsmiths' work, stockings, fabrics and clothing made of wool and cotton, rails, all are exported to nearly every trading country in the world. On the other hand, however, we eat Russian bread and Hungarian, Danish and Russian meat, the rice we eat comes from the Dutch East Indies and the USA, the tobacco from the Dutch East Indies and Brazil, we import cocoa from West Africa, pepper from India, lard from the USA, tea from China, fruit from Italy, Spain and USA, coffee from Brazil, Central America and the Dutch East Indies, meat extract from Uruguay, eggs from Russia, Hungary and Bulgaria, cigars from Cuba, watches from Switzerland, champagne from France, hides from the Argentine, bed feathers from China, silk from Italy and France, flax and hemp from Russia, cotton from the USA, Egypt and India, fine wool from Britain, brown coal from Austria, saltpetre from Chile, quebracho wood for tanning from the Argentine, wood for building work and pit props from Russia, wood for basket making from Portugal, copper from the USA, tin from the Dutch. 465. East Indies, zinc from Australia, aluminium from Austria-Hungary and Canada, asbestos from Canada, asphalt and marble from Italy, paving stones from Sweden, lead from Belgium, the USA and Australia, graphite from Ceylon, phosphoric lime from the USA and Algeria, iodine from Chile. This worldwide division of labor, achieved through the export of capital, centralized the production of manufactured goods in Western Europe and the USA, the production of basic foodstuffs in Eastern Europe and the large overseas countries, the USA, Canada, the Argentine, Australia, and the production of vegetable and mineral raw materials in the rest of the world. But this division of labor, originally created by the export of capital, is inevitably undermined by it. The frightful differences in standard of living, the brutal subjection of one nation to another, prepare the way for the colonial revolution which in turn pushes forward the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries and intensifies the international contradictions of capital. International trusts and cartels. The export of capital becomes general at a definite stage of capitalist development, the monopoly stage, in which capitalist groupings, cartels, syndicates, holding companies, and trusts already dominate large sectors of production in the metropolitan countries. The export of the capitalist mode of production to the colonial and semi-colonial countries means the export of monopoly capitalism, of the monopolistic trusts. The substantial amounts of capital needed for the creation of colonial enterprises, the strict check which the big banks keep on the capital market, the appearance of vertical trusts which monopolize the production of raw materials, the need to eliminate, so far as possible, competition within the capitalist sectors of the colonial economy, so as to ensure colonial superprofits. All these factors imply that production by the colonial countries for the world market is concentrated to an even greater extent than the concentration to be found in the metropolitan countries. The growth of the Unilever Trust will serve to illustrate how a monopoly of finished products spreads its influence in the colonial countries, in order to constitute a monopoly of raw materials. The nature of the raw materials required by the soap maker made him, Lever, peculiarly conscious of the importance of foreign supplies. And the quality of sunlight, depending as it did on imported vegetable oils, made Lever from the beginning alive to the problems of raw materials. Round about the turn of the century, the fear of being squeezed for these materials by the merchants and brokers became almost an obsession with him, and in the projects for winning raw materials that followed there was probably a large element of defensive strategy. 466. The disposition of sources of raw materials and the climatic and geological conditions which prevail in the different parts of the world are not, however, such that a single colonial country can secure a long-term monopoly of a mineral or vegetable product. These raw materials are produced for the world market, they do not possess any protected market, except perhaps that of the metropolitan country. There are hardly any outlets for them in the country of origin. The furious competition carried on between the big trusts which monopolize the production of raw materials on a world scale entails extremely bad consequences for prices and rates of profit. To deal with this danger, they proceed to form capitalist alliances on the international scale, international cartels which fix and limit total production, guarantee to each partner a precise share in production, and divide up the world market into zones in each of which one of the partners has exclusive rights both to sell and to acquire raw materials, partners who break the rule being liable to fines. Down to 1922 the USA, Utah and Colorado, was the chief producer of radium. In that year the Union Miniere du Haut-Katanga began to get uranium from its mines at Shinkolobwe. The results were such that after 2 years the American mines had to cease production. The Union Miniere increased radium production from 20 to 60 grams a year, and fixed the price arbitrarily, its only remaining competitors being Bohemia and Canada, where production however did not exceed 3 or 4 grams a year. With costs of production ranging from £7 to £7.7 od. a milligram, the selling price was fixed at £10 to £12 a milligram, which ensured a rate of profit of 50 to 65%. During the 1930s, however, Eldorado Gold Mines Limited began to develop some newly discovered deposits in Canada. Production rose from 3 grams in 1936 to 70 grams in 1938. Fierce competition raged for several months, and prices fell to $20, £4, a milligram. An agreement was made at the end of 1938, between the Union Miniere and Eldorado, fixing the allocation of the two companies at 60% and 40% respectively, of world needs, and prices rose again to $40, £8, the milligram. 61. The same writer, Professor E.A.G. Robinson, quotes the example of raw diamond production. Controlled since 1890 by the De Beers, Oppenheimer, Group, this production remained a monopoly of theirs for over 25 years. The development of an increasingly important production of diamonds in Southwest Africa, Angola, the Belgian Congo, the Gold Coast and Sierra Leone destroyed the natural monopoly, but the World Diamond Cartel, the Diamond Corporation, dominated by De Beers, continued to regulate prices and, though less thoroughly, production. These international cartels do not remain restricted to the trusts producing raw materials, though it is in this sector that they have become general and shown themselves most lasting. The enormous superprofits realized by these monopolies, monopoly superprofits and colonial superprofits combined, cannot be wholly invested in their own sector, where they would bring about a collapse in prices. The trusts which monopolize the production of raw materials thus spread rapidly to adjoining spheres, and then to spheres which are farther and farther away from where they started. Unilever will make and sell artificial cream in Finland, plywood in Nigeria, petroleum cracking catalysts in Warrington, it will can hams in Holland and export them to America, spend £129,000 on tea bagging machinery for the Lipton business in the United States, now hitting new records, and lift its sales of animal feeding stuffs from £90 million to a record of £104 million. 62. Moreover, the circumstance that they possess a monopoly of sales, including retail sales, in the countries which are the big markets for a particular raw material enables monopoly groups to seize more quickly a predominant, or even monopoly, position in the country where the raw material is produced. A monopoly situation results at both the buying and the selling end. This happened with the frozen meat industry in the Argentine. It was a battlefield of epic struggles for influence between the American groups Swift, Armour, Morris and Wilson and the British groups brought together by Vesta Brothers. The latter, starting in 1922, recovered lost ground thanks to their control of 3,500 butchers' shops in Britain. They could increase the price they paid for meat in the Argentine by increasing still further the selling price of the meat in Britain. In the end, the two camps came to a de facto understanding, which caused a rapid fall in the prices paid to Argentine cattlemen. 63. The number of international cartels has increased steadily since the end of the 19th century. There were 40 in 1897, 100 in 1910, 320 in 1931. The share of world production controlled by some of these cartels at particular moments is shown by this table. The international cartels guarantee their best-placed partners the same cartel rent as is obtained by national cartels. Actually, this cartel rent may be even greater on the international economic scale, given the differences in costs of production, and so in profitability, existing between the best-placed and worst-placed producers on the international scale. The most striking example of this available is that of the World Oil Cartel. We have mentioned above it that this cartel, which has been in operation since the Achnackery Castle Treaty of September 1928, fixes uniform selling prices regardless of the point of origin of the oil, and that it compelled the U.S. Navy to pay the same price in the Mediterranean as in the Gulf of Mexico, though Arabian oil is produced 3 or 4 times more cheaply than American. 64. Similarly, Western Europe's supplies of oil between 1945 and 1954 were provided not on the basis of the price of production in the Middle East, the main if not the only supplier, but on that of the common price of the world cartel, determined in accordance with the price of production in the Gulf of Mexico plus the cost of transport from the Western Hemisphere to the ports of Western Europe. It thus included phantom transport charges which were added to the difference between the American and Arabian price of production. The result was a selling price of crude oil of nearly $2 a barrel, average for 1947 to 54, or double, if not treble, the cost of production, tolls included, plus the real transport costs. This cartel rent amounted to some £2 billion between 1945 to 46 and 1954. 65. It must further be noted that for the international cartels, as for the national ones, the law of uneven development brings about periodical changes both in the composition of the cartel and in the allocations between partners. Thus, the activities of the Italian state holding company Eni disturbed the stability of the oil cartel increasingly from the moment when Eni acquired its own sources of supply, not only in Italy, but also in the Middle East and even in the USSR. It offered its services to Egypt, Libya, and Algeria for the development of production in these countries, thereby beginning to force down the price of oil in Western Europe. It is possible to distinguish between buying cartels, selling cartels, and integrated cartels. International buying cartels bring together the bulk of the buyers of a certain raw material and may thus cause a considerable fall in prices. In this way, the international cartel formed in the summer of 1937 by the chief buyers of cocoa on the west coast of Africa, the Unilever Trust, a British chocolate firm and a French shipping firm, secured a fall in the price of cocoa on the New York Stock Exchange from 12.5 cents a pound in January 1937 to 5.52 cents in December of the same year, which in turn brought about a social crisis in West Africa, during which the growers burnt large quantities of cocoa. 66. The present position of the U.S. government as monopoly buyer of what are called strategic raw materials, strategic stockpiling, has enabled it to effect a considerable fall in the prices of these raw materials since the end of 1950. b. International selling cartels bring together the chief producers of a certain raw material or finished product. They are thus able to avoid a fall in prices and bring about a rise through establishing a pool of stocks and restricting production. The International Rubber Cartel, established in 1922, led to a rise in prices from 17.34 cents a kilogram in that year to an average of 72.46 cents in 1925. c. Integrated international cartels, bringing together the chief producers of certain finished products for the purpose of jointly buying their raw materials, forming a pool of stocks, restricting production, exchanging patents and technical information among themselves, dividing up international markets, etc. An example of this type is provided by the World Electric Lamp Cartel set up in 1924. Within such a cartel, the interpenetration between the partners affects even the sphere of ownership, as is also the case with the International Oil Cartel. The American General Electric Trust acquired substantial blocks of shares in the chief firms participating in the cartel. In 1929 it owned 29% of the shares of Osram, Germany, 17% of those of Philips, Netherlands, 44% of those of the Compagnie de Lamps, France, 44% of those of the AEC. Britain, 40% of those of the Tokyo Electric Company, Japan, 10% of those of Tungsram, Hungary, etc. Private trusts wield sovereign rights in underdeveloped countries. The economy of the colonial and semi-colonial countries is characterized by monoproduction and monoculture. As the production or the sale of goods on which a colony's economy is based is often monopolized by an international cartel or by a small number of trusts, these may secure really sovereign power over the life of whole nations. 470. They own enormous areas of land, on which sometimes live hundreds of thousands or even millions of human beings. The houses, the villages, the towns all belong to them, as well as the railways, the power stations, the postal services, the ports, and sometimes even the armed forces. Here we have no longer just company towns, they are company countries. The actual power of these trusts usually extends beyond the area where they reign as absolute masters. From the moment they acquire a decisive position in the economic and financial life of a country, with a big share of the state's revenue coming from the taxes they pay, they can likewise buy up mayors, politicians, newspapers, ministers, chiefs of police, army leaders, in capitals which are not necessarily built on land belonging to them. Their regime normally means complete corruption of public life. Official Foreign Office documents admit that the three ministers responsible for the agreement of 1919 between the A.1.0.C and the Iranian government had been bought, in the literal sense of the word, by London, and that the British government promised them asylum in the British Empire, doubtless in case they should be driven out by their indignant people. 68. A work written in praise of the United Fruit Company relates candidly how the future head of this trust, Samuel Zamory, acquired huge concessions in Honduras, the right to build a railway, a guarantee that taxes would not be increased, exemption from import dues for all equipment to be brought in, etc., thanks to his having financed and personally supported with his yacht the revolution of General Bonilla, who drove out a government hostile to the granting of these concessions. 69. These same phenomena are found, at different levels of intensity, but parallel to each other as regards the main lines, in Iran, before Mossadegh's nationalization, dominated by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, in Honduras, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, dominated by the United Fruit Company, in British West Africa under the sway of Unilever, in Katanga, Belgian Congo, under the domination of the Union Miniere, in Liberia, dominated by the Firestone Rubber Company, in Borneo, in the Empire of Royal Dutch, in Venezuela where the Creole Petroleum Company rules, in Chile under the Guggenheims, in Bolivia before the Revolution of 1952, under the domination of the Tin Kings Patino, Hochschild, and Aramea, etc. United Fruit and its subsidiaries, such as the Banana Shelling Corporation, the Canada Banana Corporation, Canadian Equatorial Cacao, the Chiriki Land Company, Clarendon Plantation, etc., possess 247,000 hectares of land, nearly all in Central America, including 17% of the cultivated land in Costa Rica, 10% of Panama, 5% in Honduras, and 13% in Guatemala. It owns some 2,400 kilometers of railway, numerous radio stations, 65 cargo boats, etc. 70. In 1955 it controlled 35% of all exports from Honduras, 69% of Panama's exports, and 41% of Costa Rica's. Its gross profits for the same period were 3 times as high as the total of the state budgets of Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Panama. 71 Here is an example of how United Fruit discusses matters with the governments of states on an equal footing. In July 1938 the Costa Rican Congress approved a contract which provided for the development of the banana industry on the country's Pacific coast. The United Fruit Company agreed to plant 4,000 hectares in 5 years, to build naval dockyards, harbor installations, at Quipo and Golfito, and 2 railways, in 8 years. This program entailed expenditure by the company of the order of $10 to $12 million. In return, the government of Costa Rica undertook to keep its export dues on bananas down to 2 cents a bunch. 72 Unilever discussed matters with the Belgian government in a similar way, as one power with another. Lever entered into treaty, almost like a sovereign prince, with the Belgian government, and on April 14, 1911 a convention was signed with the Belgian Congo which brought into existence La Société Anonyme de Huileries du Congo Belge. Thus Lever, in the 60th year of his life, burdened already with the direction of a worldwide business, undertook a task which was little less than the reorganization of a principality. 73 Summing up the situation, a defender of the trusts, the former Under-Secretary of State of the USA, A. Burley, observes, in certain parts of the world an American corporation must do its business frankly and openly with the foreign government, with or without assistance from the United States Department of State. American oil companies doing business in Venezuela, American copper companies doing business in Chile, American sugar companies doing business in the Dominican Republic, for example, deal directly with the competent authorities of those states. Some of the larger corporations. 472. Have continuous and careful reports made to them on the attitudes and aptitudes of the American diplomatic officials, rating them according to their probable usefulness in advancing or protecting the company's interest. 74. The economic structure of the underdeveloped countries. The present structure of the underdeveloped countries is the product of their past and of the particular way in which they have made contact with capitalism. It is thus a matter of combined development, the combination of an ancien regime in dissolution with a capitalism which carefully refrains from developing industry, the combination of a medical technique which reduces the death rate with the suppression of any industrial technique that would make it possible to give work, dignity, and hope to the people thus kept alive. It is industrial underdevelopment that is the basic flaw in the economy of the underdeveloped countries. This underdevelopment itself has 2 roots. First, the fact that foreign capital invests nothing, or almost nothing, in the development of manufacturing industry, and, second, the fact that the indigenous ruling classes themselves prefer to invest in land, trade, or usury rather than in building up modern industry. In 1914 over 85% of British investments abroad were in railways, production of mineral or vegetable raw materials, and state loans. 75 In 1951-52, of the total of French public investments in overseas dependencies, less than 1% were in manufacturing industry. 76 Out of the total of $16.3 billion invested abroad at the end of 1953 by U.S. firms, only $1 billion, or a little over 6%, was invested in manufacturing industry outside Canada and Western Europe, and of this a large part was invested in Australia, New Zealand, Israel, South Africa, and other countries of the same sort, which are not colonial or semi-colonial in the strict sense. 77 Industrial underdevelopment is even further intensified through the breakup of the old craft industry, domestic industry, and sometimes even manufacture which existed in countries like India, China, Indonesia, and the countries of North Africa, and which succumb to the competition of the cheap products of the modern industry of the West. The village, which was the basic economic and cultural unit of these people, came under the disrupting forces of technology. Its self-sufficiency disappeared and it became tied up with the city, the nation, and the outside world. Village industries, such as spinning and weaving, pottery, brassware, oil pressing, vegetable dyes, lacquer work, etc., languished. Machine-made goods, such as aluminium wares, kerosene, textiles, and synthetic dyes took their place. A superfluity of cheap 473. Manufactures displaced the craftsman, depriving the group of his hereditary skill. 78. Thus, industrial employment declined, if not in absolute figures, then at least in its relative share of the growing population. In India, according to official statistics, the percentage of the working population living by modern industry fell from 55% in 1911 to 43% in 1931. Since then, down to India's independence, it went on declining, the previously quoted United Nations document giving us the following percentages of new jobs in industry for the increased working population: 79 1931 to 39, 08% 1939 to 45, 45% 1946 to 48, 07%. Only after independence were these percentages improved a little, and only since then can we estimate that modern and domestic industry now provides employment for more than 10% of the working population. But the percentage of the population living by agriculture was at the end of the 50s still higher than in 1891, as we see from the following table. 1891. And the Indian authorities hoped that they would be able to reach again the 1891 percentage only around 1975 to 76. It was the same in North Africa after the French conquest. The number of native craftsmen in Algeria declined from 100,000 in the middle of the 19th century to 3,500 in 195 During a few years after the war, owing to the invasion of manufactured goods favored by the Anglo-American military occupation of 1942 to 44, the number of craftsmen declined from 39,267 in 1946 to 6,466 in 1951 in Marrakesh, and from 31,805 in 1946 to 12,608 in 1954 in Fez. 80. The reduction in non-agricultural employment, relative to the increase in population, causes a terrible pressure on the land, accompanied by chronic underemployment in the countryside, a state of agricultural overpopulation which amounts to formidable proportions. Before the war, the rural overpopulation of Eastern Europe was estimated at 45% of the adult population of the villages. 81. In Egypt this percentage was as much as 40 to 50%, it may be. 474. Safely affirmed that about half the present rural population is surplus in the sense that there is no adequate employment for it within the present agricultural framework. In other words, the same output could be obtained with only half the present rural population, even if no changes were made in technique and organization. 82. In Ecuador the degree of overpopulation is estimated at 35 to 40% of the population of the Sierras. 83. As for India, the official text of the first 5-year plan estimates that the unemployed in the countryside make up 30% of the adult population, nearly 70 million people, and that in addition unemployment affects millions of cultivators working on dwarf plots. 84. Earlier, the same document noted that of the 4 million agricultural workers recorded in 1951 census, 89% had no steady job and worked only at irregular intervals. 85. 7 years later, D.K. Ranganekar estimates that the useless population, that is, those whose disappearance would not cause any decline in agricultural production, amounts to 25% of the working population of the Indian countryside, or 60 million people. 86. According to Bone 87, the number of agricultural workers without land increased from 75 million in 1822 to 35 million in 1933 and 68 million in 1944. The pressure of these huge masses of people on a limited area of land is such that ground rent attains unheard of proportions. Before the Chinese Revolution, ground rent was officially estimated at an average of 40% or even 60% of the harvest. 88. A United Nations publication gives the following examples of ground rent currently in force: A. 50% of the harvest in Japan as rent between 1868 and the Second World War. B. Rents varying between 35 and 50% of the harvest in Vietnam, with a rate of interest of 100% for loans. C. rents of 30 to 50% for land leased in the Philippines, the higher figure being the more usual. 89 Because of the competition for land, the landowners and money lenders have been able to make the peasants agree to more and more onerous terms for the use of the soil and of credit. Enforcement by British officials of law and order has served to protect the land-holding groups from the more violent expressions of popular resentment. It is in this setting that the cultivators, while retaining in their own hands the conduct of agricultural production, have been stripped of the resources with which to increase their output. 90 In India and Pakistan too, the average rent for farms was and remains 50% of the crop. Alfred Bone quotes an article on Iran which estimates that the net incomes of the landowners amount to a third of the crop. 91. Quoting an Iranian work, The Middle Classes in Iran, by Dr. Elisan Naragi, L.E. states that the sharecroppers in that country retain only 20% of the crop. 60% of peasant families had no holding and 23% had less than 1 hectare. 92 But the most disastrous consequence of this state of things is not the low level of agricultural productivity, it is the diversion of the entire social surplus into land ownership and usury, which create more income than industry. Isai speaks of the enormous value of land in Egypt, 1 acre being worth the equivalent of 20 years' wages of an agricultural worker. 93 Bone notes. This inflated rent level is the reason why many capable landowners who reside in rural villages prefer to rent their land to small farmers rather than work it themselves. The landlord can insist on such high prices because there is always a great demand for leased land on the part of the landless tenants who have no other chance of making a living. Thus he obtains a higher income from leased land than from such land when worked by himself. 94 A United Nations publication makes the same observation, and Daniel Thorner writes, the Indian landowners have found rent and usury, as opposed to capitalistic profit, easier, safer, more congenial and more lucrative. Thus, for example, in testifying a quarter of a century ago before the Royal Commission on Agriculture in India, Mr. M. A. Momin, Director of Land Records and Survey in Bengal, asserted, I have got sufficient lands and do some cultivation myself. I find however that letting them out on half the produce, sharecropping, is more paying than cultivating the lands with my own cattle and by hired servants. 95 The arguments which tell against capitalist enterprise in agriculture tell even more strongly against capitalist enterprises of the industrial type. The purchase of land, commerce, and usury, these are the investments preferred by the ruling classes of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. They thereby take on a special physiognomy, that of the landowner merchant usurer, the landowner usurer, or the merchant usurer, bourgeoisie of the compradore type. Thus, industrial underdevelopment and the chronic underemployment it involves are at once cause and effect of the concentration of capital in land ownership and in hoarded precious metals. Underdevelopment, a product of the dominant imperialist interest, is closely linked with the existing social structure. The interests of the independent ruling classes, with the partial exception of the extremely weak industrial national bourgeoisie, are bound both by economic ties, shares in foreign trade and in imperialist banks, and by political ones, desire to keep the peasant class in a subject state, to those of the imperialist masters. A deep-going social revolution is indispensable. 476. Able if the road to industrialization and economic advance is to be opened. This general physiognomy of the economy of the underdeveloped countries must of course be filled in for each separate country with the significant national peculiarities which differ from country to country, and in countries of continental size, like India, China, or Brazil, from province to province. Nevertheless, it is generally applicable to all the underdeveloped countries, though, of course, in degrees, with the sole exception of the countries of Equatorial Africa arj the islands of Oceania other than Indonesia. Imperialism as an obstacle to the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries. The economic underdevelopment of the colonial and semi-colonial countries is a result of imperialist penetration and domination, and is maintained, preserved, and intensified by this domination. To eliminate it is the fundamental condition for clearing the way to progress, It is even more important than the removal of the native ruling classes, though the two processes are usually interconnected. It is hard to deny that the lack of foreign domination was the decisive factor making possible the industrialization of Japan, encouraged by all the resources of the state. For the period 1896 to 1900, industrial production per head of population was only 3 times bigger in Japan than in India, $7 compared with $5. In 1936 to 38 the difference had become enormous, $65 compared with $490. 96 All the colonial and semi-colonial countries which have won political freedom, or have been governed by representatives of the industrial bourgeoisie, have undertaken a vigorous effort at industrialization which sharply contrasts with the attitude of the governments under imperialist control. The examples of the Argentine under Perón and Egypt under Nasser are typical, likewise the Indian 5-year plans. Nor is it possible to deny that the industrial, commercial, and financial ties between the metropolitan and colonial countries which they dominate represent powerful hindrances to industrialization. Restraints on the setting up of new firms may be imposed from outside the country, by a company or a group of companies with a particular interest in the industry in question. The possibility and the effectiveness of such opposition to local industrial development are likely to be greatest where political and economic ties are closest, as in the case of a metropolitan country and its dependencies. 97. The maintenance of free trade relations between colonies and metropolitan countries is often sufficient on its own to produce this effect. If it is not, refusal to share technical information leads to the same result. It would be difficult, for example, for any of the less developed countries to establish a sizable aluminium smelting industry on an economic basis without assistance from one or another of the world's major aluminium companies. It would be even more difficult to build and operate a petroleum refinery, without the support of one of the large oil companies. 98 And Kuznets makes this observation: political subordination is not a very favorable condition for rapid adoption of the industrial system in politically inferior countries. 99. A United Nations publication on Brazil states in terms no less plain, the unwillingness of entrepreneurs to enter other sectors than their own, particularly those in which the market is traditionally supplied by importers, creates new difficulties for development. The fear exists among domestic entrepreneurs that their productivity is inferior to that of a foreign competitor, or that the latter, at one stage or another, may artificially reduce his prices in order to recapture the market. The domestic entrepreneur knows that he must compete with financially powerful groups, with highly efficient foreign manufacturers, or with those enjoying optimum market conditions, ready access to raw materials, and low external costs. 100. But it is important to emphasize that the totality of the exchange relations between metropolitan and underdeveloped countries, which amounts to an exchange of manufactured goods for raw materials, has been organized in such a way as to work systematically to the disadvantage of the latter and the advantage of the former. This emerges clearly from the study relative prices of exports and imports of underdeveloped countries, which shows 101 that since the beginning of the imperialist era, that is, since 1876, down to 1948, the terms of trade between these two groups of countries have changed by 35 to 50% at the expense of the exporters of raw materials. A recent investigation by GATT shows that this process has continued in the years after the Second World War. Thus, during the recession of 1957 to 58, the prices of raw materials exported by the underdeveloped countries fell by 5%, whereas the prices of the manufactured products they imported rose by 6%. 102. Whatever the technical reasons adduced to explain this phenomenon, it comes down in the last analysis to the difference in the level of productivity, socially necessary expenditure of labor, between the two types of country, that is, to the equal exchanging of more labor, less skilled and less productive, on the part of the colonial and semi-colonial countries for less labor, more skilled and more productive, on the part of the industrially advanced countries. International trade on the basis of world prices has thus merely perpetrated and in a sense regularized the transfer of values from the 478 Former to the latter, which is found at the very beginnings of international trade *. This relative decline in the prices of raw materials exported by the underdeveloped countries is one of the most important hindrances to their industrialization. From time to time, and suddenly, it cuts down the state's revenue, so causing inflation and disorganizing economic life. It especially limits the resources in foreign currency which are indispensable for buying equipment from abroad. Each time that this hindrance is temporarily removed, as during the Second World War, a feverish advance in industrialization takes place. It is not the too modest absolute amount of social surplus in the colonial and semi-colonial countries that hinders industrialization. On the contrary, this social surplus is often higher in such countries than in the industrially advanced ones. The UNO publication on Brazil, which has already been quoted, notes that during the period 1947 to 53 the incomes of the entrepreneurs and capitalists varied between 85% and 100% of the total incomes of the wage earners. 104 in Mexico, profits represented in 1950 41.4% of the net national product, in Northern Rhodesia 42.9%, in Chile in 1948 26.1%, and in Peru in 1947 24.1%, percentages equal to or higher than those in the industrially advanced countries. In Egypt, ground rent profits and interest added up to 62% of the national income of 1950. 105 Even if these figures include the profits of small peasant enterprises, it remains no less true that the surplus is not invested in industry, or is so invested only to an absolutely inadequate extent, which is what accounts for underdevelopment. Among the elements making up this social surplus, the profits transferred home by metropolitan countries are substantial. Actually, except for the years 1889 to 91. Profits sent back home exceeded new investments of British capital abroad even before 1914 *. At present, they constitute an important proportion of the national income, capable of increasing net investment by 50 to 100% in a number of countries. Here are some examples. For the entire period 1939 to 45, the profits sent home by foreign companies in Brazil, including private profits repatriated by emigrants, etc., came to $735 million. 108 By blocking the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries, imperialism not only keeps up the level of its super profits, counteracting successfully the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. It also creates the possibility, on the basis of its monopoly of productivity, of ensuring for the workers of the metropolitan countries standards of living higher than those in the colonies. Imperialism's boom period from 1871 to 1914, and in part to 1929, rests on these two pillars. Both, however, are shaken by the results of the contradictions that imperialism has itself accumulated: the Russian Revolution and the colonial revolutions. NEA imperialism. On the morrow of the Second World War, the colonial revolution shook the foundations of the imperialist system. In order to continue to exploit the colonial countries, the capitalists of the metropolitan countries were increasingly obliged to go over from direct to indirect methods of domination. One after another, the colonial countries were transformed into semi-colonial countries, that is, they attained political independence. In general, imperialism retained most of its former economic positions in the newly independent countries, though it also had to swallow some reverberating nationalizations, the Suez Canal. Only in countries where capitalism also was abolished was imperialist domination destroyed root and branch. The system of indirect domination, neocolonialism or neo-imperialism, is not only an inevitable concession by the metropolitan bourgeoisie to the colonial bourgeoisie. It also corresponds to an economic change in the relations between these two classes. The industrialization of the colonial and semi-colonial countries is an irreversible process. It undermines one of the pillars of the old colonial system, the role of outlets for goods of current consumption, which is played by the backward countries. Exports of these goods from the imperialist countries began to fall off, more and more, at first comparatively and later even in absolute figures. It is exports of capital goods that more and more take the place of the old type of exports, insofar as the underdeveloped countries still have to furnish a safety valve for the tendencies to periodical overproduction which are inherent in capitalist economy. These exports are compatible with a higher degree of political and social independence of the colonial bourgeoisie in relation to imperialism. They even necessitate, to some extent, increased intervention by the state, which alone is capable of setting up large heavy industrial enterprises in the underdeveloped countries. Among the imperialist bourgeoisie, the interests of those who see the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries as the strengthening of a potential competitor come into conflict with the interests of those who see it above all the emergence of potential clients. Usually these conflicts tend to be settled in favor of the second group, which is that of the big monopolies based mainly on the production of capital goods. Propaganda for aid to the underdeveloped countries also assumes a special meaning. The exploitation of the Third World by the imperialist countries goes forward more merrily than ever, as is shown by the deterioration in the terms of trade. But this deterioration deprives the underdeveloped countries of the means of buying an increasing amount of capital goods from the metropolitan countries. Aid to the underdeveloped countries comes in to make up the growing deficit in their balance of payments and thus in the last analysis amounts to a redistribution of profits within the imperialist. 481. Bourgeoisie, to the advantage of the monopoly sectors which export capital goods, at the expense of the old sectors, textiles, coal, etc. in billions of dollars. It goes without saying that the Cold War has stimulated the movement for aid to the underdeveloped countries, alliance with the colonial bourgeoisie being the only way in which imperialism can meet the continual strengthening of the anti-capitalist forces in the world. But the change in the structure of world trade to which neo-imperialism corresponds must be regarded as a factor working in that same direction in any case, even regardless of the conflict between West and East. Chapter 14. Concentration and centralization of capital on an international scale. Free trade capitalism was characterized by the worldwide industrial monopoly held by Britain. The passing of this monopoly, as a result of the appearance of a series of other big industrial powers, opened the period of the rise of imperialism. The partition of the world among these great powers made possible for 40 years a fresh expansion of the world basis of the capitalist mode of production, not only of world trade and production but also of the trade and production of each of the imperialist countries. This partition of the world was completed at the beginning of the 20th century by the division of China into spheres of influence. But the forces impelling capitalism along the road of expansion remained more virulent than ever. The domination of the economy of the big, advanced capitalist countries by the monopolies was accompanied by a considerable increase in the organic composition of capital. Capital was more than ever on the hunt for super profits. The shrinkage in the spheres not yet penetrated by the capitalist mode of production automatically restricted the possibility of finding new sources of super profits through export of capital to industrially virgin countries. The old established industrial countries consequently became, in their turn, objects of capital's international expansion. Imperialist wars appear as the ultimate method for temporarily resolving the contradiction between the tendency for constant expansion of the basis of the capitalist mode of production and the limits henceforth set to this expansion by the conquest of the world. In these wars the productive forces, stifling within the ever more restrictive national frontiers, free themselves in an explosive way. Imperialist war, which is war both for temporarily resolving the conflicts of international capitalist competition and for changing the allotment of spheres of influence in the world in accordance with changes that have taken place in the balance of strength among the great powers, appears as the main way in which the process of international concentration and centralization of capital develops. It periodically impoverishes and ruins a section of the world bourgeoisie, in order to enrich and strengthen another section of this same bourgeoisie. 485. 486. It deprives old imperialist countries of their game reserves and transforms these countries themselves into fields for investment of foreign capital. But at the same time it enables the nascent bourgeoisie of the colonial and semi-colonial countries to carve themselves a modest place on the world market, thanks to sudden interruptions or changes of direction in international trade. Uneven and combined development, which preside over the formation and evolution of capitalist monopolistic groupings, are also characteristic of the whole of economic progress in our epoch. While centralizing in a small number of countries the available capital resources, this evolution, far from doing away with inter-imperialist competition, intensifies it both between the great powers and between the little ones, which struggle desperately for their place in the sun. On the eve of the First World War, three great powers were already, owing to their lack of capital, fields of investment for foreign imperialist powers: Russia, mainly for French and Belgian capital, and Austria-Hungary and Italy, for German capital. At the end of the First World War, Germany, whose foreign investments in 1913 had ranked third largest in the world, was so impoverished that it became the chief field of investment for foreign capital, once the Reichsmark had been stabilized. Between 1924 and 1929 Germany absorbed $400 million of imported capital each year, as compared with $136 million invested in Australia, $0 million in the Argentine, and $105 million in Eastern Europe. Japan, itself an expanding capitalist power, continued to be an important field for the investment of foreign capital. The Second World War considerably speeded up this process of international concentration of capital. Britain, which was the leading exporter of capital before the First World War, was compelled to liquidate a large slice of its foreign investments in order to pay for the conduct of the war. This disinvestment has been estimated at $17 billion. American capital is moving into Britain on an increasing scale. France, Holland, and Belgium have lost part of their foreign investments and also become fields for the investment of foreign, especially American, capital. Japan, after having succeeded in extending the sphere of operation of its capital to the whole of Southeast Asia between 1942 and 1945, collapsed and was compelled to open wide its own gates to American capital. The same happened to Germany and Italy. Germany's capital flooded the greater part of Europe and Western Russia between 1940 and 1945, only to be itself flooded with American capital after defeat. At the end of this process, a small number of overcapitalized countries confronts the majority of states, which are henceforth undercapitalized, that is, have a level of productivity which is less than the world average. The only countries which can nowadays be regarded as overcapitalized are the USA and Switzerland, along with, in a merely relative sense, Britain, Holland, Belgium, and Sweden. This state of overcapitalization is marked, 1. By an annual surplus of capitalizable surplus value, investment of which within the country itself can no longer bring in the average profit. 2. By monopolies of productivity. Practically the whole oil and petroleum chemicals industry, much of the plastics and the steel and engineering industries employing certain new and important techniques which have been set up or developed in the world during and since the war, pay royalties to American concerns, and are tied for certain critical items of equipment to the American manufacturers and their licensees. It is estimated that the British oil refining industry alone pays annually several tens of millions sterling to the United States. 1. 3. By an increasing difference in the average age of industrial plant. In 1938 the USA spent $60 per head of population on the depreciation of fixed capital, as against 50 in Britain and 35 in France and Germany. In 1950 this figure amounted to 140 in the USA as against 65 in Britain and 40 in France and Germany. Even allowing for the fact that in 1950 a dollar was worth only half what a dollar was worth in 1938, depreciation was proceeding faster in the USA and more slowly in Western Europe. This situation changed, however, after 1953 and especially after 1957. According to the United Nations Statistical Yearbook for 1958, of 73 countries whose balance of payments was analyzed for the period 1951 to 57, only 6 drew more income from their investments abroad than they sent abroad as return on investments within their frontiers. These countries were, the USA, Annual net favorable balance of dividends, interest payments, etc., $25 billion, Britain, $265 million, Switzerland, 100 million, Holland, 65 million, Belgium, 35 million, and Sweden, 18 million. The countries whose annual tribute paid to foreign capital is highest are the following, the figures in brackets showing the annual average net export of dividends during the same period: Venezuela, $550 million, Canada, 330 million, Australia, 220 million, South Africa, 190 million, Iraq, 135 million, Brazil, 130 million, Mexico, 110 million, the Central African Federation, 100 million, Iran, 90 million, West Germany, 68 million, etc. Relative shrinkage and fragmentation of the world market. The age of imperialist expansion, 1875 to 1914, was the age when a world market was effectively established and international trade expanded on a worldwide scale. The explosion of the inherent contradictions of the system, from the First World War onward, meant at the same time the breakup of the world market, its relative shrinkage and fragmentation. A. The Russian Revolution of October 1917, and later the expansion of the USSR into Eastern Europe after 1944, and victory of the Chinese Revolution, the events in Korea and Vietnam, and the Cuban Revolution, have deprived the capitalist market of 1/3 of the world, into which capitalist commodities, and especially capital, can no longer be freely poured. B. The outbreak and development of the colonial revolution since the Second World War has reduced the outlets for some capitalist products in other parts of the world. C. The industrialization of a number of overseas countries, an unavoidable result, in the long run, of the export of metropolitan capital to these countries, has transformed them from customers into competitors with certain branches of industry in the imperialist countries, especially those which produce consumer goods. D. The industrial advance of the USSR and of a number of countries of the Eastern Bloc has enabled them to replace the imperialist countries to some extent as trading partners of several underdeveloped countries, and even of some advanced ones, as is shown by the following table. Owing to this relative shrinkage of the capitalist world market, external trade can no longer play the same role of safety valve in relation to the tendencies to overproduction, which are inherent in 489. Capitalist production. Exports absorb a smaller proportion of world production than before 1913. Between 1850 and 1913 the volume of world trade increased by 900%, whereas the income per head of the world's inhabitants was certainly not doubled, allowing for the 60% increase in population. World trade thus apparently absorbed a proportion of world production nearly 3 times as great in 1913 as in 1850. 3. On the other hand, between 1913 and 1951 international trade increased in volume by only 30%, while the world's population grew by 40%, and income per head of population also increased, even if only modestly, when the underdeveloped countries are taken into account. Consequently, the volume of world trade rose much less markedly than the volume of world income and production. World trade absorbed a smaller proportion of world production. 4. Despite the great expansion of world trade during the period 1953 to 60, this point made by Kuznets retains full validity today. World production of industrial finished products, 100 equals 1913, advanced from an average of 263 in 1946 to 50 to an average of 441 in 1958 to 59. The volume of exports of these same products, 100 equals 1913, advanced from an average of 100 in 1946 to 50 to an average of 173 in 1958 to 59. And even then the latter figure is inflated by the increase in exchanges within the European Common Market. 5. A very typical example is provided by production of and trade in iron and steel products. Whereas between 1913 and 1950 world production of these products, not including USSR, rose to index 229. World exports of iron and steel products, including finished goods, increased by less than 35%. In 1957, iron and steel production was 3 times what it had been in 1913, whereas world trade in iron and steel products had increased by only 60%. It is the textile industry that particularly shows the combined results of the industrialization of the underdeveloped countries and the structural shrinkage of capitalist world trade. In fact, this shrinkage is no longer merely relative, it has become absolute, and even takes the form of a collapse so far as cotton goods are concerned. World annual production and export of cotton goods, in millions of yards. At the same time, the geographical distribution of production and exports has been profoundly changed, as is shown by the following figures, which relate to the number of spindles in the world, in thousands, only spindles used for spinning raw cotton being counted. If production of cotton yarn has not fallen but increased during the same period, this is due to more intense utilization of the existing potential and to increase in production per spindle, helped by technical improvements of spindles and rationalization of mills. It is interesting to note that the USA, which over a long period was the chief beneficiary of the shift in production and export capacity overseas from the countries of Western Europe, is now itself beginning to become a victim of this process. This is also shown in export figures. Since the end of the Second World War, the evolution of the export of cotton goods has proceeded like this in the case of some important exporting countries. 1. In order to compare this evolution on the morrow of the Second World War and the situation before 1914, here is a table of the balance of trade, taking into account movements in both directions, of the chief areas of the world, in thousands of tons of cotton goods. The minus sign stands for a favorable balance of trade, the plus sign for the reverse, i.e. an excess of imports over exports. True, this evolution has been up to now largely neutralized by the increase in exports of capital goods and what are called new products, those of the electronics and chemical industries, synthetic fibers and plastics, optical and pharmaceutical products, etc. But with the intensification of inter-imperialist competition and the increasing industrialization of the Third World, more and more sectors will tend to pass into the category of branches of industry whose international outlets are shrinking, first in relation to their total production and eventually even in absolute figures. The WL-round cartelization of industry. The strengthening of the trusts and monopolies and the dominion they wield over vast sectors of the economy widen the margin between the average rate of profit of the monopolist sectors and the average rate of profit of the non-monopolist ones. Competition between different sectors of industry becomes a dominant feature of capitalism. The non-monopolist sectors are compelled, in their turn, to undertake measures of organization and regrouping, in order to protect their rate of profit. Their defense consists essentially in the formation of trade associations and cartels, which embrace the bulk, or even all, of the firms in a particular sector, often under the aegis of the most powerful firms in the given sector. Since the first decade of this century, but especially since the end of the First World War and during the Great Crisis of 1929–33, the all-round cartelization of industry has proceeded by way of the formation of trade associations and groupings of employers in particular branches. In Germany, the number of cartels grew from 70 in 1877 and 300 in 1900 to 1,000 in 1922, 2,100 in 1930, and 2,200 in 1943. 9 in 1954. It was estimated that 12% of all retail sales in West Germany were made at prices dictated by the supplier to the retailer, which is merely one of the forms of cartel agreement. This percentage comes to 95% in the sewing machine sector, 85% in that of 492. Tobacco products, 75% in photography, 60% in the radio and TV sector, 45% in drugs, etc. 10 in the USA. Trade associations developed from 1911, Bridge Builders Society, and 1912, Yellow Pine Association, with the special aim of communicating to all the members of a given association the information available regarding the costs of production and selling prices of their partners and fixing an average price for the particular sector of industry, not forgetting, of course, to include a reasonable profit. The number of trade associations rose from 800 in 1914 to some 2,000 in 1919. 11. This development was somewhat checked by a hostile decision of the Supreme Court in 1921 and 1923. The number of trade associations fell rapidly at that time. A revival occurred a few years later, encouraged first by another decision, this time a favorable one, of the Supreme Court in 1925, and above all by the National Recovery Act, NRA, in 1933. In all, 1,505 trade associations, some nationwide, others regional, were again to be listed in June 1938. 12. The firm of Stevenson, Jordan, and Harrison, administering about 30 trade associations, frankly declaring in a pamphlet dated 1938. We must change our laws regulating business, so that each industry will be given the right to form a firm organization and so govern and control itself. Industry, when so organized, must have the right to schedule and regulate production, to allot production between plants and territories and to determine a fair price at which the products of the industry will be offered to the public. New capital desiring to engage in an industry in which the capacity is in excess of production schedules must first secure a certificate of convenience and necessity. 13. In Britain the number of trade associations, the first of which was formed in 1881, reached some 500 in 1919 and some 2,000 in 1956, including 1,300 industrial trade associations. 14. At least a quarter of these associations engage in regulating the prices of their products, according to a PEP study. The British Commission for the Investigation of Monopolies and Restrictive Practices, a public institution, stated in a report published in 1955 that of the 300 trade associations which it had investigated, at least 16 impose cartel practices on their members, ranging from the fixing of prices to the boycotting of outsiders and the setting up of private courts to judge, sometimes with counsel for the defense, firms which are accused of breaking the rules of the association. 15. The same report defines in unequivocal terms the origin and purpose of the development of trade associations. Before the First World War the main emphasis seems to have been on the prevention of retail price cutting, and the method chosen was the collective enforcement of resale price maintenance by means of 493 stop lists of retailers who were not honoring the arrangement and to whom supplies were to be refused. Some of the earlier arrangements broke down in the early 1920s under the stress of post-war economic difficulties, and the new agreements made later in that decade were designed to prevent each failure of collective action in the future. In the 1930s, again following a period of acute economic depression, the majority of the exclusive dealing arrangements of which we have knowledge were introduced for the first time, while older agreements of a less complex character were often extended and elaborated along similar lines, frequently as a support for manufacturers' common prices. 16. In France, apart from the cartels of monopoly-controlled large-scale industry, in the first place engineering and steel, industrial understandings developed especially in the years between the two world wars. They did not make a real leap forward, however, until after June 1936 and above all under the Vichy government, with its organization committees. 17 Jacques Huchot states, the second feature of the period, 1900-50, relates to the all-round adoption of policies of alliance in the various sectors of economic activity. Before 1914, industrial alliances were the exception, though certain firms, for a variety of reasons and for varying periods, sometimes set up joint trading offices. After 1918, and especially between 1932 and 1936, the cartelization of the economy proceeded by different methods: joint trading offices, consortiums, joint branches for distribution or working up of products. Productive capacity continued to exceed available outlets, and thereby the system of alliances became a stable feature of the economy. From temporary they became permanent. 18. Though not numerous in Japan before the crisis of 1929–30, from then onward cartels developed vigorously in that country. In 1931 they existed in 8 important branches of industry, in which they laid down severe restrictions on production, and in 1936 they had spread to 16 branches of industry, apart from those which were compulsorily cartelist. At the same time the number of exporters' associations increased from 14 at the end of 1930 to 85 at the end of 1935, when they controlled all the main sectors. Finally, the retailers' guilds, the number of which rose from 656 in 1936 to 3009 in 1939, functioned in effect as buying and selling cartels. 19. After the temporary decartelization of 1945, the movement was renewed even more strongly, the legal hindrances having been almost completely removed. The list of cartels has rapidly grown longer during the last 5 or 6 years. Their number now exceeds 200. They supervise production, divide up the market, fix prices. Nearly all branches of industry are affected, and competition between the different firms within the big groups is regulated by them. They can now exist in all. 494. The cycles of economic life and even during the periods of prosperity. This is to be seen just now, when the cartels which were formed in 1958 to keep up prices are continuing to function when business has picked up again, and are even striving to bring about some rises in prices. 20. Effective cartelization has thus attained a remarkable extent, even in sectors traditionally regarded as the last refuges of free competition, owing to the comparatively low degree of concentration which is typical of them. Thus, in the textile industry, the Federal Trade Commission of the USA in March 1948 accused the Carded Yarn Institute of fixing a common price for its members' products, limiting production, eliminating trade discount and laying down a uniform system of selling conditions, in other words, of acting just like a cartel. In the same way, in a report published on April 14, 1954 by Britain's Monopolies and Restrictive Practices Commission, the Federation of Calico Printers was accused of having brought together the producers of 98% of all the cotton printed in Britain and safeguarded this monopoly by fixing prices and allocating production quotas, as well as adopting measures aimed at restricting the growth of productive capacity. 21. In the building trade, in which a predominance of relatively small firms is typical, the situation in the USA is adequately described as follows. The large producers of mill lumber peg prices in the metropolitan area. Associations set and maintain base prices for windows, window frames, stairs, banisters, door frames, cabinets, and ornamental woodwork. Dealers and jobbers of plumbing supplies are often forbidden to sell directly to the job on penalty of being disciplined. Manufacturers of plumbing and other materials have cancelled trade discounts of jobbers who sell directly to the consumer or to the contractor. One lumbermen's association distributed membership lists to manufacturers and wholesalers who served certain areas, and if the wholesaler sold to a non-member he had to pay a penalty or face boycott by council members. 22. Stocking and Watkins 23 show that in 1939, on the U.S. home market, 47.4% of sales of agricultural products, 42.7% of sales of manufactured goods and 86.9% of sales of mining products involved articles which were directly regulated by cartels, not to mention trade associations. Parallel with the development of trade associations and all-round cartelization, economico-political employers' organizations have also developed, a form of supercartel representing the entire capitalist class in relation to the state, the working class, the consumers, and other interest groups. Among these are the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, in the USA, the Federation of British 495 Industries, formerly FBI now CBI, in Britain, the Vereniging Deutschen Arbeitgeberverband, later the Reichsverband der Deutschen Industrie, RDI, and later still the Reichsgruppe in pre-1945 Germany, the Confédération Nationale du Patronat Français, CNPF, in France, and the Fédération des Industries de Belgique, FLB, in Belgium, as well as the different associations of chambers of commerce. These organizations not only intervene vigorously in social conflicts, election campaigns, or public debates on economic policy. They are to an increasing extent consulted by governments in the actual working out of their economic policy * at moments of crisis, economic crisis, war, etc., they become semi-official organs for the practical guidance of the national economy. They even engage in international politics. On 15 to 16 March, 1939 the Federation of British Industries and the Reichsgruppe Industrie made an agreement for collaboration in which they undertook to substitute in all fields the fixing of prices by mutual agreement in place of destructive competition. These organizations realize in themselves, to a large extent, that increasing fusion of the state with the monopolies which is characteristic of the epoch of the decline of capitalism. For, as Brady points out, it is the monopolies that completely dominate these politico-economic organs of the capitalist class. As policy coordinator for this swiftly unfolding and cartel-like apparatus of trade associations, given an added fillip for more rapid extension of their powers and influence in the current national emergency, the Federation of British Industries takes on a new and far-reaching significance. Commanded at the top by a small coterie of officials who are drawn chiefly from large concerns or from concerns under the influence or control of the giants in their respective fields, and with both officials and controlling concerns bound together by an infinity of interconnections personal, family and institutional into a tightly meshed business oligarchy vested with political powers of propaganda and coercion, this is the British pattern in the making. 25. Forced cartelization. All-round cartelization of industry is more and more the indispensable condition for the safeguarding of rates of profit in the non-monopolist sectors. But all-round catalyzation is possible only if all the firms in a given sector agree to it, or can be obliged to agree through discrimination or boycott. If these measures of economic compulsion prove inadequate, especially if the recalcitrant firm happens to be the strongest in the sector, there is nothing to be done but to bring into play political compulsion, compulsion by the state. Since the crisis of 1929–33, intervention of the state as regulator of the economy, giving the force of law to decisions of private cartels and thus transforming them into forced cartels, obligatory alliances, etc., has manifested itself in most capitalist countries. It has once again revealed the nature of the state, as defender of the general interests of the bourgeoisie, if need be against a recalcitrant individual bourgeois. There had already been precedents for this in Germany. At the request of the big trusts, a law of 1910 laid down compulsory cartelization of companies producing potash. Then, in 1920, came the compulsory grouping of firms in the steel industry. After the outbreak of the Great Crisis, compulsory cartels were formed in the sugar industry and in shipping on the Elbe. 26. It was, however, immediately after Hitler's coming to power that obligatory cartelization was made general, by the law of July 25, 1933. Then, on November 27, 1934, groups were set up in each sector, Reichsgruppen, most of them being led by one of the chief monopolies. These alliances possessed a far-reaching power of coercion, which included the right ex officio to close down firms which did not conform to regulations or which were merely regarded as redundant in relation to the market's absorption capacity. 27. The Frankfurter Zeitung of August 22, 1943 wrote that the link, in terms both of persons and of office, between the cartels and the groups goes very far. The authorities utilize both forms of organization as organs for official and semi-official measures of rationing. 28. After the revival of capitalist economy in West Germany in 1948, the government increasingly restored the practice of authorized cartels within the framework of a new law on cartels. Thus, milling and soap making, for instance, were cartelized with the backing of the law. 29. In the USA, immediately on Roosevelt's coming to power in 1933, the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, was promulgated, by which the state empowered trade associations to work out and apply compulsorily codes which determined the permissible limits and forms of competition within each sector. Stocking and Watkins show that these codes were usually the work of trade association officials or of dominant personalities within the industry. 80. 497. According to A.R. Burns, of the 677 codes promulgated, 3 included a direct restriction of production in a particular branch of industry, 60 an indirect restriction, ceiling of hours of work to be provided by the factory, 560 fixed minimum costs, 403 prohibited sales below cost of production. 31 Stocking and Watkins are thus right in claiming 32 that the code stabilized business, under governmental constraint, in favor of the vested interests of the big firms. In Italy, a law on cartels dating from 1932 authorizes the government to set up compulsory cartels in any branch in which 70% of the firms, or firms which represent 85% of production, ask for it. At the same time, the establishment of new firms was made subject to the granting of a government license from 1933 onward, and applications for licenses were often refused, 37% in 1939, 47% in 1940, 59% in 1941, 76% in 1942. 83. In Britain, the Coal Mines Reorganisation Act of 1930, amended in 1936, set up an obligatory cartel in the coal mining industry. 34. The Cotton Industry Board, set up in 1939, concerned itself especially with eliminating competitors who made a nuisance of themselves by cutting prices. In 1935, a compulsory cartel was set up in the sugar industry and in woodwork, and on November 20, 1935, a compulsory cartel for the herring fisheries was established. 35. When the great crisis of the cotton textile industry came in 1957-58, similar measures were taken, in order to ensure that productive capacity was reduced. In France in 1934, the conservative deputies P. E. Flandin and Marchandot tabled a bill for the setting up of compulsory industrial groupings. It was to compel competitors to submit themselves to industrial groupings even if they did not wish to join them. Even before the bill had been voted on, a decree set up this regime of obligatory groupings, in the footwear industry, sugar making, milling, herring fishing and the big sea fisheries. 86. After the defeat of 1940, the Vichy regime proceeded to make this system universal. The organization committee of the various industries which were set up in 1940 were often headed by the chairman of big firms. 37. In a number of cases they merged with the cartels, and ended by mostly falling under the control of the trusts. 38. In Japan, a law of St. April, 1931 explicitly authorizes a certain number of manufacturers, being grouped in cartels in a given branch of industry, to impose their decisions on all the firms in this branch, under conditions convenient to the trusts. In January 1936 there were already 24 agreements of this kind, each of the cartels dominating an entire branch of industry. The agreements provided for the restriction of production, the fixing of selling prices, the determination of the volume of sales and the allotment of shares of the market between firms. In August 1937 the law on industrial associations was made general in its application. These associations now received full 498 powers. They inspected and regulated production, fixed ex officio the prices at which all their members had to sell their goods, and organized joint buying and selling, and even joint utilization of industrial equipment. State control over their decisions was effected a posteriori. During the war, they undertook the allocation of raw materials in short supply and assumed more and more public functions. 39 In October 1941 and August 1942 decrees were published for the carrying through of obligatory cartelization, as proposed already in July 1940 by Prince Conway's cabinet. Associations were set up in the chief branches of industry in order to regulate their entire activity. The heads of these associations were without exception the heads of the cartels which the entrepreneurs had themselves formed in the branches in question. 4 degree In his article already quoted, Robert Guillat says of the period after 1950, The Anti-Cartel Commission formed in 1948 became little by little the regulator and organizer of cartelization, and its powers even ended by passing into the hands of the strongest supporters of the movement, the offices of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Increasing government control has been established over the economy, but very often the way it functions is neither impartial nor favorable to the cleaning up of the market and the interests of consumers. 41 In Belgium, a law of July 31, 1934, completed by a royal decision of January 13, 1935, made cartels and industrial groupings compulsory for outsiders. If the undoubted majority of the producing or distributing interests demands it, and if the state agrees to this demand for regulation. Between 1935 and 1952, 95 requests of this kind were submitted, 65 before 1942 and 30 after that date. One-third of these requests came from the distribution sector, and were all rejected. The other two-thirds came from various branches of industry, and of these about 20 were accepted, bringing several hundreds of firms under control and also very often subjecting them to a restriction of production. 42. The bourgeoisie and the state. Compulsory cartelization, the direct intervention of the public authorities in favor of threatened sections of the capitalist class, may seem a revolutionary heresy if one judges the historical attitude of the capitalists towards state intervention solely by the criteria of Adam Smith's theories or the creed of the free trade school. However, the doctrine of laissez-faire is only a stage in the development of bourgeois ideology. It has meaning only for a particular phase of capitalism and for a quite limited geographical area. At the risk of oversimplification, we can say that, when the bourgeoisie 499 is weak, it always seeks salvation in protection by the state. That is, in the hope that, through the agency of the public authorities, it may succeed in benefiting from a redistribution of the national income which will reduce its risks and increase its profits. Only when the bourgeoisie is strong and full of confidence in its strength and its power to overcome obstacles by its economic superiority alone does it freely denounce all state interventionism and seek to cut down to the bone the state's financial resources. The evolution which leads from mercantilism and the strong state to liberalism and opposition to the strengthening of the army or acquisition of colonies is well known as regards Britain, France, and Germany. Henry Hauser has recalled that the call for protectionism and pre-mercantilist doctrine appears in France as early as the 16th century, curiously mixed up with echoes of medieval corporations, that is, craft protectionism. 43 In German economic doctrine, the direct link between the medieval ancestor and present-day capitalism is even clearer where protectionism is concerned. There is no need to recall, moreover, how much the primitive accumulation of capital was fostered not merely by protection but also by the exploitation and systematic plundering of the state treasury. War supplies, public debts, luxury trades, tax farming, colonial enterprises. All these were, in the 16th and 17th centuries, the regular channels along which the incomes of various social classes were drained off to the advantage of the bourgeoisie and transformed into constituent elements of commercial, banking and industrial capital. Contemporary experience in the underdeveloped countries has curiously revived this historical experience, but in a completely changed context. Nevertheless, it is striking to observe to what extent the state and statism in these countries, far from being anti-capitalist in nature, are real foci for the rise of the bourgeoisie, the formation of capitalist enterprises and even of bourgeois families. The outstanding example in this connection is that of Japan, where modern industry was created from scratch by the state and at the state's expense, then sold for a song to the young industrial bourgeoisie. Initially, the state itself spearheaded the industrialization process by pioneering and financing new undertakings over a broad front. In the decade after 1868 it built and operated railways and telegraph lines. It opened new coal mines and agricultural experimental stations. It established iron foundries, shipyards, and machine shops. It imported foreign equipment and exports to Mechanese silk reeling and cotton spinning. It set up model factories to manufacture cement, paper, and glass. Many new Western-style industries thus owed their start to government initiative. The state shouldered the early risks, pioneered technical advance, and patronized many private ventures which followed on its heels. Most of the state's industrial properties were soon disposed of at prices low enough to attract ready buyers. 44 *. Generally speaking, the industrialization of a number of underdeveloped countries is today favored by government initiatives connected with subsidies, gifts pure and simple, or extravagant guarantees according to private industries. Thus the Stimmerbank, Investment Bank, of Turkey, the Bank Industri Negara and the Bank Rakyat Indonesia in Indonesia, the Industrial Finance Corporation in India and the institution with the same name in Pakistan, the Industrial Bank of Egypt, the Nacional Financiera of Mexico and many other institutions of the same sort are the chief agencies of industrialization in their respective countries. Except for the Indonesian institutions, which are virtually nationalist. These are mixed enterprises, in which half of the capital has been provided by the state and the other half by the private sector, or by international bodies, but under the state's guarantee. 40 In Brazil, the state's share in the gross formation of capital varied between 30 to 39% in 1948 to 52. The decisive role of the state guarantee in the development of private industry is stressed in a United Nations publication. It is probable that some of the success in raising local capital which has been achieved by some development corporations is attributable at least in part to their links with government. It is argued by small investors, not always with justification, that the government is not likely to allow an industry sponsored by an official development corporation to fail. The apparent security of such an investment is sufficient to attract those who would not be interested in a pioneer industry promoted entirely by a private entrepreneur. More deliberately, governments have occasionally attracted private capital into approved industries by means of a guarantee of minimal dividends. The Baza Lkot cement plant in Bombay, India, for example, was built by an ordinary limited liability company in 1948 after the government had undertaken to guarantee a minimum dividend of 3% a year for a period of 5 years. 48 In fact, the birth of an industrial bourgeoisie in the underdeveloped countries is the combined result of state contracts, state encouragement in the form of guarantees, and plundering of the state treasury, particularly by corrupt civil servants and politicians. 49 It has been alleged that Colonel Batista amassed the colossal fortune of $200 million during his second term as dictator in Cuba, while the vice president of South Korea under Syngman Rhee amassed $50 million. This statism of the underdeveloped countries is closer to the economic statism of Europe from the 16th century to the beginning of the 19th, or to the statism of Central and Eastern Europe in the second half of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, than to present-day statism. The growing intervention of the state in the economy of the industrially advanced countries takes, indeed, a different form. Like the statism of the underdeveloped countries, it is basically capitalist, that is, it does not tend to the abolition but rather to the strengthening of the wealth and power of the bourgeoisie. This differentiates it radically from the nationalizations which were carried out in the USSR and also in Eastern Europe, China, North Korea, North Vietnam, and Cuba after the Second World War. But unlike the statism of the underdeveloped countries, the increasing state intervention in the economy of the industrially advanced countries does not serve to foster the primitive accumulation of industrial capital, the rise of capitalist industry, but on the contrary to keep alive and ensure a certain amount of growth by a capitalism which is passing from maturity to decay. The former is the forceps which facilitates birth, the second is the scalpel which removes a tumor that reappears with disturbing regularity. The state as guarantor of monopoly profits. Monopoly capitalism sees part of the normal machinery of the system more or less constantly stopped from functioning. Monopoly superprofits presuppose a certain restriction of production, and so of investment, but, the external outlets playing less and less the role of safety valve after the First World War, and especially after the Second, the overcapitalization of some sectors, and countries, exists alongside the undercapitalization, and underdevelopment, of other sectors and other countries. Furthermore, Technical progress demands initial investments of ever-increasing dimensions, and at the same time there is less and less opportunity for exploitation of it in a way which will be profitable fully and for a long period. The comparative plentifulness of capital thus exists side by side not only with underdeveloped countries but also with technical innovations which are not used productively. The normal functioning of the capitalist mode of production makes less and less possible the profitable use of all capital, which is the very raison d'etre of capitalism. The system seems to have got stuck in a blind alley. It is in this blind alley that monopoly capitalism turns more and more to the state, in order to secure by state intervention in the economy what the normal working of the latter can no longer secure for it. The bourgeois state becomes the essential guarantor of monopoly profits. 1. The state takes responsibility for the unprofitable basic sectors of the economy. This taking over by the state results in a fall in the selling price of electric power or of fundamental raw materials, which in its turn makes possible a cut in costs of production, increase competitive capacity and growth in the rate of profit in the sector of industry which produces heavy finished goods, machines, electrical apparatus, means of transport, the backbone of present-day big capital. The nationalist companies are, moreover, dominated to a large extent by representatives of the private sector. This is clearly illustrated by the example of Britain. Out of 272 seats on the boards of Britain's nationalist enterprises, 106 were occupied in 1956 by directors of private firms, of whom 49 were directors of private insurance companies and 31 were bank directors. Furthermore, there sat on these boards 71 technical directors of the nationalist enterprises themselves, whose extremely high salaries are a catalyst of bourgeois opinions. The chairman of the British Transport Commission receives £8,500 a year, the chairman of the National Coal Board £7,500, the chairman of the Central Electricity Authority £8,500, and so on. The nationalisation of the coal mines in Britain and France, the nationalisation of the electric power industry in these countries, the nationalisation of oil and electric power in Italy and of iron mines, oil and electric power in Austria, the establishment of nationalist coal mining in Holland, measures adopted either by governments of the left or by governments of the right, or of national unity, all pursued the same end, that of ensuring lower costs of production for the transformation industries. They were accepted almost unanimously by the employers. If, later, one or other of these measures has formed the subject of public polemics by the bourgeoisie, this is usually to be explained by divergences of interest between quite definite sections and not by a general opposition to nationalization as such. Another typical instance of the same sort is that of the foundation of the Hermann Göring Werke in July 1937 in Germany. Its purpose was to exploit iron mines where the ore was too poor to give a profit. Private working of these mines would have necessitated an increase in the customs due on imported ore, which would have cut into the profits of the big manufacturing industries. The foregoing does not in the least mean that nationalization of sectors of industry necessarily corresponds only to the interests of the dominant groups of the bourgeoisie. It can, on the contrary, constitute a veritable school of collective economy, provided that the compensation payments to capital are reduced or cancelled, that it is not limited to sectors run at a deficit, that the representatives of private capital are removed from the management, that workers' participation in the management is ensured, or that this management is subject to democratic workers' control, and that the nationalist sectors are used by a workers' government for the purpose of all-round planning, especially to achieve certain objectives of high priority, either social, e.g. a free health service, or economic, e.g. full employment. To refioating of capitalist enterprises in difficulty. This phenomenon is often accompanied by a reprivatization of enterprises which were nationalist when they were not profitable. In both cases it is a matter of nationalising losses while restoring profits to private ownership. Thus, after the big bank crash in 1931, the Weimar Republic acquired 90% of the shares of the Dresdner and Donat banks, 70% of those of the Commerz- und Privatbank, 35% of those of the Deutsche Bank, In 1937 all these shares were handed back to the private banks, as soon as they were making good profits. 51 *. Similarly, the Nazi regime handed over to the private sector its shares in the Vereinigte Stahlwerke, various shipyards and shipping companies such as Hapag, and restored to private ownership municipal gas and electricity companies. 53. 3. Transfer to private trusts of public property or of enterprises built with public money. The most flagrant case is that of the enterprises built during the Second World War by the U.S. government. Out of a total of new plans usable in peacetime valued at $11.5 billion, 77.4% were managed by the big trusts, which had first option rights when it came to selling them. 54. Most of these plants were in fact sold to the trusts in question. Typical are the case of the Geneva Steel Works, handed over to the U.S. Steel Corporation, and that of the synthetic rubber factories, mostly handed over to the rubber trusts, Goodyear, Goodrich, U.S. Rubber, Firestone, and oil trusts, Esso Standard, Gulf Oil, Texas Oil. Professor Ritterhausen states that this REF loading obliged the government to liquidate reserves of gold and foreign exchange, thus causing long-term inflation. 504. Company, etc. Some of these factories were sold at a fraction of the cost of construction. Thus, the butane factory at Kabuta, PA, cost $49 million to build, and went to the Coppers Company for $2 million, the butylene factory at Baton Rouge, LA, which cost $25 million, went to Esso Standard for $15 million, etc. 55. In Britain, the factories built during the war suffered the same fate. Nazi Germany worked out a particularly subtle system for financing the expansion of firms regarded as being indispensable for national defense by means of public or private funds giving no right to shareholding, the system of Gemeinschaftsfinanzierung, community financing. 56. In the same connection, the case of the nuclear power industry in the USA calls for mention. From the start of the governmental nuclear research program, carried on exclusively at public expense, a dozen trusts were associated with this work and were thus able to accumulate considerable knowledge which gave them an enormously privileged position in relation to their competitors, and all for nothing. These trusts were E.I. DuPont de Nemours, Allied Chemical and Dye, Tennessee Eastman, Dow Chemical, American Cyanamide, Monsanto Chemical, Kellex Corporation, Westinghouse Electric, Carbide and Carbon, and General Electric, the latter managing the Hanford factories over a period of several years. 57. In 1954 the Nuclear Power Act practically transferred a sector of the public domain worth $12 billion, all the technological and scientific information in the nuclear sphere, to private trusts which could turn it into money and capitalize it as they pleased. The Atomic Energy Commission is directed to assume a major role in assisting the acquisition of atomic knowledge by others. Stripped of euphemism, this means that a major part of the real pioneering work in the field will probably still be done at government expense, while private enterprise relieved of substantial risks and rewarded with ample incentives will probably get most of the benefits. 58. The same writers describe moreover how this system actually functions. The nuclear material put into a private atomic reactor remains the property of the USA, as does the material extracted from the reactor. The Atomic Energy Commission thus sells the nuclear fuel and buys back the plutonium ashes. Therefore, as the Federal Power Commission informed Congress, the government may pay more for the ashes than it charges for the fuel. Thus, the government may subsidize the electric utilities and others developing atomic energy by paying their operating costs. Furthermore, there is no provision for recapturing any excess profits earned in the process. 59. 505. 4. Direct or indirect subsidies granted to private firms. The list of direct and indirect subsidies, including exemption from taxes and other fiscal privilege, granted by governments to private firms in the principal capitalist countries during the last 30 years would by itself fill a large volume. We shall confine ourselves to mentioning a few of the most typical examples. In the USA, the government grants permanent subsidies to airlines and shipping lines and also for shipbuilding. According to a statement by the U.S. Post Office, the postal rebates allowed to 5 big weeklies or reviews cost the government $25 million a year. 60. Accelerated depreciation, based on certificates of necessity for national defense, made it possible for $20 billion of investment carried out by American industry between 1950 and 1954 to be effected under conditions of large-scale tax reduction. 90% of these investments were made in big enterprises. 61. The extra profits thus realized through exemption from taxes amount to several billion dollars. Similarly, the law on the exhaustion of natural resources, which enables the big oil firms to keep back part of their income in order to carry out searches for new oil resources, has increased the net income of these firms by several billion dollars, through exemption from taxes. It brings them in at present between $700 and $750 million a year. 62. As regards war supplies, these are provided under contracts which guarantee substantial profit margins to the trusts. Thus, during the war in Korea, the Detroit Ordnance Center bought 1,000 generators of a certain type from the Chrysler Corporation, at a price of $77.20 each, instead of buying them from Electric Autolite, who had made them and sold them to Chrysler for $52 each. Under this strange regime of free competition, Electric Autolite itself had refused to supply them directly to the state for less than $87 each. 63. 5. Explicit guaranteeing of profit by the state. This guarantee is of particularly great importance where supplies to the state, public works, and regulation of prices are concerned, increasingly important features of the economy in the age of capitalist decline, marked by an expanding state sector and by the increasing importance of the armaments industry. The entire economic recovery of Nazi Germany was financed by bills which the state guaranteed would be honored. This means that all the entrepreneurs working for recovery had their profits guaranteed to them. 64. When the Third Reich developed the synthetic rubber industry, it made with the firms involved what were called profitability guarantee contracts, Wirtschaftlichkeitsgarantieverträge, which guaranteed costs, including a margin of reasonable profits, and a 506. Certain volume of sales. Because of the newness of the process and the magnitude of the physical plant involved, obsolescence and depreciation represented a prominent element of cost. Allowance was also made for amortization of the capital investment represented by the credits. 63. When the Hermann Göring Werke was founded, 130 million Rm of shares were sold to banks or economically interested circles. They paid a dividend guaranteed by the state. 66. The various Nazi decrees fixing prices, notably the Ordinance of November 26, 1936, that of November 21, 1938 on public contracts, and that of September 4, 1939 on wartime economy, all provided explicitly or implicitly for a reasonable profit. 67. In the USA, for 25 years, the oil and sugar industries have been practically assured of a permanent profit, thanks to the policy of restrictions on production enforced by the state authorities. Every month the Bureau of Mines estimates probable demand, and state regulative commissions tell oil producers in their respective states how much crude oil they can bring out of their wells. The scheme is intended to assure that the oil, brought above ground, shall, when imports are added, correspond substantially to the American demand. The plan has worked successfully for 2 decades. The American sugar industry follows somewhat the same plan, though the mechanics are different. Since supplies of raw sugar are chiefly outside the United States, the adjustment of supply to demand is accomplished by the Secretary of Agriculture, who has been given power to fix the quota of raw sugar which may be imported. 68. The aim of this policy of restricting oil production is obviously to ensure that the big oil trusts get reasonable prices and profits. 69. For everything relating to the production of armaments or work on government account, the USA has many times provided guarantee of private debts, private investments, returns on private capital and private contracts without a commensurate reduction of prices to the public. The effect is to socialize the risks of private capitalism without a corresponding diminution of returns. 70. The new legislation on the export of private capital provides for a guarantee by the state or by semi-public organs, the administrations of the ECA, MSA, or FOA, for private capital invested abroad. This system was used, for instance, to guarantee the purchase of 50% of the shares of the German rubber trust Phoenix Werke by the American Firestone Trust * when price freezing was reintroduced in the USA during the Korean War boom. The Office of Price Stabilization laid it down as a rule, on February 18, 1952, that the prices frozen had to include a profit margin of 10% on net capital, before tax. A new aspect of the state guaranteeing of profits is export risk guarantee. Intensified international competition implies that big international orders, especially for capital goods, but often also for consumer goods, are nearly always placed on credit. The majority of governments cover a large proportion of the resultant risk, and allow similar insurances to be given by semi-public institutions. The Wirtschaftsbericht of the Rhine-Main Bank 71 give the following table of legislation in force in this connection in 4 countries of Western Europe in 1953, German Federal Republic, credit insurance at very low rates, 0.4 to 25% guarantees against loss up to 60 to 85%. France, insurance against loss, including the consequences of monetary and political disasters in the importing country, to the amount of 80%. The insurance includes the risk of advertising losses. Britain, state cover for risks, up to 85 to 90%, insurance premiums of 0.25 to 0.50%. Here too the risks covered include advertising expenditure, contract charges, removal charges, etc. Holland, state insurance of export credits, cover of 75 to 90% of possible loss. The state further guarantees to the exporter the restitution of 50% of his costs incurred in making inquiries, establishing contact, traveling, advertising and storing goods in the foreign country. Increasing fusion between state and monopolies. The state thus becomes to an increasing extent an indispensable instrument for the monopolies. The realization of profit, and not just the average profit, but the super profit which they regard as their right, can no longer depend on the mere working of economic laws. The state's economic policy must, when necessary, render these very laws harmless * when their operation threatens the profits of the monopolies. This close cooperation between the monopolies and the state is not at all the result of submission of the economy to the state. On the contrary, it expresses the submission of the state to the monopolies, through increasing personal links between the leading figures in the state and the heads of the big monopolies, in person. The United States is the country where this fusion between the state and the big monopolies has attained its highest point. The majority of the politicians occupying key positions in the American economy have, for a long time now, been big businessmen. The successive heads of the War Production Bureau have been Knudsen, of the General Motors Trust, Donald Nelson, of the Sears Roebuck Trading Trust, Charles A. Wilson, of the General Electric Trust. Among the chief men of the ECA, Paul Hoffman was a former chairman of the Studebaker Motor Car Trust, and W. Averill Harriman one of the biggest railway magnates of the United States. Edward R. Stettintinius, Jr., who administered Leaseland, predecessor to the Marshall Plan, before becoming Secretary of State in 1945, was a former vice chairman of the United States Steel Corporation. Robert A. Lovett, who was originally the mentor and right-hand man of General Marshall as Secretary of State, was a typical representative of Wall Street. He was made head of one of the biggest railway trusts, Union Pacific, in the interval between 2 government appointments. Another member of the Truman administration, the man in charge of finance, John W. Snyder, was likewise a typical representative of Wall Street, having been vice chairman of the First National Bank of St. Louis. His predecessor, the banker Henry Morgenthau, Jr., was soon afterwards appointed chairman of the Modern Industrial Bank. James Forrestal, Secretary for the Navy, then Defense Secretary, between 1941 and 1949, was a banker, head of the powerful investment firm of Dillon, Reed & Co. Lewis A. Johnson, Forrestal's successor as Defense Secretary, was head of Consolidated Vultee Aircraft, whose B.36 and B.45 aircraft have become the foundations of. In Britain, Simon Hacks, in his book Tory MP14 notes that of the 415 M.P.S. who supported the National, Conservative, government before 1939, 181 held 775 directorships in joint stock companies. Lord Runciman, many times minister between 1908 and 1937, was a director of one of the big six banks of Britain, the Westminster, of the London, Midland, and Scottish Railway, and of a number of other trusts. His father left him an inheritance of £2,400,000. Viscount Horne, Minister of Labour, President of the Board of Trade and Chancellor of the Exchequer between 1919 and 1922, was a director of Lloyd's Bank. Lord Stanley, a minister until he died in 1938, was a director of Barclays Bank. Sir John Anderson, a minister in the War Cabinet and in the Churchill government of 1951, was a director of the Lever Brothers Trust. Harold Macmillan, a minister in several cabinets and eventually Tory Prime Minister, was a director of a big railway trust and continued to own the great publishing house that bears his name. The three Conservative premiers of the interwar period, Bonner Law, Baldwin, and Neville Chamberlain, were connected with the steel industry, and particularly with the Vickers Trust. L.S. Amory, a minister in the Chamberlain cabinet, was a director of the Camel Laird Arms Trust. In December 1938 the British government appointed a six-man committee to supervise the carrying out of the rearmament program. The committee consisted of six heads of monopolies, namely 509. J. S. Addison, Managing Director of the Courtauld Synthetic Textiles Trust, Sir George Beer Rowell, Chairman of the Dunlop Rubber Trust, F. F. B. Bennett, Director of Imperial Chemical Industries, J. M. Clark, Chairman of J&P Coates, Ltd., Thread, Sir Geoffrey Clark, Director of P. and 0. Steam Navigation, F. Darcy Cooper, Chairman of Lever Brothers and Unilever. In Germany, according to Newman, among the 173 heads of the Reichsgruppen, Transportgruppen, Wirtschaftsgruppen, and Industriefachgruppen, there were 13 representatives of public institutions, 9 officials, 93 big capitalists and 56 persons whose background is not known. The head of the Reichsgruppe Industry was Wilhelm Zangen, head of the Mannsmann-Werke Steel Trust and member of the board of the AEG Electric Apparatus Trust. The Reichsverband for Coal, set up on March 20, 1941, was run by a group of big monopolists, von Bohlen, Flick, Nepper, etc. 75 when in 1943 Speer organized Hauptausschüsse, general committees, to supervise all industry. The heads of these bodies were mostly representatives of big trusts, e.g. the aircraft construction section was headed by Freytag, representing Henschel Flugs Jugwerke, the naval shipbuilding section by Blohm, of Blohm UVAS Shipyards, the tank building sector by Roland. Of Verenigde Stahlwerke, the aircraft equipment sector by Hain, of AEG, the mechanical engineering sector by Motterer, of the Hermann Goering Werke, the chemical warfare sector by Ambrose, of IG Farben, the military and general equipment sector by Zarjan of Mannsmann-Werke, the optical and precision engineering sector by Kiepenhender, of Zeiss, the electrotechnical sector by Bauer, of Siemens. In France, when the Vichy organization committees were dissolved, the government handed over all their archives to the employers' organizations. In 1946 the latter set up a Center for Administrative and Economic Studies which made it its business to organize the elections. In 1951 a list was circulated in the French Assembly of the 160 deputies who were helped in their election campaign by the Rue de Penthièvre. The best-known representatives of the trade associations are confident of obtaining easily, often after one short interview, administrative decisions which are made to measure from industry's point of view, writes Ehrman. And so on. 76. The direct participation of the big trusts in day-to-day politics, a phenomenon the beginnings of which are to be found at the very start of this century, or, in the case of certain big financiers, even during last century, has been codified by a number of monopolies, in Europe as well as in the USA. The Gulf Oil Trust declared recently, "Gulf and all other American firms are in politics up to their necks." 510. And we have to start to swim in this element, or we shall drown in it. 77. The Hamburg Weekly Die Zeit wrote, no less suggestively. Tourists are shown the Parliament building in Bonn, and told, here the jaws are made. They are shown the Schomburg Palace and told, here is the office of the Federal Chancellor, from here the country is governed. They are perhaps also shown, as they walk along Koblenzstrasse, this or that big building erected by a powerful trade association. But undoubtedly nobody tells them, in these buildings and others, some of which are not very impressive to look at, sit individuals who, though, of course, they do not make the laws, have to ensure that everything that is done conforms to the wishes of their principals. 18. It will be realized that, given these conditions, Professor Galbraith's theory of countervailing power, according to which a sort of equilibrium prevails between the state and the trade unions, on the one hand, and the employers' associations on the other, is quite illusory. This equilibrium exists only in order to prevent any profound change taking place in the established conditions of ownership and power. The result of this equilibrium is the status quo of the monopoly structure, each reform secured by the workers' organizations being more or less rapidly neutralized by advantages given to their class adversaries. The bourgeois experts who are best informed readily recognize this fact, moreover. Thus, Jacques Husot's present-day examples show that countervailing powers are in reality incapable of limiting the monopoly power of the big firms. Some measures amount to a mere transfer of authority. Others set up new institutions which compete with big business but are closely related in their nature. Others, finally, lead to a rapid power osmosis between the big firms and the institutions charged with supervising them. The experience of the organization committees, after 1940, recalls this. The effectiveness of anti-capitalist measures is thus legitimately subject to doubt. 79. And Professors Adams and Gray have described even more clearly the nature of this osmosis. Countervailing power is, at best, a supplement to rather than a substitute for competition. It cannot long survive in the absence of competition, nor does its operation afford any clear and administratively feasible guidelines for public policy, and moreover, countervailing power is frequently subverted by vertical integration, collusion, and top-level financial control. The suggestion that these inherent defects can be remedied by governmental intervention on behalf of the weaker party, is quite unrealistic. It rests on the untenable assumption that government is an autonomous, monolithic, self-contained organism, that political power always checkmates economic power by intervening on the side of the 511 underdog. Unfortunately, this is no more than a fond hope. Experience indicates that economic interest groups are today largely politicist units, making their claims upon and through the institutions of government. Experience demonstrates that all too often economic power attracts, even demands, the support of political power. A.D.C. Wright Mills has shown in masterly fashion, in The Power Elite, that for the United States of today the words too often must be replaced by the word always. And Professors Adams and Gray themselves explain, moreover, why this is so. Those who seek to consolidate economic power must, if they are to succeed, control public opinion, the agencies of social communication, and government. Such controls are as essential to the establishment and maintenance of monopoly as control of the market. And herein lies the ultimate danger of unchecked monopoly power, the prospect that it might eventually dominate the entire society and suppress all freedom. 81. Self-financing. The power of financial capital originates, on the one hand, in the concentration of industrial and banking capital, and, on the other, in the growth of the average size of big firms. Large-scale industry depends more and more on bank credit. This dependence implies the penetration of representatives of banking capital into large-scale industry. The development of monopoly capitalism and its culmination in the period of capitalist decline, its increasing fusion with the state machine, alter the conditions under which finance capital wields power. In the backward capitalist countries and some of the old capitalist countries, Belgium, Switzerland, to some extent France, finance capital remains based on the dominant position of a small number of banks and financial groups in relation to industry and the national economy as a whole. In some of the big advanced capitalist countries, however, the USA, Britain, West Germany, Italy, the situation is defined rather by the interpenetration of industrial and finance capital. A few big trusts dominate whole sectors of industry, including banks which they control, and certain banks hold key positions in the national economy. This transformation in the nature of monopoly capitalism is the direct outcome of two basic phenomena of the age of capitalist decline: the capitalization of superprofits and the comparative absence of fresh fields of investment for these capital surpluses. Self-financing made its appearance after the First World War, which brought about a record rise in undistributed profits, $43 billion in 1919 in the USA, an amount not to be reached again before the Second World. 512. War. 82. The trusts no longer suffer from a shortage of capital but rather from an excess of it. They resort less and less to obtaining advances from the banks. 83. Thus, they can no longer be controlled by banks supplying them with investment credit. They themselves create their own banks, in order to ensure that their available surpluses bring a return. All the funds needed for depreciating their fixed capital and renewing it technically, as also for the expansion of their productive apparatus, are accumulated in advance and deposited in safe reserves. Self-financing is the name given to the financing of the expansion of the capital of big firms not out of credit, whether private or public, the capital market, but out of these reserve funds of the big trusts. The practice of self-financing, which, in the case of big joint stock companies, began to appear during the First World War and spread more and more after 1920, was accompanied by several phenomena of the highest importance for the study of the evolution of capitalism in our era. The big monopolies mostly follow a policy of voluntary restriction of distributed profits. The bulk of the profits are deposited in reserve funds, in order to enlarge productive capacity, or are transformed into capital. In Japan, 85 big companies, with a capital of nearly 5 billion yen, distributed, in 1940-42, 611 million in dividends and put aside 623 million as reserves. This policy is favored by the law in a number of countries, which accord partial relief of taxation to undistributed profits. These practices are to some extent to the disadvantage of small and medium shareholders who have to live on the current income from their shares, rentiers, etc. For the big shareholders and heads of monopolies, however, who, besides their dividends, allot themselves substantial attendance payments, commissions, directors' fees, expenses, etc., this policy means that they gain in every way. Above all, it increases the amount of capital available to them, the size and possibilities of profitable use of this capital. It thus means only yet another stage towards the centralization of capital. The property and income of a large number of small and medium-sized capitalists are subjected to the control of a few big capitalists and placed at their free disposal. It may be to the interest of the big shareholders to leave their share of profits in the business, rather than draw big dividends which would be subjected to proportional taxation and, or, to a progressive income tax. Among the shareholders, these are the only ones who can exercise a real influence on the determining of dividends, and the development of taxation during the last 40 years has certainly encouraged them to use this influence so as to keep dividends at a moderate level. 84. Self-financing operates in practice through the growing size of the 513. Capital reserves of the trusts, either in the form of money capital or in that of new equipment or stocks purchased and not included in the balance sheets. These reserves are officially transformed into capital when an increase in the latter is decided on, often by way of distributing free shares to old shareholders. In order to estimate the extent to which trusts have become richer in the age of self-financing, it is thus more important to follow the evolution of their capital, their assets, than that of their distributed profits. Only in this way can one get an idea of the fantastic super profits realized. Thus, in Germany, after the fixing of a limit of 6% on dividends, law of June 1941, and thanks to the reserves accumulated since 1933, 1,466 companies increased their total capital by distributing bonus shares, from 8 to 12.5 billion Rm85. The evolution of the assets of the biggest German trust, IG Farben, is even more significant. When the currency reform took place in Germany in 1948, 10 Rm were exchanged for 1 DM. But firms had the right to estimate as they chose the value of their new capital. Most limited companies transformed their capital on a basis of 1 Rm equals 1 DM. They thus capitalized the huge reserves constituted by means of the super profits obtained through carrying over goods which had been made in return for valueless Rm paid out to the employees but which were sold only after the currency reform. The amount of these super profits, as of the profits resulting from the liberal price policy permitted by the government after the currency reforms, appears particularly scandalous in a case like that of IG Farben. This trust had a capital of 4 billion Rm, over half of its fixed property was in East Germany, all this property was represented in the new statement only by 1 symbolic DM. Yet, nevertheless, the capitalization of exceptional super profits made possible the maintenance in value of the nominal capital of this trust. Certain heavy industrial trusts revalued their capital by replacing every 1 Rm with 2 DM and more. Thus, Klockner and Mannesmann applied the ratio 1:2, and Harp and Bergbau even the ratio 1:37. Whereas a pensioner or a life assurance policy holder received 100 DM for 1000 Rm accumulated by his savings, a shareholder in Harp received 3700 DM for shares formerly worth 1000 Rm. So much for your equality of opportunity, created by free enterprise. The enrichment of the American trusts is similarly to be seen most of all in the increase in their assets which emerges from the following table, allowing, however, for the fact that in purchasing power $1, the 56 companies which in 1948 possessed property of $1 billion or more had assets amounting to $129.2 billion, or more than all the 225,000 industrial manufacturing firms in the USA. These assets represented at that moment a value of 45 to 37 billion French francs, or more than double the total wealth of 45 million Frenchmen. In 1958, the 50 American companies with the most property ranging from $17.7 billion in the case of the American Telegraph and Telephone Company to $527 billion in that of the Crocker Anglo National Bank had, in all, assets of $2063 billion or more than 93,000 billion French old francs. A number of facts confirm the present interpenetration of the big trusts and banks in the chief capitalist countries. In the United States, the heads of big banks are still members of the boards of big monopoly trusts. Thus, Alexander C. Nagel, until recently president of the First National Bank of New York, is on the boards of the U.S. Steel Corporation, the New York Central Railroad and the Prudential Insurance Company, all of which are controlled by the Morgan Group. On the other hand, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., chairman of the board of General Motors, DuPont Group, is on the board of the J.P. Morgan & Co. Bank, and Richard K. Mellon, of the group which controls the Aluminium Company of America, is chairman of the board of the Mellon National Bank Trust Company, etc. In Britain, D.J. Roberts, Lord Glenconner, and Viscount Chandos represent respectively the National Provincial Bank, Ambrose Bank and Alliance Assurance Limited on the board of the biggest British trust, Imperial Chemical Industries. On the other hand, the vice-chairman of LCI, S.P. Chambers, is a member of the board of the National Provincial Bank, and the chairman of the board of I.C.J., Sir Alexander Fleck, is a member of the board of the Midland Bank. while big trusts such as Vickers, British Petroleum, Cunard Line, have their representatives on the boards of a number of banks. The big five banks are in their turn represented on the boards of about 30 of the largest British trusts. In West Germany, Hermann ABS, chairman of the board of the Deutsche Bank, is on the boards of about 30 big industrial companies, and has been chairman of several, e.g. Batisk Annalen, Vereinigung die Glanzstoff, Dortmund Hoherder Hütten Union, and Daimler-Benz. Karl Goetz, chairman of the board of the Dresdner Bank, has similarly been chairman of the board of the Rheinisch-Westfälisches Elektrische AG, of Degussa, of Agfa, Dynamit AG, of Adlerwerke, etc. On the other hand, we find on the board of the Dresdner Bank representatives of Blohm & Voss, Shipyards, AEG. Electrical Machinery, Dortmund Hoherder Union, Steel, Braun Boveri, Electrical Machinery, Klockner Humboldt Deutz, Mechanical Engineering, Farbwerke Höchst, Chemicals, etc. The growing importance of self-financing is shown most clearly in the smaller part played by investment credit and resort to the capital market. In Nazi Germany, the total of undistributed profits rose from 175 million RM in 1933 to 1,200 million in 1935 and 3,420 million in 1938, in the case of joint stock companies alone, to which must be added 1 billion RM for the reserves of other companies. Profits distributed as dividends amounted to no more than 1,200 million RM 87 after the currency reform of 1948, self-financing, which accounted for 516. Only 17% of industrial investments in 1926 to 88 increased from 39.7% in 1948 to 49 to 54.5% in 1950, 63.9% in 1953, 64.9% in 1955, and 66% in 1957. 89 in Britain. In 1952, undistributed company profits amounted to £1,045 million, whereas the fixed investments of these companies came to only £631 million. 90 in the following years, undistributed profits continued regularly to exceed the total of fixed investment and even the total of net investments. 91 in the United States. In November 1953, the economists for the National City Bank made an excellent brief study of the use and sources of capital. They calculated that in 8 years, 1946 to 1953 inclusive, an aggregate of $150 billion had been spent in the United States for capital expenditure, namely modernizing and enlarging plant and equipment. 64% of the $150 billion came from internal sources, that is to say, receipts of the enterprises which had been accumulated and not distributed as dividends. 92. A writer who has studied the evolution of self-financing in the United States observes, since 1939, undistributed real profits have formed a much more important source of financing than the contribution of the capital market. Since that date, self-financing has always provided over half of the total of the funds under consideration, over 60% in the years 1948 to 50, the maximum having been 90% in 1943. In this way, the structure of financing in this post-war period differs from what it was in the first such period. 93. In France, Maurice Malleson 94 reports that since the Second World War, self-financing has been more important than contributions from outside in the financing of firms, and that as a rule it exceeds 50% of their net investment. The more reduced role played by bank capital is likewise shown in the huge accumulation of securities deposited with insurance companies. In several countries the figure exceeds that for bank deposits. The insurance companies thus control a considerable share of the available capital, they accumulate substantial shareholdings in industry, while being at the same time among the chief purchasers of government bonds. The increase in the wealth of the insurance companies and their advance as compared with the banks is in itself an indication of the aging of the capitalist regime, in which the chief preoccupation has become security, that is, conservation, and is no longer expansion. In the United States, the biggest insurance company, Metropolitan Life, had in 1958 a capital of $15.5 billion. 584 insurance companies together possessed $80 billion in 1954. This enrichment of insurance companies is a comparatively recent phenomenon. Between 1932 and 1958 their capital quadrupled. 517. In France, since 1932 the 90 directors of insurance companies have at the same time provided, 7 regents of the Bank of France, 227 bank directors, 180 bank directors, 54 railway company directors, 257 directors of industrial and commercial firms. 95. In Britain the insurance companies, on the eve of the Second World War, put £50 to £60 million every year on the capital market, or 35% of the total. 96. While in 1850 the American banks held 82% of the capital of all American financial concerns, and 67% in 1900, this percentage fell to 52.7% in 1949, while that of the insurance companies and pension funds rose from 8% in 1950 to 12.3% in 1900 and 27.7% in 1949. 97. This phenomenon, like that of the growing importance of institutional savings, social insurance funds, funds of semi-public bodies, etc., is, moreover, a consequence of self-financing, as also of a certain evolution in trade, rather than the cause of it. It is because the capital market no longer has its former importance that other forms of saving are preferred by small rentiers, etc. The importance of building society credit has also grown to a marked degree. Overcapitalization. The changes in the structure and functioning of monopoly capitalism which follow from the practice of self-financing are even farther reaching than we have indicated up to now. Self-financing actually alters the system of monopoly prices and profits and so brings about the phenomena of overcapitalization. Self-financing results from monopoly super-profits which can no longer find new fields for investment. But the more the market shrinks, relatively, while the quantity of fixed capital grows, the greater becomes the danger that it will not be possible to put capital to profitable use, without hindrance, during a certain period. The more the difficulty becomes apparent of finding profitable use for the mass of capital accumulated, the more do the monopolies strive to guarantee their super profits, by increasing the margin of immediately realizable profits. These profits are included in the costs of production, and, in so far as a monopoly market prevails, they are both foreseen and guaranteed in advance. Profit is no longer contingent, it has become just as predictable as any other element in the cost of production. Risk vanishes completely, thereby proving that it is in no way the origin of profit. Profit is no longer residual, henceforth it enters. 518. Into the preliminary fixing of selling prices, just like wages or interest. 98. But monopoly profit, in the era of self-financing, is not so much a matter of income for shareholders as of reserves for future investment by the big trusts. In other words, monopoly prices are determined in such a way as to ensure advance the steady expansion of the enterprise, its capital, and its productive capacity. The irony of this evolution is that this guarantee of future expansion results less from the requirements of competition than from the shrinkage of the field for new capital investment. In this way there develops the practice called investment through prices, Preisfinanzierung. Discussing how this system worked in Nazi Germany, Lurie remarks, prices are made to include, in addition to costs and a reasonable allowance for profits, a depreciation charge which is destined to provide not only for replacement of the equipment involved but also for expansion of capacity. The value of the original investment is thus recovered at an accelerated rate, followed by accumulation of surplus reserves, which can be used for further financing. The technique has been referred to in German literature as financing by prices, Preisfinanzierung. It implies necessarily the existence of some kind of monopolistic elements. While prices are formally based on costs, the actual situation is one of monopoly pricing, calculated to yield self-financing surpluses disguised as costs 99. The writer also gives some examples of price calculations of this sort. The Vereinigung die Aluminiumwerke AG, which controls 70% of German production of aluminium, frankly notes in its report for the financial year 1937 that depreciation and other entries under the heading of reserves amount to 204 Rm per ton of aluminium, the price of which is 1,330 Rm. After financing the expansion program, a strange sort of depreciation, indeed, some of the amount concerned may be used to reduce the price of the metal, adds the report. In the same year, the report of the Rheinmetallborsig Arms Trust showed that the government approved the practice of not distributing profits, in view of the heavy self-financing requirements of the company and the uncertainties attached to the long-run prospects of the investments. 100. The situation is no different in the USA. Before the Flanders Committee of the Senate, which, in December 1948, undertook an inquiry into the level of company profits, the representatives of the trade unions formally accused the trusts of raising prices, not in order to meet higher costs but exclusively in order to secure funds for their own expansion. The representatives of the trusts did not try to refute the evidence, contenting themselves with alleging that this expansion 519 was in the public interest. See declarations by representatives of Standard Oil of New Jersey, General Motors, General Foods, General Electric, etc. 101. Before the war, an economist described as follows the price policy of the General Motors Trust. After the Depression of 1921, General Motors adopted a price policy which depended upon an investment policy. Assuming that expansion is desirable so long as the anticipated revenue from the sale of the added product at the anticipated price will more than cover the anticipated cost of the new capital, the company predicted sales trends, the cost of capital involved in expansion, and the load factor in the use of equipment. By estimating the amount of idle capacity which would be encountered because of fluctuations in sales and by applying the resulting load factor in the determination of both its price policy and its investment policy, it made these fluctuations consistent with stability of its prices and rate of investment. 102. The policy of General Motors has not changed since then. General Motors' approach to pricing, Mr. Coyle stated in 1949, is predicated on a measurement of unit costs calculated on a standard or average volume rate of operations which takes into account plant capacity and the market potential over the long term. This is a good if concentrated summarization of G.M's traditional pricing policy. GM first posits a reasonable rate of return that it might hope to earn on its capital investment over a period of years, good and bad. Then it fixes upon a standard volume that it hopes similarly to average over these same years. It then arrives at a standard price which will earn that return on that volume of business. Now this price is a fixed figure insofar as fixed charges are concerned, the charges for tools, overhead, depreciation, insurance, and so on. 103. It should be noticed that this price also implies elimination of the risk of economic crises, as other monopoly concerns have frankly admitted. 104. The super profits thus realized are so high that the trusts prefer not to admit the true size of their reserves, so as not to arouse public indignation, and so as to reduce the amount of taxes they have to pay. In this way there develops the practice of hidden reserves, which explains the astonishing revaluations of nominal capital which we have mentioned in connection with Germany. The published balance sheets reflect less and less the true position of the trusts, and become instead devices for concealing this position. The techniques used to disguise hidden reserves in balance sheets are the following. Excessive depreciation allowances. These are supposed to reconstitute the fixed capital used up, at its original value. If a machine worth 10 million francs is used for 10 years, and the price of this machine has not increased during this period, 520 million francs must be set aside each year for its depreciation. If, however, 2 million are set aside, then a depreciation fund is formed which in fact makes it possible, at the end of these 10 years, to double the fixed capital, buying 2 machines to replace 1 *2. reducing the estimated value of the stocks held by the enterprise. The credit side of the balance sheet shows the stocks of all kinds belonging to the company. If, in estimating uncertain future changes in prices, the company reckons these stocks at half their real value, though actually selling them thereafter at this real value, it possesses a hidden reserve of surplus value which can be capitalized. 3. Disguising the acquisition of new plant and equipment under the form of operating costs. Among current expenses are put down the costs of buying raw materials, electrical power, etc., which are covered by the sale of goods. If the purchase of new machinery takes place, though the counter value of the operating costs is normally assumed to have disappeared in the course of production, circulating capital, the company has increased its fixed capital without this showing in the balance sheet. Certain replacement expenditure, duplicating depreciation, or EV11 serving for new investment, can be put down as maintain 11 CE charges. The net profit is obviously reduced thereby, and a net contribution to self-financing is thus included in hidden reserves, but the outside observer has no means of taking this into account. 100. But all these practices taken together add up to a paradox. Super profits, the condition for which is a relative limitation of production, lead, through self-financing, to an increase in productive capacity. This is the fundamental contradiction of the age of capitalist decline, the contradiction of overcapitalization. It finds expression, on the one hand, in the existence of a mass of money capital unable to discover fields for investment. This phenomenon was particularly felt in Germany on the eve of the Second World War, after 7 years of prodigious super profits. 107. It is the same today in the United States and in Switzerland. According to the American banker Warburg, at the beginning of the 1950s there were $7 billion of hot money around every year, which the American capitalists did not know what to do with. Even in a country so inadequately industrialist as Italy, in the year 1958 alone the accumulation of capital exceeded investment by some 300 billion lire, statement by the minister Tombroni at the Christian Democrats conference in Florence in 1959. Overcapitalization finds expression, on the other hand, especially in chronic underemployment of existing productive capacity. Between 1920 and 1940 the average of the potential used every year in the American steel industry was 59.2% of the total. 108 for the whole of manufacturing industry in the United States. During the boom years of 1925 to 1929 unused productive capacity was estimated at 20%. In 1947 it again reached this percentage, to rise to 25% in the summer of 1954. 109 The weekly U.S. News and World Report. 110. Published in 1955 and 1956 two tables showing employment of productive capacity in particular sectors of industry, and this in the midst of a boom * beginning of 1955 spring 1956 motor car industry working at 72% capacity steel industry working at 85% capacity cotton industry working at 70% capacity TV industry working at 76% capacity 60% capacity refrigerator industry working at 46% capacity vacuum cleaner industry working at 55% capacity furniture industry working at 89% capacity 95% capacity. The growing importance of armaments and war economy capitalism in decline is incapable of finding profitable use in a normal way for the whole of the huge amount of capital it has accumulated. But capitalism cannot exist and grow without finding such profitable use, without constantly expanding its basis. In proportion as this structural crisis becomes more marked, the capitalist class, and especially the heads of the monopolies, more and more systematically seek out replacement markets which can guarantee such expansion. Armaments economy, war economy, represent the essential replacement markets which the capitalist system of production has found in its age of decline. The absence of new markets, the monopolistic practices of the big trusts, which entail a tendency to restrict production, and the lack of new fields of investment for available capital bring about, side by side, a slowing down in worldwide industrial development and a surplus of capital in the big imperialist countries. The steel industry found itself without a big new market to exploit after the worldwide development of railways. It was the arms policy of the great powers during the years leading up to the First World War that furnished the conditions for the advance of the steel industry, notably in France and Germany. Sometimes, as in Russia and Japan, other kinds of government contract played fundamentally the same role. On the morrow of the First World War, motor car production partly filled this gap, but the great economic crisis of 1929 to 1932 was really overcome in heavy industry only through German rearmament, bringing in its train rearmament on the international scale. Similarly, in American industry, only speeded up rearmament after 1940 succeeded in eliminating the stagnation of heavy industry at a level of underemployment. The replacement market is, essentially, a new purchasing power created for the purchase of products of heavy industry by the state. But this purchasing power is not created in the literal sense of the word, that is, it does not spring from nowhere. It is not new, even when it appears in the form of banknotes freshly printed for this purpose by the state. Its only source is a redistribution of the real national income, a redistribution which can, of course, lead to an increase in production, that is, in overall real income, which thus becomes an extra source of new purchasing power. This shifting of purchasing power from one sector to another takes place through deductions made by the state, both direct and indirect, namely, direct taxes, on income, turnover, wealth, etc., indirect taxes, more or less compulsory investment in state bonds, forced saving, printing of inflationary paper money which reduces the level of the workers' real wages, etc. It results in an enrichment of the heavy industrial monopolies at the expense of other strata of the population. Thus, in the United States, of war contracts placed during the Second World War amounting to a total of $175 billion, 67% went to 100 monopoly trusts, mostly in heavy industry. In GER, many between 1933 and September 1939, about 63 to 64 billion RM were spent on rearmament, which caused the production of capital goods, machinery and equipment, to increase fourfold as compared with 1932, while the production of consumer goods did not increase by so much as 50%. During the Korean War, of all the war contracts placed between July 1950 and June 1953, the 100 biggest American firms received 64% or 112. The role of replacement market played by the arms economy is indispensable for making possible profitable use of the capital of heavy industry and the overcapitalized big monopolies. But the arms economy makes the state the chief customer of this industry. The special ties between the state and monopoly capital, which we have already stressed all through this analysis of the declining phase of capitalism, thus assume a more specific form. The state, in close symbiosis with the monopolies, whose heads more and more often affect personal union with those who carry out key functions in the state machine, guarantees the monopolies' profits not only by a policy of subsidies or insurance against loss, but also, and especially, by ensuring stable and permanent markets for them, public contracts, which in the great majority of cases, are contracts for national defense. The American Weekly U.S. News & World Report 118 calculated that of $71.8 billion expenditure provided for in the U.S. budget for 1957 to 58, 45% are represented direct contracts for industry, worth a total of $33 billion, namely, $74 billion to the aircraft industry, $45 billion to the building industry, $2 billion to the guided missile industry, $13 billion to the shipbuilding industry, $13 billion to the food industry, $2 billion to the chemical industry, $1 billion to the electronics industry. The same article shows that the aircraft industry, which employed 800,000 people at that time, and the electronics industry largely depended on public contracts. If we add to this the interest on the public debt, amounting to $74 billion, which mostly goes to the banks and insurance companies. Nearly 60% of the budget of the United States is paid directly to certain definite and very narrow sections of the capitalist class, heavy industry, especially the big monopolies in this field, and the big financial concerns. In France, the budget was officially analyzed in 1956 as including war contracts to industry amounting to 630 billion French francs, of which 44 billion to the motor car industry, 129 billion to the aircraft industry, 56 billion to civil engineering, 6 billion to the rubber industry, 34 billion to the fuel industry, 14 billion to the chemical industry, 41.8 billion to the shipbuilders, 16 to 6 billion to the electrical industries, 30 billion to the sheet metal producers, 6.4 billion for machine tools, 85.2 billion to the manufacturers of mechanical weapons, 45 billion for textiles and leather, 50 billion for telecommunication equipment, etc. The ever greater and stable share of armament expenditure in the national income of all the capitalist nations is the chief factor determining the growth of public expenditure in the national budget. The development of the social services plays only a secondary role in this connection, a role which often, moreover, is indirectly linked with the arms economy. Thus, the social expenditure in the American budget of 1957-58 included $4.5 billion for payments to ex-servicemen, etc. This public expenditure nowadays absorbs between 12 and 20% of the gross national product of the chief capitalist countries. 116. As for military expenditure in the strict sense, it amounted, in percentage of the gross national product, to the following. If war economy carried to its logical conclusion necessarily implies a process of contracted reproduction*, this is not so with a more or less permanent economy of armaments and militarization which is kept within certain limits. On the contrary, in this case the state's contracts stimulate production and expansion of productive capacity not only in the directly militarist sectors, but also in the raw material sectors and even, through the increase in general demand thus created, in the consumer goods sectors. So long as there are unused resources in society, this stimulant will tend to ensure full employment of them, while in the long run undermining the stability of the currency. But as soon as full employment of means of production and labor has been achieved, no fresh expansion of military expenditure can take place without transfer of resources from other sectors of the economy to the militarist sectors, whether these transfers take place directly, by way of orders and decrees, or spontaneously, through the effect of price increases. Even in this case, contracted reproduction does not necessarily set in all sectors. It may be confined to certain sectors which are in direct competition with the arms sectors for the allocation of resources. Frequently, expanded reproduction may even continue in all sectors, on condition that the rate of expansion is stable or declining. That is, that the armaments sector absorbs the bulk or the whole of the additional resources available in the economy. Thus, in Britain between 1950 and 1954 the available resources in metal products increased from index 91 to index 110, an increase of more than 20%. During the same period, the metal products used for civil investment increased hardly at all, index 35 in 1950, index 37 in 1954, and exports, too, absorbed much the same amount, index 38 in 1950, index 39 in 1954. Consumer goods intended for the home market similarly absorbed the same quantity of metal products in 1954 as in 1950. The growth in production was essentially devoted to rearmament. Arms expenditure absorbed 8% of metal supplies in 1950 and 15% in 1954, and the manufacture of private motor cars, 2% in 1950, 6% in 1954. 117. Does this mean that a moderate arms economy can guarantee full employment and give birth to a crisis-free capitalism? Not at all. But before examining this problem we must draw attention to two other phenomena. the fact that the arms produced in order to secure a replacement market for capitalism have the unfortunate tendency to be used, and the fact that the arms economy implies a permanent tendency to currency inflation. The increasing role played by the arms economy, and by war economy in the strict sense, in making possible the profitable use of capital, especially the capital of Department I, becomes a subsidiary cause of imperialist wars and war dangers. The latter are phases which are more and more difficult to avoid in the production cycle of capitalism in its period of decline. To the extent that the armaments policy becomes a necessary palliative for crisis, or the threat of crisis, it produces its own inevitable prolongation in the threat of war. The extension of productive capacity which it entails intensifies still further the contradictions which it has striven to escape. A new and more dangerous day of reckoning approaches. The arms policy cannot be pursued indefinitely without the use value of the accumulated weapons being exploited, that is, without the outbreak of wars, whether local or general. The arms policy can follow a spiral course only insofar as the arms themselves are consumed, disappear, that is, insofar as war breaks out. Finally, technical progress threatens the accumulated weapons with a rapid moral depreciation. All these factors create a pressure in the direction of war danger from the moment a 526 certain point is reached in rearmament, war preparation, and rearmament acting on each other alternately as cause and effect. The economic cycle is thus combined with the cycle of wars. This is the era of war capitalism. 118 But the economy of rearmament and the war economy do not merely constitute replacement markets, they are also instruments for extending and expanding real markets. The intimate fusion of monopoly capital with the state ensures that the representatives of the former follow in the wake of the victorious armies and share out thereafter the loot of the occupied and conquered countries, the Japanese trusts. From 1937 onward, the entire economy of Manchuria was directed by the Ihaka Company, belonging to the Manzhou Group, which controlled the industrial company for the development of Manchuria. Immediately after the military occupation of the province of Shanxi, 1938, the army turned over to the trusts the principal enterprises of this province. Every time a new territory was conquered by the army, the trusts shared in its exploitation. At the beginning of 1943, the field of operations of certain trusts was officially defined as follows: Mitsui, Indochina, Thailand, Malaya, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, Burmese cotton, cement in the Philippines. Mitsubishi, coal in Malaya and Sumatra, teak in Burma, jointly with Mitsui, wolfram in Burma, cement in Malaya and Burma, dyes in Java and Malaya. Bank of Formosa, Hainan, Celebes, New Guinea, Pacific Islands. Nomura and Yasuda, South China, etc. 11 The German trusts. After the occupation of the USSR, the big German trusts took over the running of most of the Soviet industrial groups, while the big banks financed the Ostgesellschaften. As was shown by the evidence presented at the Nuremberg trials, Krupp took over 2 factories at Mariupol, 2 at Kramatorskaya and 1 at Dnipropetrovsk. In 1943 Krupp dismantled the mines and steel works of the Dnieper region, including the Voroshilov factories at Dnipropetrovsk. IG Farben controlled Chemiegesellschaft Ost GmbH and Stickstoff Ost. AEG set up A.E.G Fabriken Ostland GmbH, etc. The American trusts. When the American armies occupied Germany and Japan, American trusts such as Standard Oil, General Motors, Westinghouse, Philco, etc., established a network of branches in these countries. In Germany, Firestone took over the Chief Rubber Trust, Phoenix Werke, General Motors took over the Chief Motor Car Trust, Open Werke, Saxony Vacuum Oil Co. acquired important influence in Wintershall, etc. Permanent tendency to currency inflation. The creation of a permanent, and growing, armaments sector within the capitalist economy explains another typical phenomenon of the period of capitalist decline, the permanent tendency to currency inflation. Indeed, arms production has, from the currency standpoint, This special feature, it increases the amount of purchasing power in circulation without creating on the market a corresponding additional supply of goods, as countervalue. Even when this increased purchasing power brings about the re-employment of previously idle machinery and men, it causes inflation eventually. The incomes of the workers and the profits of the companies reappear on the market as demand for consumer goods and capital goods, without the production of these goods having been increased. There is only one special case where the production of armaments is not a cause of currency inflation, and that is when all arms expenditure has been financed entirely by taxes, that is, by reducing the purchasing power of individuals and firms, and when taxes do not change the rates between demand for consumer goods and demand for capital goods if the supply of these goods remains fixed. Such a case is practically unknown in the epoch of the decline of capitalism. The increasing importance of bank money in the monetary stock of many capitalist nations is such that currency inflation can take the form essentially of credit inflation, inflation of bank money. In the United States, private indebtedness, which has become more and more disturbing, is a generator of inflation. The volume of consumer credit increased from $77 billion in 1929 and in 1946 to over $50 billion in 1958. Mortgage credit has grown from $27 billion in 1940 and in 1945 to $48 billion in 1950 and nearly $175 billion in 1961. But, in general, it is the increase in the public debt which is the determining factor in currency inflation. The essential part played by state expenditure in creating this credit inflation becomes apparent when we look, in the balance sheets of the banks, for what is set against the credits granted. We find public debt securities, bonds, treasury certificates, etc. The increase in the public debt has simply replaced, concealed, direct currency inflation. Instead of appearing in the form of an increased amount of fiduciary money in circulation, it appears in that of an increase in the fictitious capital constituted by public debt securities. But the total stock of currency is swollen exactly as if there had been an issue of paper money. Here, in this connection, is the share occupied by public funds in the total assets of the commercial banks of various countries, 120. There are, of course, countries, such as Germany after 1933 and France after 1940, in which the inflation caused by unproductive public expenditure appears directly in the form of additional depreciated banknotes. In Germany, the currency in circulation increased from 10.4 billion RM in 1938 to 56.7 billion on February 15, 1945. In France it increased from 112 billion francs in 1938 to 577 billion in 1945 and 2,000 billion in 1952. In Japan it even increased from 29 billion yen in 1938 to 54.8 billion in 1945. If, in spite of these substantial increases, the increase in prices was in some cases relatively modest, notably in Germany, this was because, on the one hand, production and taxation were greatly increased. And, on the other, a big slice of the distributed purchasing power was frozen in the banks in the form of more or less forced saving. And because, finally, the state, using police pressure, enforced a stability of official prices which contrasted with the more spectacular and more real increase which occurred on the black market. Permanent inflation, even when it is more or less moderated or frozen, as today in the United States, and as happened in Nazi Germany, always implies a redistribution of the national income. Its first victims are the recipients of fixed incomes. Together with all the sections of the wage earners who do not possess the means or the trade union strength needed in order to safeguard their real incomes. Nevertheless, when the economy continues to be generally expanding, this redistribution does not necessarily imply an absolute worsening of the workers' standard of living. This did not happen, for instance, in the United States between 1945 and 1958. But it does imply that the share of the increasing social product which goes to the wage earners is less than it would have been with a stable currency. Inflation serves in this instance as a means to relative neutralization of trade union power, and is not, as conservative circles rashly allege, the result of trade union pressure. Various features of the declining phase of capitalism further reinforce the inflationary tendency which is fundamental to our era. To be mentioned especially are all the practices of speeded-up depreciation, self-financing, and, in general, the excess liquidity of the big monopolies. This results in raising prices, thus increasing the volume of currency circulation, without this money finding any counterpart on the market, the duration of the real renewal cycle of capital not having been reduced in the same proportion as that of the financial and accounting cycle of depreciation. These liquidities come back into the currency circuit if they are deposited in the banks, and thus stimulate credit inflation. Otherwise, they are used to buy short-term state bonds, which finance deficits or unproductive budgetary expenditure, and thus create inflation in the literal sense. A crisis-free capitalism. Since the Second World War, capitalism has experienced four marked recessions, in 1948 to -49, 1953 to 54, 1957 to 58, and 1960 to 61. It has had no grave crisis, and certainly nothing of the dimensions of 1929 or of 1938. Have we here a new phenomenon in the history of capitalism? We do not think it necessary to deny this, as certain Marxist theoreticians do, explaining the facts with the aid of all-purpose formulas, e.g. the world economic cycle has been broken up, owing to the World War, and this has prevented it from deepening, says J. L. Schmid. 121 This writer forgets that many past cycles have been marked by big gaps in time as between one country and another. The origins of the phenomenon are connected with all the features of the phase of capitalist decline which we have listed. The capitalist economy of this phase tends to ensure greater stability both of consumption and of investment than in the era of free competition, or than during the first phase of monopoly capitalism. It tends towards a reduction in cyclical fluctuations, resulting above all from the increasing intervention of the state in economic life. The greater the number of the sectors of the economy over which the monopolies wield total control, the more investment in these sectors will tend to be spread out in time, regardless of the moment in the economic cycle. Monopoly profits, investment through prices, the guaranteeing of profit, all signify, in the last analysis, that the accumulation of monopoly capital has freed itself, to some extent, from the cycle, that it forestalls crises, that it allows for them in advance in the way it calculates its selling prices. Increasingly, the big monopoly companies thus apply a long-term investment policy, a programming, if not a planning of investments, including the maintenance of an extra margin of capacity intended to meet the sudden onslaughts of the boom. 122. 530. It may thus be considered that the reduction in the size of cyclical fluctuations results in part from the very working of capitalist economy in our era. The greater, moreover, the number of monopolies sectors, the greater likewise is the number of sectors in which the capitalists, possessing a huge structure of fixed capital which has to be currently depreciated, are fully interested in retaining stable social relations. Superprofits enable them to ensure stable incomes for their employees, and even a slow but regular increase. The stability of the regime demands the generalization of systems of social insurance, social security, unemployment pay, etc. All these systems mean, in the end, that during a period of crisis the total purchasing power of the wage earners is not reduced by an amount equal to that represented by the ratio of unemployed to total labor force, but only by a much smaller amount. Through the working of these immanent forces of the system, total demand thus declines less markedly in a period of crisis than used to be the case. The system contains, however, an important new factor of instability, which entails the risk of neutralizing the previously mentioned stabilizers, the importance assumed by the production of durable consumer goods. This is explained by the increase in real incomes, and especially by their greater stability, which makes possible higher purchase selling, without which workers could not acquire consumer durables. Contrary, however, to what is characteristic of non-durable consumer goods, the demand for these durable goods is very elastic, and at the start of a crisis undergoes a decline even sharper than the demand for capital goods, as we see from these figures. Between December 1956 and January 1957 and April 1958, American industrial production fell by 21 points, production of durable goods by 36 points, and production of consumer durables by 44 points, of which, motor cars by 75 points. In percentages, these reductions were 14-2, 21-5, 31-2 and 44-4, respectively. Compared with the previous peak in September-October 1955, the fall amounted to 14.2%, 18.6%, 37%, and 51.8%, respectively. 128. Furthermore, the immanent forces which work in the direction of a relative reduction in the size of fluctuations operate only temporarily. The monopoly sectors stabilize their investments, but those of the sectors open to competition experience fluctuations which are even more violent than before. If reduction in investments in a period of crisis no longer takes place, or only to a limited degree, in the monopoly sectors, the latter show themselves incapable of investing the whole of their swollen mass of profit. Again, while wages tend not to decline markedly in a period of crisis, as they used to, owing to the strength of the trade unions, neither do they tend to rise markedly in the boom period. The whole system evolves not so much towards uninterrupted growth as towards long-term stagnation. It is here that an additional factor comes in, the redistribution of part of society's resources through the state. True, its operation is felt as much in the consumption sphere, subsidies, social insurance, family allowances, salaries of civil servants, etc., as in that of investment, schools, roads, hospitals, armaments, etc. But we have already shown that this activity in favor of consumption is more modest than is generally thought. A large share of the resources thus redistributed coming from the same classes, not the same families, or the same individuals, of course, that benefit by these transfers. It is thus above all in the sphere of investment that the role played by the state has become more and more significant. From the standpoint of the capitalist production cycle, its role can be summed up like this: it makes up for the chronic inadequacy of capitalist investment and thus to some extent offsets the tendency to long-term stagnation. It may, furthermore, strive to counterbalance any sudden reduction in private investment by a corresponding increase in public investment. The practical effect of this increased economic role of the state is precisely a reduction in the size of cyclical fluctuations. This will easily be understood if one considers the cumulative consequences which characterize the march of the classical crisis and depression. At their beginning, dismissals bring about a decline in expenditure on consumer goods. As a result, orders, investments, are reduced successively in both departments, which in turn leads to fresh dismissals, etc. If, however, from the moment of the first dismissals and the first reductions in private investments, the public authorities increase their expenditure, this onward march of the crisis is blocked. It comes to a standstill until the inherent forces of the system bring about recovery. We observe this at once if we compare the beginnings of the post-war recessions with those of the two big pre-war crises. It is seen that the size of the initial decline is not greatly reduced, especially if one takes the beginning of the 1957 recession, compared with 1929. What distinguishes these recessions from the pre-war crises is that they /t at this stage. The state cannot, however, create any amount of extra purchasing power it likes, and, the bigger the recession, the bigger must be the creation of replacement purchasing power, and the more this promotes the tendency to inflation. The dilemma confronting the state in the age of declining capitalism is the choice between crisis and inflation. The former cannot be avoided without intensifying the latter. At first sight, the moderate inflation caused in the capitalist countries of the West by the increase in unproductive public expenditure does not appear to threaten the future of capitalist economy. For this reason, Many specialists briskly call on the state to ignore this pseudo-danger and to undertake general deficit spending in increasing proportions. This is, however, a short-sighted view. The tendency to more or less permanent inflation causes many hindrances to the normal functioning of capitalist economy. It encourages speculation and increases the insecurity which hinders normal investment activity. It disorganizes or obstructs the mechanisms which, in the classical style of the age of free competition, normally bring about recovery. There are no more reductions in prices, even in recession periods. Consumers' purchases no longer play the role of a factor in recovery. The fall in the rate of interest no longer causes investments to rise to a serious extent, etc. Thus, already during the recession of 1957–58, the governments of the United States and Britain hesitated to apply the familiar remedies for quickly liquidating the crisis, for fear of fostering a rise in prices even before recovery had begun, as moreover, promptly occurred, in spite of the modest amount of additional expenditure. This does not mean that the capitalist state will be able to allow itself the luxury of passively watching the development of a major crisis. In the political and social world context of today, that seems to be out of the question. Such a crisis would bring about the collapse in short order of capitalism in a number of countries, which would see before them the example of societies with a planned economy, free from unemployment and already enjoying a rising standard of living. Capitalism will thus choose to employ the anti-cyclical techniques. B1:1T It will do this hesitatingly, with many misgivings, and, finally, it will not prevent inflation from getting worse. The capacity of the currency to resist which, by definition, is limited in time thus appears. 533. As the insurmountable barrier against which, in the long run, the moderating intervention of the state in the economic cycle is brought up short. The contradiction between the dollar as an anti-cyclical device in the United States and the dollar as money of account on the world market has already become insurmountable. It finds expression in a tendency to deficit in the United States balance of payments. But cannot the substitution of productive public expenditure for unproductive expenditure avoid both crisis and inflation? Productive expenditure can be of two kinds: productive consumer expenditure or productive investment expenditure. The former is in contradiction with the very logic of capitalism. To take from the non-wage earning classes amounts of the order of $20 to $30 billion a year so as to redistribute them among the wage earners, their families or the unemployed, would not be agreed to by the bourgeoisie except in circumstances in which it had already de facto lost political power, and then even more radical remedies could be adopted. Moreover, the long-term effects of such measures would be disastrous for capitalism. They would tend to increase considerably the minimum subsistence wage, the elements historically regarded as one necessary in this wage, and this not as a result of an increase in the productivity of labor but through a real redistribution of social income, that is, through a considerable reduction in the rate of profit. There is no historical precedent permitting us to suppose that the bourgeoisie would be ready to agree to such a transformation in its regime. It is the same with the state's productive investments. These would in practice create competition with the private sector at the very moment when the latter was already complaining about overproduction and excess capacity. It is true that productive investment might be diverted into new sectors which required substantial outlay while not yet guaranteeing a normal return, e.g. the nuclear power industry. Such investments would, however, merely prepare better conditions for profitability, and would very soon give rise to pressure by capitalists for the private sector to benefit from the good fortune. Further, it is out of the question that possibilities of investing sums of the order of several dozen $billion a year should exist in these new branches. There remains the question of unproductive investments of a particular kind, those which entail indirect savings for capitalism, hospitals and improved health services, which cut down costs arising from employee sickness, improved roads, which reduce transport costs, improved education, which shortens the periods of apprenticeship for workers and other employees, etc. 125 Expenditure like this, even if inflationary in its immediate effect, would in the long run reduce long-term inflation. By increasing the 534 productivity of labor obtained with a definite stock of capital, and of money. Nevertheless, it is equally improbable that the capitalist would allow a substantial increase in this expenditure. Even a writer like Strachey, though he seems to rely on this factor, has to admit that a fierce resistance is to be met with on this front. In capitalist circles, this resistance wavers only when it is a matter of expenditure on armaments. 126 Finally, it must not be forgotten that a capitalism which knows only recessions is certainly not a crisis-free capitalism, it is merely a capitalism with less disastrous crises than those of 1929–39. All the reasons given in Chapter 11 which determine the inevitability of cyclical fluctuations remain valid. In absolute quantities, the loss and waste caused by these recessions are substantial, and continue to testify regularly against the capitalist order, exhorting us to replace it by a more rational economic and social system. Thus, during the American recession of 1957–58 alone, the number of wholly unemployed exceeded 5 million, that of partly unemployed to 5 million. United States production suffered, during those 2 years, a loss of nearly 100 million tons of steel and nearly 5 million motor cars, losses comparable to those of the 1929–33 crisis. The idea that the workers will agree indefinitely to be doomed to unemployment every 4 years, or at least threatened with it, and that they will regard the state of things as normal and ruling out any need to transform it structurally, does not seem to be at all realistic. In this sense, too, no proof has so far been provided that capitalism has overcome crises. The laws of development of capitalism in its age of decline. The time has come to attempt to synthesize the various tendencies in present-day capitalism which we have described in various places in this work. To what extent do these tendencies conform to the general laws of development of the capitalist system, as Marx formulated them during the 19th century? Have new and contradictory tendencies appeared? Monopoly capitalism and universal cartelization of the economy have led to the coexistence of a group of different rates of profit, ranging from the highest rate, that of the monopoly sectors, to the rate in the sectors subject to more or less normal competition, retail trade, etc. The power of the big monopolies, generally speaking, prevents the flow of new capital into the sectors which enjoy the highest rates of profit, save in altogether exceptional circumstances. Wars, Reconstruction, military conquests, etc. From this circumstance are derived the phenomena of self-financing and overcapitalization in the monopoly sectors. From this also are derived the spread over in time of investment projects, the increasing role of the state as extra market for excess capital, and a certain moderation of cyclical fluctuations. But these very tendencies also promote tendencies in the opposite direction, to some extent of a compensatory nature. The larger the number of branches of industry in which penetration and primitive accumulation are found to be impossible, the more extensive become the sectors outside of industry towards which small and medium capital flows. This is an additional reason why the services sector has grown so much in our era. As the organic composition of capital in this sector is markedly lower than in industry, a certain recovery in the average rate of profit is thus achieved. Furthermore, if the monopolies strive to put off as long as they can the introduction of certain technical improvements which threaten existing fixed investments, these improvements are increasingly likely, nevertheless, to be introduced, at first on the periphery of large-scale industry, and then en bloc and in a big way, at fairly well-spaced intervals, by the monopolies themselves. During these periods the useful life of fixed capital is shortened. This partly explains the reduction in the duration of the cycle which is observed thenceforth, on the eve of the First World War and after the Second. The monopolies are not merely forced to behave in this way through fear of competition on the part of new industries. These sudden flare-ups of technological revolution which from time to time interrupt the tendency to long-term stagnation are also a retort to the strengthening of the trade union movement and to the tendency for real wages to improve, which they themselves seem temporarily to have encouraged. The reduction in cyclical fluctuations, the reduction in the amount of unemployment, involve the risk, in the long run, of depressing the rate of surplus value, or at least of delaying its increase. The chief reaction by capital to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall would thus be hindered. Technological advances such as the introduction of conveyor belt working or of automation, with 40 years between them in the United States, make it possible both to reinforce the industrial reserve army and to increase rapidly the productivity of labor. Thenceforth they raise the rate of surplus value. The development of new industries, 128A to underdeveloped countries, extension of state expenditure both military and non-military, growth of distribution costs and of the tertiary sector, all play the same role of safety valves for capitalism in decline. By offering fresh fields of investment to capital they temporarily offset the tendency to long-term stagnation and the plethora of capital without prospect of paying investment. The industrialization of the underdeveloped countries, the rapid spread of technological revolutions to all branches, including distribution, rampant inflation, all these work in the opposite direction. On the purely economic plane, this evolution need not lead to an automatic collapse of capitalism, even when half of all capital lies asleep in the banks or is serving to finance public works which are absurd from the capitalist standpoint. But socially and politically the period of capitalist decline educates the working class to interest itself in the management of enterprises and the regulation of the economy as a whole, just as free competition capitalism educated the working class to interest itself in the division of social income between profits and wages. There results from this a potential enhancement and sharpening of the class struggle, to which the bourgeoisie can react in two ways, the welfare state, or fascism. Welfare state and fascism. It would be possible to draw up, looking at the matter from the standpoint of the wage earners' interests, a scale to show the comparative value of the various forms of public expenditure and of the different ways they are combined. At one extreme would be the ideal of the welfare state. We mean the ideal and not its more or less deformed realization, devoting all its expenditure to improving the position of low-income families and to purposes of public utility. At the other extreme would be the fascist state in its most thoroughgoing form, redistributing in favor of the manufacture of arms, and in general, of heavy industry, part of the income of bankers, manufacturers in the sphere of the light industry, traders, the middle classes, and, above all, the wage earners, through wage freezing and forced saving made possible by the suppression of the trade union movement. The latter solution is not an ideal one from the standpoint of the capitalists. It gives rise to an intensification of all the social tensions, which, in the long run, means risking shipwreck of the capitalist order. But it does correspond to a need in so far as too limited social reserves, a currency already too much undermined, too restricted fields for private investment, make impracticable the policy of the welfare state. The technique of pump priming is then essentially the same as in the Anglo-Saxon or Scandinavian settings. 129 But its purpose is more exclusively confined to the armaments sector. In Nazi Germany, between 1933 and 1939, the national income increased by exactly the same amount as military expenditure. 130 The significance of this policy is clear to bring about a recovery in the rate of profit at the expense of the working class, which is deprived of its political and trade union means of defense. It amounts, in fact, to a militarization of labor such as occurred in Japan and which was adequately described in the following lines. Labor management is satisfactory, on the whole, at the medium scale and larger mines. The morning scene between 5:30 and 6 o'clock at the march-off places of mines impresses one with the change that war has wrought. The workers line up into sections and march to their respective places of work like infantrymen to their posts or airmen to their planes. The hours of work are 10 hours on day and night shifts, from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., but since workers cannot come out of the pits until their day's task is done, the actual hours put in are 12:02. In the extreme form which it assumed, above all in Germany, during the Second World War, fascism goes beyond the militarization of labor, to the abolition of free labor in the strict sense of the word, to a return to slave labor on an ever larger scale. The economic laws which this labor obeys are specific laws which no longer have anything in common with the laws of capitalist economy. The latter has precisely this characteristic, that it is able to integrate at a certain level all the earlier forms of exploitation of labor, without thereby repudiating its own purpose, namely, the profitable use and accumulation of capital. This means that a last stage of capitalism, working in a dictatorial political environment, tends to become a slave state. It becomes so as soon as competition disappears from the crucial labor market also. For then the employers transformed into slave owners attempt to wring by force the entire surplus out of finally powerless workers. In such a system the labor problem is reduced to one simple question: at what speed is it most economical to work your laborers to death? This important issue was earnestly debated between Roman senators on their latifundia 2000 years ago, by the squirearchy of the Old South in the last century, and between the gentlemen of the IG Farbenvorstand Board of Management and the SS in our own day. 133**. However, this form of super-exploitation of slave labor is compatible with capitalist economy only to the extent that it constitutes a byproduct, even if a large-scale one, of this economy and not its principal aspect. The slaves working on the plantations could not buy the cotton which their masters took from them. The slave laborers of Nazi Germany were unable to buy the products of German industry. Were the majority of the subjects of capitalist society to be transformed into slaves, this society would thereby cease to be based on the production of commodities, and so would cease to be a capitalist society. This stage has not yet been reached, even in Nazi Germany. And it is not very likely that mankind will experience such a horror, the return to a slave-owning society, as the dominant form of the mode of production, even as the price to be paid for a further delay in the advent of socialism. Since, on the other hand, no state can put up with such social tension over a long period, a more lasting solution has to be sought in order to guarantee and increase capitalist profits. This is why the fascist form of managed economy inevitably evolves towards war economy, that is, towards the creation of the means needed to conquer markets and fields for investment of capital, which would make it possible to apply solutions of the welfare state type and reduce social tension. But, at the same time, a managed economy of the welfare state type is less and less capable of avoiding considerable economic recessions by its limited state investments, while investments of a larger order can be realized only within the setting of an economy of rearmament and war. What this means is that no absolutely insuperable barrier actually separates the welfare state economy from the fascist economy. On the other hand, a few elements of the welfare state are embodied in the fascist economy. Under Hitler, too, the unemployed, put back to work, saw their standard of living rise. On the other, the welfare state economy has a tendency to transform itself into a rearmament economy, sometimes introducing a series of phenomena typical of the fascist economy, even in the richest capitalist countries: squeezing of civilian consumption and of production of consumer goods, forced saving, financing of rearmament partly from social security funds, etc. The economic policy of the bourgeois states is thus evolving towards a combination of elements of the welfare state, more or less real, more or less demagogic, depending on the comparative wealth of the capitalist country concerned, and fascist elements, safeguarding of profit by reduction in the standard of living of the masses. State guarantee of profits and the increasing fusion of the monopolies with the state lead to the fundamental role played by state contracts and public investment in keeping up a normal level of business activity. But this increasing economic role of the state means at the same time the violent compression of social and international contradictions, and so intensifies the advance of capitalism towards explosive outbreaks of war and revolution. The age of the managers. Burly and Means startled the academic world in 1932 by showing something which was well known to Marxists, namely, that the development of joint stock companies had resulted in a de facto separation between the owners and the administrators of big capital. James Burnham 135 hastily drew from this the conclusion that the capitalists had lost control of modern industry to managers who were similar to the bureaucrats who run Soviet society. Since that time this claim has been repeated on numberless occasions. Many socialist theoreticians regard it as proved, cf. André Philippe, at the Montrouge Congress of the PSA. Nevertheless, it has not been proved at all. Half a century ago, Henry Piron drew attention to the phenomenon of specialization and of the discontinuity of the leading groups of the bourgeoisie. 136 It was not the Lombards or the Jews, specialising in usury, credit to kings, who, in the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries, became the first big merchants and extended the sphere of operation of capital in the reviving centers of trade. Similarly, manufacturing capital was not developed in its most mature form by the financiers who dominated the bourgeois world in the 15th and 16th centuries. In turn, it was not the big manufacture owners who were to carry. 540. Through the Industrial Revolution, nor the big innovating industrialists who were to create the first big monopoly trusts. Change in the leading personnel of the capitalist world is thus in no way synonymous with the replacement of the bourgeois class by another. It has been stressed that the managers of big monopoly companies control enormous amounts of capital, quite out of scale with what they themselves own. This is true. But far from finding in this fact the negation of capitalism, we find in it only an ultimate consequence of the law of concentration of capital, which always operates by the way of the expropriation de facto, the legal aspect often being much more obscure, of many capitalists to the advantage of a few. The decisive question is whether the managers behave in their social role in a different way from the bourgeoisie, whether they are indifferent to private property or even fight against it. Whether they engage in struggle with the leading circles of big capital, whether they mostly spring from the bourgeoisie or from the working class. Practical experience shows that great administrators who have reached the summit of their careers amass large fortunes, become big bourgeois, and regard as the logical culmination of their success marriage with the daughter of a big banker or of the head of a big industrial monopoly, so becoming absorbed into the top strata of the big bourgeoisie and its great families. In the United States, moreover, 2/3 of all the higher cadres, and 3/4 of the financial cadres, themselves originate from the elite of society. 137 Among these great administrators the accumulation of capital takes place as much by way of the payment of princely salaries as by the distribution of free shares, the possibility of making huge gains without any risk by means of options, the advantage of sumptuous expense accounts, the acquiring of information which enables them to conduct profitable speculation on the stock exchange. The results are there to be seen. Moreover, when Mr. Charles Wilson became Secretary for Defense, after a managerial career with General Motors, he had $25 million worth of shares in his firm. M. Gillett, who rose to be head of the biggest finance group in Belgium, the Société Générale, accumulated dozens of millions of Belgian francs. During the 4 years 1954 to 57 alone his fees, apart from anything else, amounted to nearly 40 million francs. The success of the great managers is thus merely a periodical, and classical, rejuvenation of the big bourgeoisie by the assimilation of fresh elements. A close study of American, British and French big capital shows, moreover, that the true antagonism is not between shareholders and managers but rather that which, in Joan Robinson's words, opposes those shareholders who are insiders to those who are outsiders. 189 The former are the big shareholders who take part in the management of enterprises, even if only as financial experts, the latter are passive shareholders, rentiers more or less. Even if they possess only a small percentage of the shares of a company, the insiders are none the less capitalists, and often frank billionaires. There are few managers or none among them. General Motors is, in fact, controlled by and on behalf of the DuPonts, not Charles Wilson. Study of the majority of the large British firms shows the same situation. Finally, C. Wright Mills, the brilliant American sociologist, has shown that the managers predominate only at the level just below the summit, it is the heads of monopolies, the great families, who remain supreme on the summit itself. 142. The bankruptcy of capitalism. According to Vauvan argues, hypocrisy is the homage rendered by vice to virtue. By analogy, it can be said that the increasing practice of intervention in the economy by the state is an involuntary homage rendered to socialism by capital. True, increasing state intervention in the economy, the growth of a public sector, and even the nationalization of certain unprofitable branches of industry do not amount to socialism. An economy can no more be a little bit socialist than a woman can be a little bit pregnant. State intervention, management of the economy, operate within the framework of capitalism, in order to consolidate capitalist profits, or at least those of the decisive sections of the capitalist 542 monopolies. If at the same time they have the long-term effect of undermining the foundations of the regime, this is only another manifestation of the contradictions which are tearing capitalism apart. In its declining phase, capitalism intensifies a number of its inherent contradictions. It intensifies the contradiction between socialized production and private appropriation. The socializing of production takes a particularly obvious form in the attempt to sum up all the economic activities of the nation in economic budgets, in national balance sheets. But officially recognizing in this way the de facto socialization of economic life, and abolishing the private ownership and management of the economy which prevent its rational organization, are two different things. It intensifies the contradiction between the organized, planned character of the production process within the enterprise, the trust, or even the branch of industry, and the anarchy of capitalist economy as a whole. The idea of planning is accepted and applied by the bourgeoisie, indeed, one can even say that it is of bourgeois origin. But the bourgeoisie accepts and adopts it only to the extent that it does not imperil the profit motive, does not embrace the whole of economic life, substituting production to meet need for production for profit. It intensifies the contradiction between the progressive international unification of the economy and the retention of the motives of capitalist profit which dictate the international operation of capital. The problem of underdevelopment confronts the conscience of the world. Undercapitalization is admitted to be the cause of this phenomenon. The overcapitalization of the big capitalist countries is so marked that huge unproductive expenditures are needed in order to save them from long-term stagnation. Yet, nevertheless, no effective effort is undertaken, nor can it be undertaken, to help to bring about the industrialization of underdeveloped countries in a disinterested way. It intensifies the contradiction between the tendency for the productive forces to advance and the obstacles which block this advance owing to the very existence of capital. Does it seek to escape from them by stimulating the purchase of its products? Then the profitability of the operation is itself brought into question. Does it seek to escape by increasing unproductive investment? Then the slow devaluation of the currency ends by bringing about that very long-term stagnation that the system was initially trying to escape. Never, on the world scale, has there been such a crying contrast between the enormous wealth potentially at the disposal of all mankind, and human poverty, along with waste or underemployment of human and technical resources, as there is today. If men do not learn to reorganize their society in accordance with the same scientific methods which have enabled them to win splendid victories over nature, the productive forces threaten to transform themselves once more, and this time finally, into forces of collective destruction, of nuclear war. Chapter 15. The Soviet Economy. The Soviet economy of today is the outcome of contradictory factors. On the one hand, the backward conditions of old Russia, with its immense natural resources hardly schemed by industry, and the predominance of rural economy, broken up into 25 million separate peasant holdings. On the other, the conquest of power by the Bolshevik Party in 1917, and the conscious effort undertaken by the Soviet state which thereby came into being to build, in this huge country, isolated in the midst of the bourgeois world, an economy qualitatively different from capitalism. Like every other human society, Soviet society is characterized by certain constants of economic activity. The social product is divided between necessary product and surplus product. Part of the surplus product is devoted to developing the instruments of labor, the means of production. The particular way in which the surplus product is appropriated determines the special dynamic of the economy, whose laws have to be revealed. This special dynamic can be seen most clearly through a study of the different stages through which the economic policy of the Soviet state has passed since October 1917. Stages of the Soviet economy. The Bolshevik leaders who headed the state that emerged from the Revolution of October 1917 had no intention of building a complete socialist society in their country. They shared the unanimous view of the Marxists of that time, according to which such an undertaking required definite material preconditions, the predominance of the large industrial factory over the small one, and of industry over agriculture, a high level of development of the productive forces, a correspondingly high level of technical skill and culture on the part of the workers. These conditions were largely absent in the Russia of 1917. The Bolshevik leaders at that moment saw the victory of their new nation as merely one link in a chain of international revolutions, victorious revolutions in industrially advanced countries, especially in Germany, were to create the starting basis necessary for a rapid transition to a socialist economy*. The delay, and then the defeat, of this international revolution set the ruling party a series of problems that were quite new and had not been solved by classical Marxist economic theory. The party found a series of answers to these problems which differed according to many factors which influenced the party's practice, factors among which the most important were, in the last analysis, the relation of forces between the classes on the international and national scales, and the predominance at different times of different social pressures which were brought to bear on the party. The program of the first Bolshevik government did not envisage the immediate expropriation of all the capitalists. It envisaged only the universal establishment of workers' supervision of production, the workers having as a first stage to apprentice themselves to the task of management by checking on the capitalist managers. 2. It further envisaged the nationalization of the banks, after these had been previously merged into a single national bank, the progressive nationalization of the chief monopoly-controlled sectors of the economy, the non-recognition of foreign debts, and the nationalization of the land and subsoil, together with division of the land among the peasants. All these measures taken together would not have meant a qualitative overturn in the social structure of Russian economy. However, the impetuous development of the workers' initiative, non-cooperation, and then sabotage, on the part of the industrial and administrative circles, the unleashing of the White Terror, followed by the Red, the outbreak of a widespread civil war which tore the whole country in pieces during a period of 3 years, the intervention of foreign armed forces in this war, all these events upset the long-term projects of the Bolshevik government and pushed it onto the path of rapidly changing the economic structure. The nationalization of the banks, of wholesale trade, of all industry, and of all foreign property, and the establishment of a state monopoly of foreign trade, had created by the end of 1918 a new economic and social structure in Russia. Under conditions of a besieged fortress, an economic system called war communism was organized. The planning of all economic activity was rather a measure of rationing than of planned development. The production of commodities was restricted as much as possible. All trade was nationalized by a decree of November 21, 1918. A large proportion of the wages of workers and officials was paid in kind. The proportion of all wages paid in kind amounted on the average to 27.9% in the second half of 1918 and 93.7% in the first quarter of 1921. 3. Exchange between town and country shrank and became reduced to barter. Armed detachments of workers had to extort from the peasants the supplies of food needed for the towns, decree of August 6, 1918. Industrial production underwent a steep decline, becoming more and more restricted to supplying the army. The currency collapsed under the weight of galloping inflation. The whole of economic activity was dislocated. After the victory won by the Red Army in the Civil War, a victory which coincided, however, with an ebbing of the revolutionary movement in the rest of the world, the Bolshevik government considered that a recovery of the productive forces was the basic condition for the regime's survival. To this end, a retreat was organized from the extreme forms of elimination of all commodity production which had been characteristic of war communism. This was the new economic policy, NEP. A tax in kind took the place of requisitions, leaving in the peasants' hands a surplus of agricultural produce which they could sell on the market. The freedom of wholesale and retail trade was restored. In 1923, 91.4% of trading enterprises were private concerns, and these accounted for 83.4% of the total trading turnover. The financial system was cleaned up. 5. The ruble stabilized, the payment of wages in kind abolished. Trade relations with the capitalist countries were re-established. Foreign capital was offered concessions on Soviet territory so as to hasten the development of productive forces. Crafts and small-scale industry were allowed to develop freely. In 1923 there were 147,471 small private industrial enterprises, employing 12.4% of the total industrial labor force. In 1925 to 1926 these enterprises provided 20% of all industrial production. The NEP thus achieved undeniable successes. In 1926 the level of development of the productive forces, in industry as well as in agriculture, reached and surpassed that of before the war. In 1927 to 28 the average real wage was double what it had been in 1908 and nearly 90% or more than in 1913. 0. The government began to make use of the available resources in order to develop state-owned industry. But this development lagged behind the restoration of agriculture and the increase in the population. It further showed itself inadequate to meet the needs of the peasants for industrial consumer goods and to absorb the labor available in the countryside. Thus there developed, together with chronic unemployment in the towns, the two classic evils of agriculture in backward countries, the phenomenon known as the scissors, between agricultural and industrial prices, and rural overpopulation. At the same time, a class differentiation was taking place among the peasants. The kulaks, the rich peasants, concentrated in their hands a large proportion of the agricultural surplus which came onto the market. Stromilin stated in 1923 that only 15 to 20% of the peasants had wheat to sell. 11. The tax in kind, which was not progressive until 1926 to 1927, encouraged this concentration, together with the lack of reserves and of means of transport on the part of the poor peasants. In exchange for this agricultural surplus, indispensable for the feeding of the towns and for making possible industrial accumulation, the kulaks demanded an adequate supply of industrial goods. In the absence of such a supply in the form of Russian products, they looked towards the world market for the satisfaction of their needs. This would have meant a coming together of the semi-capitalist forces inside the USSR with the capitalist forces in the rest of the world. The breakup of the monopoly of foreign trade would have destroyed all possibility of rapid industrial development in Russia. In fact, there arose in 1923 a discussion within the Bolshevik Party about relations between the state sector, essentially consisting of large-scale industry, and the private sector, mainly agricultural and commercial. In this discussion the opposition upheld the idea of a more rapid industrialization, both to prevent this joining together of the Soviet rich peasantry and the world market and to maintain the alliance between the workers and the peasants, by giving increasing satisfaction to the peasants' need for manufactured consumer goods. For the same reason, the opposition was the first to insist on the need for a general plan for industrialization and accelerated accumulation in large-scale industry. 18. The majority of the Central Committee opposed this idea. Mikoyan in 1924 attacked Trotsky's idea of a unified plan of development as the height of utopianism. 14. Stalin declared that the USSR had as much need of Dniprostroi, the first great hydroelectric project, as a peasant without a cow had of a gramophone. Minutes of the Central Committee meeting of April 1926, quoted by Deutscher. 1. Expounding the official thesis in their outline of political economy published in 1927, I. A. Lapidus and K. Ostrovityanov wrote about Preobrazhensky's idea of superindustrialization of the country by means of exploitation of the peasantry through high prices of manufactured goods, an idea which he has systematically and perseveringly advocated during the last few years, in consistency with this theory. It is clear that from the principles developed by Engels and Lenin our conclusion must be quite different. Prices must be low so that the peasant will feel the difference between a bourgeois and a proletarian dictatorship and their relation to small production, so that the peasant may be able to accumulate. So that his enterprise may not decline but progress, so that small production may be able, not in words but in fact, to avoid the capitalist path of development. 16 And Maurice Daub, who has always faithfully interpreted the official theses of the leading circles of the USSR, wrote so late as 1928. The question whether Russia, which Trotsky made the title of his book translated into English as Towards Socialism or Capitalism, depended for its answer on conditions somewhat wider than those which he postulated. It depended, not merely on whether state industry would advance more rapidly in the future than other elements in Russian economy, more rapidly even than industry in other countries, but on whether either in the town or in the village old class differences were beginning to reappear. The official reply to the opposition criticism, therefore, partly took the form of a denial that the growth of the Nepman and Kulak was as considerable as the opposition tried to portray. But this was not all. It also denied that the growing prosperity of the peasant was synonymous with or indicative of the revival of capitalism. Here was the basic error of the opposition, their misconception of NEP, their belief that state industry ought to develop at the expense of the small producer, instead of by raising the small producer along with it. The issue was erroneously represented as a competition between the prosperity of state industry versus the prosperity of peasant agriculture. The latter might grow more rapidly than the former and still not represent any capitalist tendency, and the growth of that very private accumulation in the hands of the peasantry which was depicted as dangerous might be a source of strength to socialist accumulation, if it could be attracted into cooperation, state loans, and savings banks. 17. This debate was settled by life. During the winter of 1927 to 1928 the Kulaks seized the Soviet state by the throat. They organized a veritable strike against food supplies for the towns, as Daub admitted moreover, in a later work. 18 After 1928, the leading faction in the Bolshevik Party, which for years had underestimated the danger and had refused to take adequate measures, went from one extreme to the other, owing to panic. Superindustrialization of the country at the expense of the peasants was carried out on a scale that the opposition had never conceived. Thereby, the Soviet people were called upon to pay a terrible tribute in order to make rapid industrialization possible, a tribute which could have been avoided. An official writer, Krzyzanowski, estimated in December 1927 that the overall targets of the first 5-year plan would require investments amounting to 17 billion gold rubles. 22 By concentrating this investment effort into 5 to 7 years, 1928 to 1934, instead of spreading it over 10 to 12, as had originally been envisaged and as would have been possible if accelerated industrialization had begun in L 923-1924, the yearly burden was made much heavier. Being determined, moreover, to keep short the period of experiment and to curtail delays, the regime excessively increased the costs of the undertaking, wastage and losses were substantial. Finally, huge resources remained unused and were later destroyed, e.g. by the killing off of their cattle by the peasants. The fund of peasant accumulation alone which was totally lost to the national economy can be estimated at 4 to 5 billion gold rubles. 28 If to this be added the possibility of making annual savings by cutting down the overgrown administrative machine savings which were estimated at 1 billion gold rubles a year, one can conclude that results a great deal more substantial than those of the first 2 5-year plans could have been achieved without necessarily involving the terrible sacrifices rendered by the Soviet people during 1929-1933. However that may be, the rate of increase of industrial production At first fixed at the too low annual figure of between 5 and 8 to 9% or 24 was now raised to 20% or later even to 23.7% for large-scale industry. The first 5-year plan was put underway. Then, on February 1, 1930, the government officially launched the policy of compulsory collectivization, which had been announced in a speech of Stalin's on December 27, 1929. The kulaks were liquidated, that is, they were transported by millions to Siberia. The number of holdings collectivist leapt from 39% in 1929 to 52.7% in 1931, 61.5% in 1934, and 93% in 1937. 225 million small agricultural enterprises were merged into 240,000 producers' cooperatives, collective farms, called kolkhozy, and 4,000 state farms, called sovkhozy. However, Soviet industry was as yet unable to equip these collectivist agricultural enterprises with modern agricultural machinery. The delay in applying industrialization measures the tractor works at Tsaritsyn, Stalingrad, Volgograd, which it had been decided to set up in 1924, was not built until 1929. 20 intensified this incapacity. Moreover, compulsory collectivization came up against stubborn resistance on the part of the bulk of the peasantry. They set themselves to slaughter their animals on a grand scale during the years 1929. 1933-27 agriculture was confronted with a growing problem of inadequate means of traction. The government was again obliged to retreat. In 1935 the new collective farm charter gave the peasants the right to perpetual use of a small piece of private land, which varied in size from region to region, between 0.25 and 1 hectare. They likewise received the right to acquire as private property a house, a cow, lambs, goats, and poultry. 28 These measures soon made possible a substantial increase in agricultural production, and especially in the number of livestock, while at the same time the supply of tractors to the countryside increased. The outbreak of war in 1941 was the signal for an all-round revenge by the country upon the town. The shortage of food products, especially after the loss of the richest agricultural areas of the western part of the USSR, enabled the peasants to push up and up the prices they demanded for their products. In order to stimulate the increase of food production and improve food supplies to the towns, the government permitted the unhindered development of collective farm markets, where the peasants freely sold their products to the public. Their share in total retail trade grew from 15.9% in 1939 to 44.5% in 1942 to 1943. 29 In this way a great deal of money was accumulated in the countryside, millionaire collective farmers made their appearance. The state endeavored to channel off this money by issuing bonds with guaranteed life interest. But new kulaks began to get round the collective farm charter and take possession of considerable areas of land belonging to the collective farms. Immediately after the war the amount of land affected was estimated at nearly 5 million hectares. 30 After the end of the war and the overcoming of the reconversion crisis, the state took the agricultural situation in hand. A strict currency reform creamed off the surplus purchasing power accumulated by the peasants. A systematic campaign was undertaken against the small private holdings of the collective farmers, and especially against their ownership of animals. Measures for the concentration of the collective farms and the establishment of agro-towns intensified still further this offensive in the rural areas. Coming up against the peasants' passive resistance, the stagnation of agricultural production and a fresh dangerous fall in the number of livestock, the government retreated once more, summer 1953, and once more strove to stimulate. 556. The private initiative and interest of the collective farmers. After Stalin's death, the agricultural policy of the Soviet leaders underwent a series of turns which are described below. The specific structure of the Soviet economy at this time can be defined by the following features: a. Industry, wholesale trade, and the greater part of retail trade, together with the whole of external trade, the banks, and the means of transport, are nationalist. In practice, all the mechanical means of production and exchange are state property, with the exception of lorries belonging to the collective farms. b. A small sector of agriculture is also nationalist, sovkhazy. c. Most agricultural enterprises are producers' cooperatives, the land being nationalist but its usufruct surrendered to the collective farms for an indefinite period. The farm implements and animals of the collective farm are cooperative property. But the tractors and agricultural machinery are state property, lent to the kolkhozy by the MTS. Machinery and tractor stations, in return for payments in kind. In 1957 to 1958 the tractors and agricultural machines were sold to the collective farms. d. A fairly substantial sector of cooperative enterprise, not state-owned, also survives in the craft sphere and in retail trade. In 1962 the cooperative sector accounted for 28.4% of the total retail turnover. e. There is also still a private sector in agriculture which includes, besides a small number of individual farms, the holdings left in the possession of each peasant household within the kolkhozy. Together with a substantial proportion of the farm animals, which are the private property of these same peasant households. In 1937 these individual holdings represented 4% of the sown area, but the total income derived by the peasants from these holdings and from their privately owned animals represented a substantial proportion of the total product of Soviet agriculture. The private sector included, indeed, in 1938, 50% of all homed cattle, 55% of all pigs, and 40% of all goats and sheep in the USSR. After the war, in 1948, these percentages shrank to 35%, 20%, and 20% respectively, 34 not so much through an increase in the numbers of collective farm animals as through a decline in the numbers of privately owned animals. But the private sector still possessed in 1953 half of all the cows in the USSR. 35 at the end of 1964 it had 28.8% of all homed cattle, including 41.7% of all cows, 27.5% of all pigs, and 24.1% of all sheep and goats. 86**. What the 5-year plans achieved. Thanks to this distinctive structure of the economy and what it implied overall planning and a monopoly of foreign trade, a remarkable development of the productive forces was achieved. There is no better way of showing this than by giving the figures for the output of the chief industrial products. These figures show at a glance the long road traveled by the USSR since the victory of the October Revolution. From a backward and essentially agricultural country the USSR has become, at least as regards overall output, the second industrial power in the world, in particular for basic raw materials, electric power, and machine tools. Its output of which exceeds the combined output of Britain and Germany. The progress made by Soviet industry is not to be explained primarily by the enormous backwardness it had to overcome, in comparison with the industry of the most advanced capitalist countries. It has continued after this backwardness has already been, by and large, overcome. This progress is now proceeding especially in the directions of increase and modernization of the country's stock of machines and of striving to automatous production. It is in this sphere that the most remarkable successes of the fourth and fifth 5-year plans have been won. The USSR possessed in 1953 a stock of 1,300,000 machine tools of all kinds, double what it had before the war, whereas the second capitalist power, Britain, had in 1950 only 880,000. The American stock amounted at the same period to 1,800,000, superior in quality to the Soviet ones. Considered, however, not in absolute figures but in relative figures, that is, per head of population, the backwardness of Soviet industry is far from having been overcome. The annual productive capacity of steel stood in 1964 at 820 kilograms per head of population in the USA, at 1,105 kilograms. In Belgium and Luxembourg, at 660 kilograms. In West Germany, and at 375 kilograms. In the USSR. Here is a comparative table for several basic industrial products. It will be seen that production per head of population in the USSR remains very much behind that in the USA, Britain, and West Germany, but that France could be surpassed fairly quickly and that Italy has already been surpassed in respect of some basic indices. The gap between Soviet production per head of population and that of the most advanced capitalist countries is even more considerable in the sphere of private consumption. In respect of durable consumer goods and housing, the gap is even more marked. On January 1, 1965 there were in the USSR 52 TV receiving sets per thousand inhabitants, as compared with 334 in the USA, 255 in Canada and Sweden, 242 in Britain, 170 in West Germany, 150 in Holland and Belgium, 110 in France and 100 in Italy. On the other hand, at the end of 1963 there were in the USSR 205 doctors per 100,000 inhabitants, as against 170 in Italy and Austria, 150 in the USA, 144 in West Germany, 110 in Britain, France, and Holland, and 101 in Sweden. Per 100,000 inhabitants there were 900 hospital beds in the USSR and the USA, 937 in Italy, 981 in France and Canada, 1,022 in Britain, 1,064 in West Germany, 1,083 in Austria and 1,600 in Sweden. Backwardness in development of consumer goods industries as compared with capital goods production was a general characteristic of Soviet planning in the Stalin era. It followed from a choice of priorities cold-bloodedly decided by the leaders of the USSR. According to Malenkov, between 1929 and 1953 638 billion rubles were invested in heavy industry and 193 billion rubles in transport, compared with only 72 billion rubles in light industry. As a result, between 1928 and 1937 production of coal, cast iron, and steel was quadrupled, and that of electric power increased sevenfold. Between 1937 and 1950 production of coal and electric power doubled again, while that of iron and steel grew by 50% and 60% respectively. During the same periods, however, production of woolens, cottons and sugar only increased by 20 and 75% between 1928 and 1937, and by 60, 10, and 4% between 1937 and 1950. 39 housing conditions were especially lamentable. Between 1913 and 1940 the building of houses did not keep pace with the influx of population into the towns. The effective habitable area contracted from 7.3 square meters per person in 1913 to 6.9 square meters in 1940, to reach the 1913 level again only in 1950 and attain 7.7 square meters in 1955, these figures applying to the towns only. 40 during the 1960s, in 560 new housing projects, an area of only 8 square meters per person was allowed for. The plan envisages over 11 million people finding new housing in the 90 million square meters to be built in 1966. 41 density of occupation was 1.6 persons to a room in 1960, as compared with I.O. in France and 1.1 in Italy, the two worst housed countries in the West. In 1961 to 1962 0.9 in West Germany, 0.9 in Holland, 0.7 in Britain and 0.6 in Belgium with, moreover, rooms in those countries larger than the Soviet ones. 42 The standard of living of the Soviet citizen thus remains very much below the level which would be possible given the degree of development at present reached in the Soviet Union. Industrialization has been carried out first and foremost at the expense of the standard of consumption of the masses. Financing the plan means enclosing consumption within an iron ring, wrote the Soviet journal Planovoye Hozyayistvo in 1929. 43 The social character of the Soviet economy. On the basis of these facts it is possible to make an appreciation of the character of the Soviet economy and its laws of development. Contrary to what is alleged by a number of sociologists who try to make use of the Marxist method of analysis, the Soviet economy does not display any of the fundamental aspects of capitalist economy. It is only forms and superficial phenomena that can lead the observer astray in seeking to define the social character of this economy. It is true that rapid industrialization takes the form of a primitive accumulation achieved by a forcible levy on consumption by the workers and peasants, just as capitalist primitive accumulation was based on an increase in the poverty of the people*, but, unless there is a large-scale contribution from outside, no accelerated accumulation can be carried out otherwise than by an increase in the social surplus product not consumed by the producers, whatever the form of society in which this happens. There is nothing specifically capitalist in that. Capitalist accumulation is an accumulation of capita/comma, that is, a capitalization of surplus value with as its aim the production of more surplus value by this capital. Profit remains the purpose and driving force of capitalist production. Soviet accumulation is an accumulation of means of production as use/ues. Profit is neither the purpose nor the chief driving force of production. It is merely an accessory instrument in the hands of the state in order to facilitate fulfillment of the plan and checking on how it is being carried out by each enterprise. Because capitalist production is production for profit, it is essentially production based on competition for conquest of markets. Even if concentration of capital has reached its highest point and the monopolies wield supreme power, competition continues in both old forms and new. It is this competition that determines the anarchy of capitalist production. Private decisions, taken independently of each other, decide the amount and rate of growth of production and accumulation. All organization of capitalist economy is thereby doomed to remain fragmentary and insufficient. Soviet planning, in contrast to this, is real planning, insofar as the totality of industrial means of production is in the hands of the state, which can thus centrally decide the level and rate of growth of production and accumulation. Elements of anarchy continue, it is true, within the framework of this planning, but their role is precisely comparable to that of the elements of planning in the capitalist economy. They modify but do not abolish the fundamental social characteristics of the economy. Capitalist economy, subject to the tyranny of profit, develops in accordance with quite precise laws. Tendency of the rate of profit to fall, flow of capital into sectors with rates of profit higher than average, concentration and centralization of capital leading to the seeking of monopoly superprofit, etc., from which result the particular features of its present-day phase. Soviet economy escapes completely from these laws and particular features. Despite the immense territory open to it in Asia, beyond its frontiers, it exports thither very little capital, though the rate of profit is certainly higher in those countries, owing to the lower organic composition of capital and the lower cost of labor. Countries like China, North Korea, Outer Mongolia, North Vietnam, etc. Despite the huge accumulation of capital in heavy industry, investments continue to go primarily into this sector. Instead of spilling over more and more into the marginal sectors, as happens in capitalist economy in its declining phase. Artificial limitation of production, agricultural Malthusianism, suppression of technical inventions, not to mention periodical crises of overproduction, partial stoppage of production, or even destruction of part of production, all these phenomena which are characteristic of capitalist economy as a whole, including the economies of capitalist countries less developed industrially than the USSR. Japan, Italy, Argentina, Brazil, etc., are not to be found in Soviet economy, and this has been so since 1927, that is, for a third of a century. World capitalist economy forms a whole. Even countries which are most autarkic in policy, Japan on the eve of the Second World War, Nazi Germany, Italy in the period of the League of Nations sanctions, etc., are unable to exempt themselves from the general conjuncture of the world capitalist market. The outbreak of the crisis of 1929, and then that of 1938, left a deep mark on the economies of all the capitalist countries, not excluding the autarkic ones. The Soviet economy, however, while retaining definite links with world capitalist economy, is exempt from the fluctuations in the conjuncture of world economy. Indeed, periods of most remarkable advance by Soviet economy have coincided with periods of crisis, depression, or stagnation in world capitalist economy. This being so, it is talking at cross purposes to declare that the capitalist nature of Soviet economy is shown by its competition with the other great powers, USA, Germany, Japan, etc., competition which primarily takes a military form. It is clear that any non-capitalist economy established nowadays over a large part of the globe would find itself in latent hostility with the surrounding capitalist world. Geographical, military, economic, and commercial necessities follow automatically from such a situation. But this is not capitalist competition, which is competition for markets and profit, rather is it a competition which results precisely from the different social characters of the USSR and the capitalist world, which confront each other. Similarly, it is erroneous to regard the Soviet economy merely as the culmination of developmental tendencies which can be seen in present-day capitalist economy, tendencies towards total monopolization of industry, abolition of classical private property, merging of the economy with the state, growing state interference in the economy, and so on. Actually, Soviet economy is the dialectical negation of these tendencies. In present-day capitalist economy, the managed economy, the increasing fusion of state and economy, the occasional violation of sacrosanct private property, all exist for the benefit of monopoly capital, for the defense, protection, and guaranteeing of its profits. The merging of the state with the economy is at bottom nothing but the total domination of the economy by the private monopolies, which make use of the state machine. In the USSR, however, the state management of the economy, the abolition of the right to private ownership of the means of production, the fusion of economy and state, have all taken place by way of the expropriation and destruction of the bourgeoisie as a class. Present-day capitalism is capitalism which has carried to the furthest limit its own developmental tendencies. Soviet society is the destruction, the negation, of the chief characteristics of capitalist society. Structural revolutions are always the best indices of the social character of an economic system. The incorporation of the territory of one capitalist country into another capitalist country is not accompanied by any revolution in social structure. The German occupation of France and the occupation of Germany by the Americans, British and French showed this quite clearly. In contrast, the German occupation of the western provinces of the USSR, and later the incorporation of the so-called people's democracies into the zone of Soviet influence, involved qualitative structural changes. It is unnecessary to speak of the destruction of capitalism in Eastern Europe, the facts are known to all. Less known are the measures taken by the Nazi occupiers in the USSR to reintroduce private ownership of the means of production. The aluminium works at Zaporozhye was seized by the Vereinigte Aluminiumwerke Trust. Within the framework of the Bergende Heidatitenwerke Ost GmbH, financed by the three biggest German banks, the Flick concern took over, jointly with the Reichswerke Hermann Göring, the steel works of the Donets Basin, under the title of Dienstper Stahl GmbH. The Ziegener Maschinenbau AG took over the Voroshalov works at Dnipropetrovsk. The Kruk Trust grabbed 2 factories at Mariupol, 2 at Kramatorskaya and 1 at Dnipropetrovsk. It was accorded the right to manage these enterprises and draw profit from them, with complete ownership promised for after the end of the war. 48 In 1943 Kruk dismantled the entire electric steel works at Mariupol and transported it to Breslau. The LG Farben Trust organized the Chemiegesellschaft Ost GmbH and the Stickstoffloh Ost AG in Russia. In the daily newspaper Frankfurter Zeitung we find, within a space of 3 days in May 1943, reports of the establishment of 7 large-scale German private undertakings in the occupied areas of Russia. 49 The theories according to which the Soviet economy represents an economy of a new type, neither capitalist nor socialist, a managerial society, Burnham, a bureaucratic society, L. Loré, bureaucratic collectivism, Bruno Rizzi, Schachtman, etc., or a society run by a new class, Milovangelos, cannot be accepted either. The supporters of these theories rightly deny that the Soviet mode of production is capitalist in character. But they do not grasp that what is non-socialist in the U.S.S. are extensive social inequality, bureaucratic privilege, lack of self-determination for the producers, etc. represents a product of the country's capitalist past and capitalist environment. They see these survivals as the rudiments of a future society. They are unable, however, to offer an exact characterization of this society, to define a particular dynamic for it, beyond uttering platitudes or absurd allegations which are continually being contradicted by events. They cannot say what mode of production qualitatively different from that of the USSR would correspond to the era of transition from capitalism to socialism. In reality, Soviet economy embodies contradictory features, which neither its apologists nor its vulgar critics have been able to bring together into a comprehensive conception. The apologists point to the absence of private ownership of the means of production, the constant and rapid progress of the productive forces and of the general level of technical skill and culture of the population. All this does indeed prove that the USSR is not a capitalist country. It remains nevertheless mistaken to draw the conclusion that the USSR is already a socialist country, although classes, the working class and the peasantry, continue to exist, with interests which are antagonistic historically and sometimes even immediately, although social inequality has much increased, and although the level of development of the productive forces still remains below the level reached by the most advanced capitalist country. The advocates of the state capitalism theory show correctly the bourgeois character of the phenomena of inequality, of the norms of payment for work that exist in the USSR. But they generalize falsely when they describe the Soviet mode of production as being likewise capitalist. The advocates of the theory of bureaucratic collectivism show clearly the non-capitalist nature of the Soviet mode of production. But they generalize falsely when they deny the basically bourgeois nature of the norms of distribution. In fact, Soviet economy is marked by the contradictory combination of a non-capitalist mode of production and a still basically bourgeois mode of distribution. Such a contradictory combination points to an economic system which has already gone beyond capitalism but which has not yet reached socialism, a system which is passing through a period of transition between capitalism and socialism, during which, as Lenin already showed, the economy inevitably combines features of the past with features of the future. 52. The economic categories in the USSR. It is from such a characterization of the Soviet economy as a contradictory economy of the period of transition from capitalism to socialism that we must start in order to find an adequate answer to the thorny question, so much debated for years both inside and outside the USSR, of the survival of the economic categories, commodity, value, money, price, wages, profit, etc. In a socialist society the products of human labor have a directly social character and thus have no value. They are not commodities, but use values, produced for the satisfaction of human needs. Such a society will not know wages at all, and will know prices only for the purpose of social accounting. The existence of the economic categories in the USSR shows clearly that this country is not yet a socialist society. But commodity production extends in the history of mankind's economy well beyond the capitalist era. It begins with petty commodity production within a patriarchal or slave-owning economy. It vanishes only with the production of an abundance of use values in a fully developed socialist economy. Commodity production cannot be abolished artificially. It can only wither away progressively, in proportion as the economy becomes capable of ensuring to each human being the satisfaction of his fundamental needs and as, thereby, distribution ceases to have to be based on exchange, on exactly measured counterpayment. So long as production does not ensure such a satisfaction of fundamental human needs, the central economic problem remains that of sharing scarcity, in a more or less relative sense, of consumer goods, a form of distribution which must be regulated by objective criteria. Throughout the whole of this period of transition between capitalism and socialism, exchange between human labor and the consumer goods produced by this labor governs the sphere of distribution. Exchange implies commodity production. The shortage of use values prolongs the life of exchange value. The survival partial or general of commodity production in the era of transition between capitalism and socialism is a characteristic feature of this era. But this survival normally affects only the consumer goods sector, or at most the agricultural and craft periphery of the capital goods sector. To the extent that society takes over industry, banks, transport, and chief centers of distribution, the means of production and exchange which are produced in these nationalist enterprises lose their character as commodities and are no longer anything but use values. Even if these use values are formally sold by one state enterprise to another, this is a mere matter of accounting and general checking on the execution of the plan, for the economy as a whole and for each economic unit. The difference is expressed even in money form. Consumer goods are bought with bank notes, capital goods circulate purely by means of representative money, a mere accounting device. It is forbidden to buy them for cash, except in the case of small tools. 57 That is how things are in the USSR. The capital goods intended for the collective farm market, the consumer goods not consumed by their producers, the industrial and craft consumer goods not kept back by the state * possess all the outstanding features of commodities. Only their total amount is planned. Their distribution among the different consumption areas, between town and country, between different strata of consumers, is carried out blindly, according to the laws of the market, corrected at most by bureaucratic arbitrariness. 59 As for capital goods, especially those produced by nationalist industry, they have lost their commodity character, since not only their overall production but also their precise distribution is fixed in advance by the plan. In fact, capital goods are grouped into three categories, as regards the way they are distributed. A. Basic goods, 1,600 products in all, which constitute the chief raw materials, steel and its alloys, coal, oil, ferrous and non-ferrous metals, rubber, the chief chemical products, electric power, the principal types of machinery, and motor-driven vehicles. These basic goods, 568, are not sold by enterprises or groups of enterprises but are directly allocated, by the Council of Ministers, among the enterprises which need them, in accordance with quantities laid down by the plan and against purely formal payment in representative money. B. Goods allocated by percentage quota, namely, the more plentiful and less essential products, wood, glass, matches, electric fans, smoothing irons, etc., which are shared out by the various ministries, the plan restricting itself to laying down the quota of total production to be allocated by industrial sector or region. So long as these quotas are not exceeded, each factory can acquire these products by buying them from a trading agency of the appropriate ministry. C. Goods distributed in a decentralized way, which can be brought directly from the producers by the enterprises, agricultural and craft products, certain products of local industry, etc. 61 * So long as the problem of distribution remains dominated by the relative shortage of consumer goods, money continues to be the most efficient device for carrying out this distribution. It will be so in every society of the transition period, where money, by retaining the possibility of a certain degree of choice on the part of the consumers, constitutes a safeguard limited but real against total invasion by regulating bureaucratism. Money likewise remains the simplest device for measuring the efficiency of enterprises by means of comparison between costs of production. It is indeed the most flexible instrument for economic measurement in all spheres. But the money that survives in the transition period loses a series of fundamental functions which were characteristic of it in capitalist economy. It ceases to be automatically transformable into capital under the given market conditions, since private acquisition of means of production is forbidden, industry, or greatly restricted, agriculture, crafts, trade. Thereby, private purchase of labor power, as a commodity producing surplus value, disappears, and money ceases to be automatically a source of interest, of income. It ceases to be the initial and final form of capital, towards which the whole of economic activity is directed. For the realization of surplus value, which, in a capitalist regime, is possible only in the form of money, is substituted direct appropriation by the state of the social surplus product, in the form of use values. Money becomes capital again only in the elementary process of primitive accumulation in agriculture and petty trade, whether legally or illegally. State constraint is needed to check this process, which is favored by the automatism of the economy so long as conditions of shortage of consumer goods prevail. Prices as a whole continue to fluctuate around value, since calculation in money terms of the average cost of production in each branch of industry is taken as the basis for economic accounting in all fields. But the formation of prices no longer takes place automatically. The law of value, indeed, does not apply in a pure way except in petty commodity production. In capitalist society the law of value is refracted through the prism of profit, of the ebb and flow of capital favoring the sectors where the highest rate of profit is obtained, of the equalization of the rate of profit and the phonation of prices of production. In the economy of the transition period the law of value is refracted through the prism of the plan. Prices become devices for planning, for dividing the national income between productive and unproductive consumption, for the allotment of investments between different sectors of the economy. In Soviet society the selling prices of industrial products are formed by adding to the cost of production a rate of profit and a differential turnover tax, previously laid down by the plan. Price does not represent the money equivalent of the cost of production. It is the main instrument for the redistribution of the national income. 64 The more or less arbitrary fixing of prices in certain sectors of industry is the essential means used by the Soviet government to determine the rate of investment in these sectors, to encourage or discourage the consumption of the products of these sectors. What in capitalist economy results a posteriori from the interaction of thousands of individual decisions to consume or to invest, results in the USSR, by and large, from a priori decisions by the central planning authorities. 6 Finally, profits lose completely, at least in the state sector, the role of basic driving force of economic life which they play in capitalist economy. They remain, to be sure, a means of interesting the bureaucrats in the realization of the plan and reducing costs of production. The additional profit obtained by reducing costs of production in comparison with those assumed in the plan is in part put at the disposal of plant managers as the manager's fund, or plant fund. But this is only a mere question of technique. The same operation could be carried out by way of the distribution of bonuses, or by reductions in selling price consequent on reductions in cost of production. Profit also plays an increasing role as a financial source of accumulation. But this role is likewise purely a technical one. Without any structural change the Soviet system would be able to abolish the very notion of profit tomorrow, and finance accumulation by a sliding scale system of turnover taxes on all sectors of industry. The contradiction between the non-capitalist mode of production and the bourgeois * norms of distribution is the basic contradiction of every society transitional between capitalism and socialism. The Soviet economists are beginning, moreover, to admit this more or less explicitly. Kronrod writes of the contradictions between the relations of equality which apply in respect of ownership of the means of production and the relations of de facto inequality which apply in respect of the results of the use of these means of production in the actual production process. 68 But in Soviet society this inevitable contradiction is aggravated by the existence of bureaucratic privileges, which are justified by the thesis about distribution in accordance with the quantity and quality of labor contributed by each individual. The commodity contains in germ all the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. Since it is produced for an anonymous market it may turn out to be unsaleable. True, in the era of transition, consumer goods are commodities precisely because of their relative scarcity, their underproduction. All-round overproduction is thus out of the question, the state can progressively reduce their prices in proportion as production increases. But as a result of a faulty distribution, a price momentarily too high, or inferior quality, some commodities may remain unsaleable. Their equivalent in money is not realized, and thenceforth they will have been produced at a dead loss, from the standpoint of society and the state. Allusions to these unsaleable stocks are increasing in the Soviet press. 60 million rubles worth of unsold stocks in 1952 in the workers' provision stores in Stalino, Ukraine, stocks exceeding by 60% the figure allowed by the plan in the district of Osh, in Kyrgyzia, 500 million rubles worth of unforeseen stock in Kazakhstan in 1953, need to cut prices by 25% for a series of consumer goods which would otherwise remain unsold. In 1956, the sudden introduction of hire purchase in 1958, a million unsaleable sewing machines produced by the Podolsk factory down to the end of 1964, etc. 69 at the end of 1961 55% of the stocks in the retail shops of the USSR, to a total value of 11 billion new rubles, were estimated to be excessive, since they consisted of goods the demand for which had basically been satisfied. For these goods, the stocks already represented 50% of the value annually sold. 70 The fact is admitted by Soviet theoreticians. Thus, A.G. Kulikov alleges that practice has convinced us that, when goods remain in store in the distribution network and cannot be sold, the labor congealed in these goods has not been recognized socially. 11. The fundamental contradictions of Soviet economy. The contradiction between the non-capitalist mode of production and the bourgeois norms of distribution is the fundamental contradiction of every society transitional between capitalism and socialism. Theoretically, this contradiction should grow less in proportion as the productive forces develop, as the level of well-being and culture of the population increases, as situations of shortage freely accepted through choices democratically made by the majority of the working masses are more and more replaced by free distribution of goods and services in accordance with the principle of the satisfaction of needs. But this close correspondence between the development of the productive forces and the gradual withering away of the contradiction between mode of production and norms of distribution during the period of transition from capitalism to socialism presupposes above all a high degree of consensus between the masses and the government, a high level of socialist democracy, active participation by the workers in the management of enterprises and of the economy as a whole, working out of the plan by democratic discussion and debate, and close supervision by the working people of this working out of the plan, of its application, and of its periodical correction. In short, it requires a state which is a workers' state in the deepest and most democratic meaning of the term. Now, Lenin remarked already in 1920 that the USSR was not simply a workers' state but a workers' state with bureaucratic distortions. 72 For historical reasons related both to the low level of development of the productive forces, the numerical and cultural weakness of the proletariat, the loss of much of the vanguard during the Civil War, the international isolation of the revolution, and the extremely heavy burden of privation that the Soviet working class was called upon to bear, the latter began to show less and less interest in direct management of the state and the economy. 73 This management was increasingly carried out by a bureaucratic apparatus, at first through a sort of delegation of powers, later more and more by usurpation. The Bolshevik Party did not understand in good time the seriousness of this problem, despite the many warnings sounded by Lenin and by the left opposition. 74 Instead of checking this process of bureaucratization, and changing direction, it made itself first the accomplice and later even the driving force of the process. The bureaucratic distortion became a degeneration. The specific contradictions of Soviet economy are thus not confined to the fundamental contradiction of every transitional society, they combine this fundamental contradiction with the contradictions which arise more especially from bureaucratic control of the state and the economy. The latter can be grouped in three categories: the contradictions resulting from disproportion in development between industry and agriculture, and more generally, between heavy industry and the whole sector, agricultural and industrial, producing consumer goods, the contradictions resulting from the use of material incentives in an economy managed by a bureaucracy, that is, in an economy in which the material interest of the bureaucrats becomes the essential driving force for the fulfillment and overfulfillment of the plan, and the contradictions resulting from the techniques of bureaucratic management itself. All these contradictions are combined with the antagonistic coexistence of the plan and the market, which is inevitable during any period of transition from capitalism and socialism, but with the conflict between them exacerbated by the harm done by bureaucratic control of the economy and the state, which intensifies both the automatic working of the commodity categories and the attempts to stifle them by purely administrative means. The effects of these contradictions are numerous, but their economic and social weight differs according to the stage that the Soviet economy is passing through. In the period of Stalin's dictatorship, the tasks of construction were essentially extensive. It was a matter of creating the infrastructure of a great modern industrial power, essentially by copying foreign enterprises and techniques. Labor was plentiful, and its power of resistance was reduced to the minimum by terror and the atomization of the masses. Social tension was, indeed, tremendous, but the regime answered it by means of successive waves of large-scale repression. The results were bought at the price of enormous wastage and sacrifices that could easily have been avoided *, but they were no less impressive. Quality was systematically sacrificed to quantity, but the latter seemed to increase in accordance with an irresistible logic of geometrical progression. It is true that, already in the Stalin era, agriculture, after the frightful bloodletting of 1930 to 1934, became stuck more and more hopelessly in the mud of stagnation. It is true that already at that time a marked slowness began to appear in the development of new industries *. It is true too that the rate of growth began to fall off. But it was possible to believe during an entire period that, while the social contradictions arising from this context were becoming more and more explosive, the economic contradictions would not prevent a regular and rapid, if not harmonious, growth of the productive forces. From the beginning of the 1950s it became necessary to alter one's views. Stalin's successors themselves had to face the fact that urgent reforms were needed to get the Soviet economy going again. These reforms affected first of all agriculture and the standard of living of the working people, and also the abolition of irrational forced labor and of an unbearable labor code. They quickly spread to the organization of industry and the methods of management and planning themselves. From then on a fundamental problem of reconversion confronted the Soviet economy. Growth, from having been extensive, had to become intensive. The increasing of production by mere increase in the labor force lost all meaning from the moment when, on the one hand, reserves of labor power were exhausted, and, on the other, the equipment newly introduced became more and more costly and more productive. The length of the period of immobilization, the time taken by construction work, techniques for depreciation of installation costs, these became problems far more important than those of labor discipline. International competition with capitalist economy also necessitated an increasing shift of emphasis to the quality of products, the productivity of labor and the rationalization of investment, the volume of which moreover necessitated the maintenance of a high rate of growth, even on the purely quantitative plane. But the reforms of the Khrushchev and post-Khrushchev periods are essentially reforms within the framework of bureaucratic management of the economy and the state. The latter has not been challenged. Being bureaucratic reforms of bureaucracy, their positive results are limited, especially in time. After a few years, their dynamism is exhausted, new dangerous signs of a slowing down in the pace begin to appear. The trouble is that, in general, they tend merely to replace one type of contradiction by another. We must now show the truth of this in a number of specific fields. Disproportion between industry and agriculture. In no sphere has bureaucratic management shown itself so disastrous over a long period as in that of agriculture. While all the misdeeds of the bureaucracy were unable to prevent a prodigious development of the productive forces in industry, thanks to the advantages of planning, they were combined in agriculture with the disadvantages of a hybrid system of property. The result was a catastrophic fall in production over a long period. The origin of the disproportion between the development of industry and the decline or stagnation of agriculture lies in the fact that industrialization was started late, whereas the complete collectivization of agriculture was undertaken prematurely, before the technical and social foundation existed for such a revolution in the agricultural mode of production. It was precisely the delay in industrialization that postponed the creation of an adequate technical basis for agrarian collectivization, and that at the same time favored the polarization of social forces in the countryside. The crystallization of the power of the kulaks became an imminent threat to the survival of the Soviet state and pushed the government onto the road of complete and compulsory collectivization. It was the same delay in industrialization that was responsible for its precipitate and spasmodic character. In the absence of adequate mechanization and of extensive investment in fertilizers and infrastructural works, roads, silos, storehouses, garages, stables, dwelling houses, etc., complete collectivization of agricultural holdings produced harmful effects from both the economic and the social standpoint. Output fell, especially output of fodder, meat, milk, etc. The discontented and desperate peasants slaughtered their animals. It was necessary to create a bulky apparatus of collective farm officialdom which reduced the margin of accumulation of the agricultural enterprises. Added to these effects was the need to extract from agricultural production an important part of the accumulation fund required in order to make possible accelerated industrialization. 576. The fall in agricultural production was all the more disastrous because, owing to industrialization, a smaller number of agricultural producers henceforth had to feed an urban population which was greatly increasing. Under Tsarism, 25 million peasant households fed 28 million townspeople. Today 17 million collective farmers and state farm workers have to feed over 100 million townspeople, to whom must be added several million non-producers in the countryside itself. All these factors together brought about an acute and permanent crisis in Soviet agriculture, the effects of which, aggravated by wartime destruction, are far from having been overcome today. This is clearly shown by the following figures of agricultural production and number of farm animals. 79. In order to interpret these figures correctly, it is necessary to take into account the increase in the population, which rose from 159 millions in 1913 and 147 millions in 1926 to 170 millions at the beginning of 1939 and over 200 millions in 1956. It follows that between 1930 and 1955, per head of population, agricultural production, except for technical crops, and the number of farm animals, for pigs this applies only until 1953, were lower than in 1916, and that for horned cattle and for cows neither the level of 1913 nor that of 1928 has been recovered to this day. The amount of grain available per head of population increased from 503 kilograms in 1913 to 528 kilograms. In 1965, an increase of 5% in half a century. Furthermore, though the area sown to grain crops increased by nearly 40% between 1928 and 1955, production increased by less than 50%, which means that the enormous mechanization carried out had been able to increase output by hardly 10%. The average productivity of agricultural labor thus remains extremely low. In order to produce a quintal of wheat, the collective farmers expended in 1956 to 1957 7 times as many hours of labor as the American farmers, 6 times as much labor to produce a quintal of sugar beet, and 16 times as much labor to produce a quintal of pork. S2 Nevertheless, in proportion as the mechanization of agriculture is progressing, positive results are appearing, especially in the production of technical crops. Cotton production doubled between 1932 and 1937, to increase again by 50% between 1937 and 1950, and by another 50% between 1950 and 1965. The number of tractors available to agriculture rose from 26,700 in 1928 to 148,500 in 1932, 454,000 in 1937, 600,000 in 1950, 844,000 in 1955 and 14 million at the end of 1963. At this rate, complete mechanization of agriculture is within the realm of the possible. The amalgamation of collective farms, which reduced the number of cooperative agricultural enterprises from 240,000, before the war, to 95,000 in 1952, expresses in its own way the considerable enlargement of the technical foundation acquired by Soviet agriculture. Since then this process of concentration has continued. Only 80,000 collective farms were spoken of in 1958, and so few as 38,800 at the end of 1963. Like the results of industrialization, the results of mechanization must be considered not only in absolute figures but also in relation to the number of inhabitants, and to the cultivated area. From this standpoint, the USSR is still low on the list. In 1963 it had 1 tractor per 130 hectare of cultivated land as compared with 1 per 40 in the USA and 1 per 22.5 in Britain and West Germany. Per head of population the ratio is as bad, 6 tractors per 1,000 people in the U.S.S.R. as compared with 20 in the USA, 25 in West Germany and 27 in Britain. These tractors are, moreover, not used very intensively. According to Pravda of February 19, 1950, tractors in the Kursk area were idle 30% of the time, on the average. In the previous few years, they remained 10 months out of 12 out in the open air, getting rusty and soon becoming unusable. For 30 years it had occurred to no one to build simple shelters to protect these tractors from inclement weather. 578. The losses caused by bad use of tractors are enormous. Khrushchev himself estimated them at a quarter of annual production, lost merely through delay in getting the harvest in. 83. Finally, it must be remembered that the presence of tractors does not exhaust the problem of agricultural mechanization and rationalization. In 1950 only 18,500 out of the 121,000 collective farms had electricity. In 1954 this number had risen to 21,000 out of 87,100. In 1953, of 94,000 collective farm chairmen only 16,000 had middle or higher qualifications as agronomists. 85 in 1962. 60% of these chairmen had these qualifications, but the number of collective farms had in the meantime been considerably reduced. The mechanization of agriculture for a long time determined the specific relationship between the socialized sector and the cooperative sector of the economy. Tractors and agricultural machines were not sold to the collective farms after 1928. They remained state property and became the state's chief instrument for planning and regulating agriculture. The machine and tractor stations lent these means of production to the collective farms in exchange for payment in kind, which increased in proportion to the increase in the yield from their land. Thus, part of the differential rent, which continues to exist in the USSR as in every transitional economy, was taken by the state and subtracted from the accumulation fund of the collective farms to be added to the accumulation fund of the state. Here are the differentiated rates of payment to the MTS laid down in 1940, in percentages of the wheat and sunflower crops. In addition to this payment in kind for the use of the machinery lent by the MTS, the collective farms had to supply compulsory deliveries at fixed prices. These were at first calculated in proportion to the area sown to each agricultural product. But this system was found to discourage the growing of specialized crops. In 1940 it was replaced by a calculation of compulsory deliveries on a pro rata basis related to the total cultivable area of each collective farm. The latter was thus induced to cultivate the maximum area of its land. It was also given an interest in developing specialized crops, for which the quantities to be delivered were less than those of ordinary crops. 89. Actually, the prices paid by the state for these compulsory deliveries were so low that they came very close to being a simple tax in kind *. Even after these prices had been doubled, trebled, or quintupled in 1953 to 1954, they often remained below the cost of production of the agricultural produce. It was only in 1956 that these prices began to cover, as a rule, the costs of production. A considerable share of collective farm production, on the average probably a third, thus constituted surplus product appropriated in one way or another by the state. If account is taken of the substantial share of the harvest needed to replace the capital used up in the course of production, stocks of seed and of fodder, hardly a quarter of production would be left for distribution among the collective farmers. 91% compulsory deliveries 15,014 payment to MTS 16 feet 0 inches 19 sales to state organs, and trading cooperatives, on the free market 5140 seed and fodder stocks 32 distributed as income to the peasants 26 feet 9 inches 22 funds for reserves, repayment, credit, etc. 4875 the share of the harvest sold on the free market, to state organizations and trading cooperatives, provided the collective farms with the funds compared with 50 billion in 1950. In 1960 it is reported to have reached 281 billion rubles. According to the collective farms charter, 10 to 15% of their annual money income has to be devoted to the upkeep and extension of this fund, that is, to depreciation of fixed capital and accumulation needed for the purchase of fertilizers, building materials, etc., and for meeting the other collective needs of the agricultural cooperative. The quantity of agricultural produce distributed as income to the members of the collective farms varied a great deal from region to region, and depending on the fertility and extent of the collective farms' land, the output of labor, etc. After 1930 the total amount of produce available for this distribution was divided, within each collective farm, in accordance with the reckoning in workdays, 8 hours of simple labor counting as 1 day. In 1938 the equivalent of a workday was, less than 3 kilograms of wheat for 83% of all collective farms, between 3 and 7 kilograms of wheat for 16% of collective farms, between 7 and 10 kilograms of wheat for 6% of collective farms, and over 10 kilograms of wheat for 8% of collective farms, or about 4,300 collective farms. 92 to this was added a small sum of money, which rarely exceeded a few rubles asterisk. There was thus at that moment a small group of fewer than 10,000 rich collective farms and a group of 40,000 fairly well-off ones, alongside 190,000 poor farms. After the war the situation remained practically the same, until 1951 to 1952. The journal Communist gave as the average payment for a workday in a good collective farm in 1951 3 kilograms of wheat and 315 rubles, and in 1952 8 kg of wheat and 48 rubles. 94 even in 1957 the average payment per workday did not exceed 4 rubles. 95 yet in the same period the collective farm workday was already worth more than 0 rubles in the cotton plantations of Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. K. Orlovsky reported that it was worth even 30 rubles in his model collective farm in Mogilev district. 96 it must be concluded that the rate of payment remains less than 3 rubles and even less than 2, in a number of backward collective farms. This conclusion seems to be confirmed by a Soviet survey of collective farms in the Ryazan area, where the output of poor collective farms amounts to only 30% of those of rich ones. 97 The official yearly statistical abstract of the USSR for 1960 shows that per 100 hectares, 25% of the collective farms had a money income of less than 1,000 new rubles, 62% had between 1,000 and 2,000, 10% between 2 and 3,000, 9% between 3 and 5,000, 6% between 5 and 10,000, 9% between 10 and 20,000, and 7% more than 20,000. 98. The new ruble, introduced on January 1, 1961, is worth 10 old rubles. Our figures are given in old rubles except where new rubles are mentioned. It is clear that the meager income distributed by the collective farms to their members is not adequate to meet even their simplest needs *. The small private holding which each peasant has, and above all his privately owned livestock, had to make up for the deficit caused by the huge rate of surplus product in the collective farms. Hubbard and J. Asney estimated at over 50% of the total income of the Soviet peasant the share obtained before 1940 from the private sector of his work, however tiny this might be. 99 Feingood put it lower, at 43%, or 100 official sources show, at least for the post-war period, percentages which are much smaller, for example 20% for a very prosperous collective farm in 1950. 101 But these same sources confirm that a large share of the potatoes, other vegetables and dairy produce, as also of the meat consumed by the peasant household itself, come from the private holding and are not included in the calculation of income. More recently, René Dumont has quoted a variety of sources which estimate the contribution of the private holding, the THIRD, to the collective farmers' total income at plus 30%. 1 degree. 3. In the beginning of the 60s. In 1957 the production of meat on the small holdings amounted to 5.9 million tons, as compared with 5.7 million tons in the state farms and collective farms. But of this 5.9 million tons, only 1.7 million was sold. Similarly with milk, the private holdings produced in 1957 29.4 million tons, as compared with 25.3 million tons in the state farms and collective farms, of which only 4.5 million tons were sold. 104. This dualism in the agricultural mode of production, and the very great importance WH11H the income in kind from his own private holding still has for the peasant, gives rise to serious problems in connection with the allocation of his labor time between the collective farm enterprise and the private holding. In fact, there is no shortage of labor, if we consider the very small number of workdays contributed every year by each peasant. But the latter prefers to spend more time working on his own holding to working in the cooperative fields, and these run the risk of being neglected. According to the article already quoted from the journal Sozialistiskoy Zemlydlyi, in 1938 22.6% of the peasants contributed less than 50 workdays, and 38.3% contributed between 50 and 200 workdays. Nearly 40% of the collective farmers spent less than 100 days a year working in the collective farm fields. This situation became so critical that in 1939 a special decree made obligatory a minimum of workdays to be contributed to the collective farms every year, varying from 60 to 100 days according to region. 105 In 1942 this minimum was increased to 100 to 150 days, but the measure appears not to have been strictly applied, since the decisions on the new course in agriculture taken in September 1954 introduced a prohibitively heavy tax on collective farmers who gave less than 100 days a year to the collective farm. A Soviet source puts the average number of workdays actually contributed in 1958 at 200 for men and 150 for women, and the communist writer J. Triumph 100 estimated in 1963 that 40% of all agricultural work done was devoted to the private holdings. Thus, the contradictions inherent in the hybrid mode of production of agriculture, a combination of private production of use values, petty commodity production, and cooperative production controlled by the state through measures of fiscal coercion, were exacerbated in the general setting of the contradictions of the Soviet economy. The small quantity of industrial consumer goods that the peasants obtained in exchange for their produce limited their productive effort to the minimum. And the comparative scarcity of agricultural products which ensued created a state of general dissatisfaction among all the consumers. By reacting, through a comparative scarcity of agricultural raw materials, upon industry itself, this also fostered tendencies towards the disorganization and frustration of planning. During the last few years before Stalin's death, Soviet agriculture was in a blind alley. World power number 2 was unable to feed its own population. Between 1950 and 1953 the production of grain and the numbers of horned cattle stagnated utterly, at a level below that of 1928. The number of workdays contributed by the peasants in the collective farms remained less than in 1940. 101 The amount of meat available per head of population was less than in 1913. 108 Immediately following Stalin's death, First Malenkov and then Khrushchev took steps to change the direction of development. A series of 4 reforms of Soviet agriculture were carried through, one after another, the effects of which, important at first, were rapidly exhausted after a few years. The first reform consisted essentially of increases in the prices paid for compulsory deliveries. The money income of the collective farms thus rose from 43 billion rubles in 1952 to 95 billion in 1956 and 135 billion in 1958. It was, however, far from being the case that all these new prices were, even at the time, sufficient to make production profitable. Though this increase in prices made possible a considerable increase in the production of meat, butter, and milk for the market, it rose from 5.8 million tons of meat and 13.7 million tons of milk in 1953 to 6.9 million and 23.5 million tons, respectively in 1957. Grain production did not notably improve. Khrushchev then decided to launch his famous Virgin Lands campaign, which was intended to make grain supply to the towns of the USSR largely independent of the collective farms, by rapidly developing state farms in Siberia. But this campaign did not bring the results expected, above all because drought and erosion quickly reduced yields. The second reform carried further the appeal to the material interest of the collective farmers. Compulsory deliveries at low prices were abolished. The MTS were dissolved and the tractors and agricultural machinery sold to the collective farms in 1958. The latter henceforth delivered their crops to the state at profitable prices, which enabled them rapidly to accumulate substantial assets in rubles. The supply of durable consumer goods to the villages continuing to be inadequate, the collective farms were allowed to undertake the building of houses on private initiative, and to set up through associations of collective farms industrial enterprises for the making of building materials, small implements, and food industry products, pickles, sausages, cakes, etc. Though this second reform gave a fresh impetus to cultivation in 1958 to 1961, it did not make possible a lasting improvement in grain production after the Virgin Lands had exhausted their potentialities of high yields. Pressure for selling privately owned livestock to the collective farms, which began to be felt in 1959, had an adverse effect on stock breeding. Thus, about 1962, there was a dangerous state of stagnation, and even of decline, in agricultural production per head of population. Between 1959 and 1962 the amount of meat available rose from 8.9 to 9.2 million tons, an increase of 3%, while population rose by IO millions, 5%. Many poor collective farms fell heavily into debt through buying tractors and agricultural machinery. The rate of utilization of this machinery even began to fall off. The flight from the countryside was intensified. It was then that Khrushchev tried a third reform, based on 2 principles: a large increase in production of chemical fertilizers, and general abolition of grass meadows in favor of the cultivation of fodder plants. At the same time, encroachments on private holdings and privately owned livestock increased. A few years later the evidence showed that this reform had exhausted its effects no less quickly than the previous ones. Its failure was one of the causes of Khrushchev's fall. His successors launched in October 1964 a fourth reform, based on guaranteeing the inviolability of private holdings and privately owned livestock, a rapid transition to the payment of a regular monthly wage to the collective farmer * and an all-round and substantial increase in investments in agriculture, both in fertilizers and in machinery, production of which was considerably increased, and also in material means for irrigating and draining vast areas. Agriculture, after having financed the country's industrialization for 4 decades, is now beginning to be subsidized in its turn. Planned economy and the material incentive of personal interest. The normal vehicle of socialist planning and accumulation is consciousness on the part of the industrial producers that they are defending their own interests, together with their creative initiative. But facts must confirm theory. Every increase in productive effort must be immediately reflected in an increase in consumption by the masses. When this driving force is largely absent, because the excessive rate of accumulation imposes excessive sacrifices on the producers, the bureaucracy becomes the regulator and chief director of accumulation. It thereby acquires substantial consumer privileges, in money, housing, luxuries, and other scarce consumer goods, etc. Though extremely important in a period when semi-famine and extreme shortage of all articles of prime necessity prevailed, the relative attraction of these privileges declines with the improvements in average living conditions and with the general development of the enterprises and the responsibilities to which they commit the bureaucrats. The fear of purges, the strict correlation between social position and fulfillment of the plan, the increase in income in proportion to the output to the enterprise function as incentives giving the bureaucrats an interest in increasing production. But the more their income increases, the less this income can secure them new satisfactions in the sphere of consumption, and the more the bureaucrats become concerned rather with preserving and securing what they have than with acquiring fresh benefits. The personal interest of the bureaucrats, regarded as the essential driving force for fulfilling the plans, comes more and more into conflict with what is needed for a harmonious and rapid advance of the economy. In order to counteract the tendencies towards irresponsibility shown by individual bureaucrats' theft or waste of state property, which they have at their absolute disposal insofar as they are the unchallenged masters in the enterprises, free from any check by the workers, the Soviet state had to introduce in 1935 the principle of the individual profitability of enterprises, Ozrisket. By this the incomes of the bureaucrats depend on the fulfillment of the financial plan of the enterprise, which often clashes with the requirements for fulfilling the material plan, with the quality of products, and even with planning itself. Baikoff shows 112 that, in order to fulfill the financial plan, from 1939 onward many branches of industry ceased, by their own decision, to produce certain kinds of products, and concentrated on producing other goods, in spite of the fact that this was in flagrant contradiction with the directives of the plan. In his speech to the 19th Congress of the CPSU, Malenkov pointed out that this fault was a permanent phenomenon in state industry. The Kharkov Electrical Equipment Works has allocated for several years now 30 to 40% of its capacity to producing what are called indeterminate articles, that is, articles which are not at all intended by the plan to be produced by a plant like this. It has engaged in making window nails, door handles and other articles of ironmongery. 113 The journal Communist 114 stated that in 1952 the cotton textile industry supplied 197 million meters of ordinary fabric and underclothes in excess of what was laid down in the plan, and 183 million meters of satin and higher quality fabrics, artificial silk, etc., less than had been planned. Pravda of October 5, 1954 reported that numerous textile and footwear factories were refusing to make children's clothes in sufficient quantity because this line was less profitable. Urged on by the state to continually cut down the financial cost of their products, the plant managers, interested in making this effort because of the substantial bonuses associated with such cuts, fulfill their aims by systematically reducing the quality of their products. The Soviet writer Sturesky 115 estimates that the cost of rejects and defective articles amounted in heavy industry to several billion rubles a year, out of a total value produced of about 100 billion, in 1940. 586. The losses resulting from the dispatch of defective products amounted to 5.3% of total costs of production in mechanical engineering and 6.5% in the metal industry, during the first half of 1940. 15 years later the annual loss from this cause was estimated at 6 billion rubles. At the 20th Congress of the CPSU, Frolkozlov estimated that the USSR was losing 25 billion rubles a year in unused scrap metal. 110 Knowing that the fulfillment of the plan depends on his enterprise being kept regularly supplied with raw materials, auxiliary products, electrical power, etc., the bureaucrat, faced with the relative scarcity of these goods, tries to safeguard himself by constantly demanding amounts greater than he really needs, thereby in his turn adding to their scarcity. This phenomenon has been described by David Gulick and Joseph S. Berliner, who both base themselves on interviews with a large Number of former factory managers who have defected to the West. 118. The Soviet journal Planovoye Hozyaistvo has shown that a number of enterprises put in demands for equipment, automatic machinery, materials, metal, wood, etc., in quantities 20 to 30% or greater than their needs and their actual consumption. Another Soviet journal, Zia Ekonomiya Materialov, has noted the same tendency to build up considerable reserves in the ministries themselves. In 1955 Bulganin put these reserves of equipment and materials at 13.5 billion rubles. According to Saburov, the ministries and administrations present excessively inflated demands for investments out of state funds. Thus, in 1956, they asked for an additional allotment of 60 billion rubles, over a third of the total investment program of 1956-19. Indeed, this tendency on the part of the bureaucrats to give themselves a margin of security by constituting reserves goes so far that they try to conceal and systematically underestimate the production capacity of their enterprises. The Soviet writers Alfeyev and A. Korokov published, in the journal Planovoye Hozyaistvo, an article entitled, For Full Reporting and Utilization of Productive Capacities, the title of which is itself already eloquent. In this article the following examples are given. In the Ministry of the Coal Industry, figures of productive capacity are used in a number of mines which are well below the level of production actually achieved. In the Ministry of the Wood and Paper Industry the figures of productive capacity which were used were far below actual production. 120. Pravda Ukray. New York of August 4, 1954 mentions a number of coal mines where actual capacity was utilized only 75 to 80% or even South Little American Samoa 50%. Pravda of July 30, 1954 wrote of many steel works which were not using their entire productive capacity and added, in each works enormous reserves remain unused. The tendency of plant managements to submit plans below capacity, and their failure to produce the right product mix, are perennial complaints in the Soviet press, writes Joseph S. Berliner, summarizing his interviews with émigré Soviet bureaucrats. 121. The Soviet writer Arak Elian quotes the case of the Kirov works, with about 50 machines lying idle, some since 1945 and some even since 1939. 122. An article in Izvestia of March 3, 1953 gives another typical instance, that of the Dzerzhinsky locomotive works at Murom. Expensive machines, required 2 or 3 years earlier, were still not being used. Altogether, the machinery was idle for 25 to 30% or on the average, of the monthly working period, owing to the bad distribution of work and of raw material. In the A.A. Zdanov tractor works at Vladimir there were in 1952 57,000 working hours totally lost as a result of the same causes. Malashev, at that time head of Soviet heavy industry, stated during the preparatory discussion for the 19th Congress of the CPSU that the mechanical engineering industry was using only 35 to 40% of its annual capacity, owing to periodical interruptions of production. 125 In 1957 Khrushchev declared that there were over 25,000 milling machines too many in Soviet enterprises. 126 But at 21st Congress A. Aristov gave the figures of 60,000 milling machines and 15,000 mechanical presses which lie for years in the stores or else get rusty in the factory yards. This accumulation of unemployed equipment is facilitated by the rule that the depreciation charge of this equipment is not to be included in the cost of production of goods currently produced. 121. The constant presenting of false reports by the bureaucrats is a part of the same bureaucratic technique of reconciling the requirements of planning with the defense of their private interests. This entire situation implies the lack of any interest on the part of the bureaucrats in an overall improvement in the national economy. The fulfillment of the plan of certain aspects of the plan by each enterprise is pursued without regard to the repercussions of the methods used on the economy as a whole. This is why, for 25 years, campaigns for strict fulfillment of the plan, for cutting down costs of production, for greater economy in raw materials, for fuller use of productive capacity, for more rational use of reserves, have followed each other with monotonous regularity. Success obtained on one front usually makes things worse on another. The translation of a work published in Hungary in 1957, János Kome, Over Centralization in Economic Administration, strikingly confirms this diagnosis. The Guardian summarizes the situation as follows. Specifying plans in great quantitative detail made the plan too rigid, since it would not allow for the changing needs of customers. If value figures were used instead, there was an incentive to distort production towards items of high value. Similarly, an attempt to keep a check on efficiency by the use of indices of labor productivity acted as a disincentive to producing goods with a high labor content. Indices of planned cost reduction encouraged the sacrifice of quality and the reduction of variety, and inhibited the introduction of new items of production. As the distortion caused by these indices was made apparent, the planners were tempted to introduce further control indices to check the distortion, until there were so many indices that both the planners and the planned were completely baffled as to their significance. 128 It must be added that, seeking for techniques which will make possible an overall achievement of the economic progress planned, and endeavoring to avoid excessive immobilization of resources, Zajiadko spoke at the 21st Congress of the CPSU of 179 billion rubles invested in uncompleted construction projects. And Arzamanian mentioned the figure of 160 billion old rubles frozen at the beginning of 1964, to be compared with a total annual investment fund of less than 300 billion rubles for the same year. 130 The Soviet authorities proposed to use as chief yardstick of fulfillment of the plan profit, i.e. the difference between receipts from sales and the cost of production, instead of the gross value of production, and to considerably reduce the number of quantitative targets laid down for the enterprises. The rights of managers are at the same time being considerably extended, both in relation to the central administration and in relation to the workers. This is the significance of what has been called the Lieberman reform, which is bound to bring positive results in the field of consumer goods, better adaptation to customers' tastes, but the effects of which in the field of capital goods are likely to be much more dubious. Application of these reforms to however slight a degree will necessitate, moreover, a complete recasting of the price system, 131 and the charging of an interest on invested funds so as to calculate the return from different investment projects, calculations which, if they are carried through consistently, involve the risk of introducing elements of spontaneous orientation of investment into Soviet planning. 182 The system of individual profitability of enterprises, combined with that of rigid prices previously laid down by the plan, thus does not solve but rather exacerbates the contradiction between the planned character of the economy and the personal interest of the bureaucracy, considered as chief driving force for fulfillment of the plan. If nevertheless the Soviet economy has achieved great successes, these have been due above all to the superiority of planned development of publicly owned means of production over every previous mode of production. The contradictions of bureaucratic management, the contradiction between the planned character of the Soviet economy and the personal interests of the bureaucrats, considered as chief driving force for fulfillment of the plan, is the principal contradiction introduced into the Soviet economy as a result of its specifically bureaucratic form of management. The effects are combined with two contradictions resulting from this bureaucratic management, the contradiction between the high level of development of the productive forces and the scarcity of consumer goods, on the one hand, and on the other, the contradiction between the needs of integral planning and the harm done by bureaucratic hypercentralization. Bureaucratic management brought about an exaggerated rate of accumulation which involved huge sacrifices by the mass of Soviet producers and consumers. The advance of the productive forces during the first 4 5-year plans was accompanied by an extreme scarcity of consumer goods, a scarcity which, with the progress of industrialization, has tended to decline absolutely, but also to become still worse relatively, because the requirements of millions of producers have increased at the same time. Under these conditions of scarcity of consumer goods there have inevitably arisen the parallel market, clandestine production, and a series of economic activities outside the control of the plan. Petty commodity production is continually being reborn in the interstices of planned economy. So long as the responsibilities of plant managers remain limited, this parallel market does not extend beyond the sphere of consumer goods. With the introduction of the principle of individual profitability of enterprises, however, its extension to the sphere of capital goods is inevitable so long as this sphere, too, remains dominated by phenomena of relative scarcity of equipment, raw materials, etc. In order to receive bonuses, a given bureaucrat is obliged to attain a definite level of production by a fixed date. He therefore tries to ensure that he possesses the necessary quantity of raw materials, by putting up exaggerated demands to the authorities and by systematically underestimating the productive capacity of his enterprise, as we have already mentioned. But the higher authorities, who have to share out raw materials and equipment which they know to be scarce, themselves work in the opposite direction. What results is a constant tug of war, in which plant managers do not hesitate to offer prices higher than those laid down in the plan, in order to get what they need. 134 In spite of the formal instructions forbidding this practice, the higher authorities closely supervise all the buying and selling transactions that go on between enterprises. The bureaucrats tried for years to get rid of this too strict supervision. At last, the 18th Conference of the CPSU, held in February 1941, adopted important decisions in this direction. 135 From that moment onward, the system of direct contracts between enterprises and central administrations, GLOVCL, was made general. Negotiation and competition suddenly acquired an overwhelming importance in relation to delivery conditions. At the same time, the enterprises were evading the planned tasks and orders issued to them by their superior GLOVCI and were entering into formal deals with each other. In this way they were succeeding in fulfilling and overfulfilling their plans in money terms, while evading the requirements of the plans of distribution 1A*. For this reason, on April 21, 1949, the USSR Council of Ministers issued a decree introducing the system of a yearly overall contract between the GLOVCI and other central organs, contracts between enterprises having to be fitted within the framework of this overall contract. However, with the permission of a ministry, the system of direct contracts between enterprises can be retained alongside the system of yearly overall contracts. 140 Even after Khrushchev's reforms, the system was, by and large, retained, and a great deal of raw material and equipment, including spare parts, could be obtained only against an allocation certificate, Nariad. 141 Finally, under the pressure of a long-sustained campaign waged by the plant managers, their autonomy was increased and the system of direct contracts between suppliers and clients was gradually re-established, with the industrial reforms introduced by Kosygin, September 1965 Plenum of the CC of the CPSU. Acting all the time under the lash of the relative scarcity of raw materials and equipment which puts fulfillment of the plan in jeopardy. 142 The Soviet bureaucrats are not content with a struggle for influence within the framework of legal contracts. They carry on a veritable illegal hunt for these coveted goods. Parallel production of and parallel trade in capital goods thus grow up behind the back of planned economy. In his report to the 19th Congress of the CPSU, Malenkov confirmed that such phenomena existed, since he mentioned that some enterprises failed to fulfill their plan because they tried to fulfill it only during overtime periods, while working during the day on private orders. The chief personage on the parallel market in capital goods is the toll cake, the fixer, the more or less illegal intermediary who, while formally attached to a particular enterprise, travels around the country, arranging illegal deals. On March 30, 1952, the satirical journal Crocodile gave a splendid little caricature of him, together with a short poem in which we were told that he can get anything: iron, bricks, timber, nails. The technique employed is almost always blatt, which means bribing the higher authorities. It is not surprising that in Stalin's day the saying circulated in the USSR that blatt is stronger than Stalin. The problem of the toll cake was widely raised in the preparatory discussion for the 20th Congress of the CPSU. See Pravda, issues of February 1956. Khrushchev's reforms did not solve the problem. An article published on May 15, 1960 by a Soviet journal estimated that the factories in the Sovnarkaz area of Dnipropetrovsk were visited during 1959 by 7,000. Toll cake. 143. The harm done by bureaucratic hypercentralization was equally damaging. Because the central ministries strive to regulate the supply problems of the factories down to the smallest details, while at the same time watching jealously over their departmental prerogatives, it can happen that enterprises such as the Kirov turbine and generator works at Kharkov have to send applications to 150 different suppliers, scattered all over the Soviet Union. 144. A city like Leningrad sends every year nearly 100,000 tons of metal products to other towns, while an amount equivalent to half of this is being simultaneously sent from other centers to Leningrad. 145. During the discussions at the 19th Congress of the CPSU, even more ridiculous examples were mentioned. The electrical equipment works in Novosibirsk is very well able to produce pig iron, wrought iron articles and other kinds of metal products. Nevertheless, this factory cannot accept orders for them. The matter is carried to absurd lengths. According to the planning department of the ministry, the wages fund made available to the works is calculated exclusively on the basis of the production of constituent parts, excluding all the finished products. The works cannot keep up its production without orders from power stations very far away, in the absence of which it is obliged to artificially cut down its output. 146. Departmental egoism has led to the establishment of thousands of small building enterprises, small garages, small power stations, operating independently of each other, under deplorable conditions of profitability. See Khrushchev's speech published in Pravda of May 8, 1957. The setting up of the Sovnarkazi replaced departmental egoism by regional egoism. Enormous wastage results, along with increased administrative costs. The supply, storage, and transport offices of the USSR ministries alone expended in 1955 16.6 billion rubles in administrative costs, or 17% of all the budgetary investment in industry. 140. This is why at the 23rd Congress of the CPSU the Sovnarkazi were dissolved and the so-called industrial ministries reintroduced. The new system of management combines a stricter degree of centralization at the top with a greater degree of autonomy for individual enterprises and will inevitably replace regional egoism by the egoism of these individual enterprises. The contradiction between the non-capitalist mode of production and the bourgeois norms of distribution is the fundamental contradiction of the Soviet economy, as of every economy of the transition era. But owing to the bureaucratic management of this economy, the contradiction has been carried to extremes and given a sharply antagonistic character. It has developed into a contradiction between the use value character of capital goods and the exchange value character of consumer goods, and into a contradiction between the purely accounting role of money in the sphere of capital goods and the role of real equivalent for commodities which money retains in the sphere of consumer goods. The principle of individual profitability of enterprises reintroduces money as a real means of payment in the capital goods sphere. Thereby, a tendency for commodity production and commodity circulation to reappear in the capital goods sphere makes itself felt, with all that this implies a tendency for planning itself to be disorganized. Bureaucratic management and workers' conditions. Under conditions of bureaucratic management of the economy, planning has been carried through in the Soviet Union with a rate of accumulation such that, taking into account the enormous amount of waste involved in this form of management, the standard of living of the producers was at first not raised but considerably lowered. Under these conditions, coercion, both political and economic, reduction of the basic minimum wage below subsistence level, became the chief instrument used by the administration to force the working class to increase productivity. The bureaucratic struggle for output led to a continual reinforcement of social inequality and the establishment of an increasingly strict labor code. The difference in income between the category of unskilled workers with the lowest wages, sweepers, porters, night watchmen, etc., and 594 high-level engineers was as 1 to 20 in 1935. 150 in 1951. A delegation of Belgian trade unionists visiting the USSR found similar differences: a sweeper with a gross monthly wage of 300 rubles, a charge hand in a blast furnace with 3,000 rubles, and an engineer with 5,000 rubles. 151. The British delegation at the Moscow Economic Conference of April 1952, led by persons very sympathetic to the Soviet government, reported differences a little less extreme as regards gross basic wages: 300 rubles a month for the sweeper, 700 to 800 for a lorry driver, 2,500 for a technical section head in a ministry. Official Soviet sources show for 1958 to 1959 a range of monthly basic wages from 342 rubles for a laborer to 2,800 rubles for a manager in the chemical industry, of course, without taking bonuses into account. 152. However, the higher one goes in the bureaucratic hierarchy, the more do bonuses constitute an important addition to one's wages. The same reports of the British delegation at the Moscow Economic Conference of April 1952 show that the total gross monthly income of the head of a large enterprise in Moscow comes to 7,000 to 8,000 rubles. 153. Among the workers in the strict sense of the word, very considerable differences of income have been introduced, with consequences that can be imagined as regards the internal cohesion of the working class. Maurice Dobbs claim 154 that the spread between the lowest and highest wage levels for workers is as 1 to 4 is contradicted in his own book. He there mentions, on pages 92 to 94, that in 1936 the lowest wages were 110 rubles a month, while non-Stakhanovite skilled workers earned 500 rubles and Stakhanovites sometimes earned as much in a week as previously in a month. The journal Voprozy Ekonomiki 155 reported in 1959 that the wages of skilled workers were 8 times those of unskilled men. This extreme differentiation of workers' incomes pushed the basic rates below subsistence level and compelled married women to go out to work in order to obtain the simplest means of life. All through the Stalin era it continued to be the chief method used to stimulate increased output. Piecework was made general. Work norms were progressively raised. Wage rates rose much less than productivity, when the latter increased. 157. Struggle for the intensification of labor often took precedence over struggle for increasing productivity through rationalization of technical methods and organization of labor. 158. Nevertheless, the intensity of physical effort usually remained below the level in the advanced capitalist countries, while Stakhanovism did indeed increase the productivity of labor. It achieved this result by intensifying the stratification of the working class. Stakhanov himself increased his output of coal because he worked only with the pick, thus obliging a number of his fellow workers to do nothing but shovel the coal away. The main contribution made by Stakhanov workers lay in the clearly perceived distinction between the basic process and the accessory and complementary operations. This allowed them to release the highly skilled worker from the necessity of performing functions which would be carried out by less skilled men. 159. It is clear, however, that thanks to the copying of the most advanced machinery and working methods of the capitalist countries, the productivity of labor made huge progress right from the start of Soviet planning, as is shown by the following figures. The American economist Walter Galenson came to the conclusion that, already before the war, productivity in Soviet industry was on the point of catching up with that of British industry and was about 40% of American. For 1960, Abram Bergson estimated the productivity of labor and of invested capital in the USSR, per unit, at 54.9% of the figure for the USA. 162. The crudest of methods were employed to impose on the worker freshly arrived from the village his apprenticeship to socialist labor discipline. In 1933 the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions declared as inadmissible the confirmation by the RKK Rates and Conflicts Commission in a factory, of norms and rates introduced by the management on the one-man management principle. 163. From then on there were no more genuine collective agreements or negotiations on questions of work norms and wages, which were henceforth to be settled unilaterally from above. In 1935 occurred the last public conflict between the trade union leadership and the administration of a large enterprise, the Krasny Profintern Locomotive and Railway Carriage Works near Bryansk, over the unilateral decisions of a management. Despite the fact that the trade unions had the law on their side, they were strongly censured by the CC of the CPSU 164. In fact, though the Soviet workers possess, on paper, many organs and authorities for safeguarding them against abuse of power by bureaucrats, special disciplinary codes eliminate these possibilities of defense in a number of key sectors of industry. 166*. The Soviet Labor Code was from that time on undoubtedly the strictest in the world. It was openly coercive in tendency, especially after the decrees and regulations introduced in 1938 to 1941 and retained after the end of the war. 167. The laws and decrees of December 20, 1938, on the introduction of the labor passport, of December 28, 1938, on penalties for lateness in coming to work and on the abolition of Social Security benefits for workers guilty of such offenses of June 26, 1940, on moving from job to job and on absenteeism, punished by imprisonment if exceeding 20 minutes. Of January 18, 1941, on discipline in workplaces, etc.ms. The decree of June 26, 1940 forbade workers to change their place of work, except where compelled to do so, under conditions provided for by the decree. 169. According to a decision of the Supreme Court of the Soviet Union, refusal to work overtime when ordered by the management of a factory, or even refusal to submit to an order to work on a legal holiday, was assimilated to absenteeism and penalized by wage reductions or terms of imprisonment, although such orders are illegal under Soviet law. Although this decision was given in 1941, it was thenceforth embodied in current regulations. 110. The brutality and arbitrariness of bureaucratic management, inevitable under a system of distribution based on substantial privileges amid a still acute scarcity of articles of prime necessity, led to an exceptional degree of social tension. From this resulted the terrorism employed by the state towards its citizens, the system of forced labor camps *, the important role played by the political police in all spheres of social life. Having deliberately chosen to base themselves on the interests of privileged minorities rather than on those of the mass of the workers, in order to give the necessary impetus to industrialization, the Soviet leaders created a highly stratified society. According to official statistics, the percentage of workers among the members of the Supreme Soviet declined from 45 in 1937 to 42 in 1946 and 35 in 1950. In the Moscow Soviet it stood at 29% in 1953. 112. In the Soviet of the Union only 10% of the delegates were workers in 1950, 80% being officials, whether of the state, the party, or the armed forces. At the 20th Congress of the CPSU fewer than 20% of the delegates were directly employed in industry and transport. Even this figure was 7 times as big as at the 19th Congress. 173. The abolition of free secondary and higher education in 1940 markedly contributed to this shrinkage. Bienstock and Schwartz point out that, already before this, the percentage of students who were workers or children of workers had declined from 46.6% in 1931 to 33.9% in 1938, though the proportion of workers in the occupied population had notably increased. 174. Innumerable pieces of evidence from Soviet sources bear witness to the fact that the bureaucracy has become a caste with a clear awareness of its special interests. References are constantly met to managers who talk about their factories and their machines, c.e.g. Literaturная Gazeta of November 27, 1951, and the play Moscow Character, by Anatol Safronov, published in October for January 1949. See also the caricature in Crocodile number 23, 1957. Pravda of January 5, 1950 wrote of fear and intimidation as the basis of relations between workers and management. Labor legislation is trampled on by the management, wrote Trud of February 2, 1957, about the tractor and motor vehicle industry. The same formulation was used in the same paper, September 8, 1953, with a more general application. There are still a crowd of business executives who trample insolently on the rights of Soviet citizens. Bureaucrats refuse to accept any position but that of manager. They bring up their children as gilded youth who receive 1,000 rubles pocket money a month more than the average worker's wage. Their service cars take them to their dachas and on holiday. Their dachas cost hundreds of thousands of rubles, constitute a real capital investment, and enable their heirs to live on unearned income if they sell them at a profit. The writer of the article we have just been quoting lists as follows the owners of these dachas: writers, painters, actors, scientists, and other persons to whom the government has given priority. Plant managers, leading officials of cooperatives, public restaurants, building organizations, and municipal services, private lawyers. The system of bureaucratic management and brutal subordination of the workers to the bureaucracy means a monstrous wastage of the social surplus, even from the purely economic standpoint. According to recent statistics, 1/3 of the wage earners in the USSR are office workers. The existence of this huge mass of bureaucrats both reduces the consumption fund of the producers and also diverts a large share of the social surplus into unproductive consumption. The disproportion between the development of light industry and that of heavy industry, which underlies the bureaucratic form of management, has become a deep-going weakness in the economic system. Its repercussions on the development of heavy industry itself, especially through the holding back of productivity and the creative effort of the producers which it implies, are becoming bigger and bigger. But in proportion as the productive forces develop, the general level of technical skill and culture of the producers grows, and the relative weight of the working class in the population as a whole increases. The arbitrariness and tyranny of the bureaucracy weighs more and more unbearably upon the mass of the workers. For a new leap forward by the planned economy there are needed more freedom, more initiative, less regulation from above, more spontaneous activity by the mass of producers. But the Stalin regime denied these liberties, to a large extent, even to the bureaucracy itself. Thus, from 1950 onward, conditions were ripening for the reforms of the Khrushchev era. In order to increase industrial productivity and to remove one of the essential causes of popular discontent, the forced labor camps were largely abolished and the labor code substantially moderated. The punishments for lateness and absence were abolished. Certain rights were once more given to the trade unions in relation to control of dismissals caused by the advance of automation, work norms, wage rates, etc. Social inequality was slightly reduced by raising of the lowest wages and reintroducing free secondary and higher education. At the same time, a certain amount of so-called frictional unemployment once more made its appearance. Finally, the considerable increase in the production of consumer durables, and an immense effort in the field of house building, tended to reduce somewhat the disproportion between the high level of development of the productive forces and the low standard of living of the people. Real consumption per head of population increased by 66% between 1950 and 1958, a year in which it reached a level nearly double that of 1937 and of 1928 and 3 times that of 1944. 178. But while the sixth five-year plan could not be fulfilled, the 7-year plan which replaced it was not fulfilled either, in the field of consumer goods. The increase in the standard of living slowed down to stop altogether for a time in 1962, when the rate of growth of the economy also fell. Thus ended the Khrushchev era, and new reforms introduced in 1964 to 1966 have the purpose of stimulating once more this rate of growth during the eighth five-year period. Chapter 16. The Economy of the Transition Period. The Third Industrial Revolution. With the 1940s appeared the warning signs of a third industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution had been based on the steam engine, the second on the electric motor and the internal combustion engine. The third industrial revolution is based on the release of nuclear energy and the use of electronic machinery. The productive employment of atomic power is the first answer human ingenuity has discovered to the problem, which some regard as an agonizing one, of the loss of world power resources. The second and doubtless final answer will be the employment of thermonuclear and solar energy. Already now, atomic power could cut the costs of industrializing certain underdeveloped areas, Latin America, large parts of India or China, where coal is scarce or hard to transport, and where hydroelectric power is more expensive than atomic power. One monopoly capitalism severely hindered for over a decade the full flowering of the third industrial revolution. It is significant that the first steps towards the building of atomic power stations integrated into the electricity distribution grid were made not in the USA, though it possesses more information in the atomic field than any other country, but in the USSR and, especially, in Britain. Considerations of self-interest on the part of the great electrical plants and of the oil trusts, both of them controlled by the most powerful finance groups in the USA. The Bell system, linked with the Morgan Group, and the Rockefeller Group, stood in the way of a rapid development of atomic power stations. Nevertheless, owing in part to international competition, this obstacle eventually collapsed. The third industrial revolution is underway. Two semi-automatic production processes had already been introduced in the 1930s, as the final culmination of assembly line methods. After 5 years of research and experiment, costing $8 million, the A.O. Smith Company of Milwaukee succeeded in building a series of machines which produced motor car chassis at the rate of 7,200 a day, by taking the metal sheets and transforming them into chassis by way of 522 different operations. The 200 or so workers employed in this work carried out what were essentially functions of supervision. 605. 606. And checking. 3. These examples were repeated in a number of enterprises in the USA, the USSR, Britain, and, later, Germany. In order to advance from semi-automatic production to automation pure and simple, it is necessary to eliminate manual work at the beginning and at the end of the assembly line, in the starting and stopping of the machinery, in the checking of quality and quantity of production, and in the overall supervision needed. These tasks are taken over by electronic apparatus. For there are already many different applications of this technique, and the number increases every year. We may mention the production of tires and of steel tubes for oilfields, and the mechanized manufacture of glass and paper, from which human labor has in some cases been completely eliminated. Then there is the factory wherefore, supervisors are the only human beings seeing to the production of gramophone records by 16 machines, and the shell factory at Rockford, Ill, where no human hand touches the product, from the initial introduction of blocks of steel right through to the packing of the shells. 5. The automatic ball bearings factory in Moscow can be compared to these automatist enterprises. The most remarkable development in this field has been electrical power stations and oil refineries operated by remote control and functioning without any workers at all on the spot. 6. Present-day technique has thus found a final answer to the oldest of objections to a socialist economy, who, under socialism, will do the hard, unpleasant and unhealthy types of work. Today the answer is clear: machines will perform all these tasks, by themselves. 10 years ago, Professor Wiener already showed that once prototypes of control and supervision machines had been successfully constructed, any machine based on the same principle could be constructed, on a declining scale of costs, to the point at which making them would be found profitable not merely from the social standpoint but also from that of economics. But while the third industrial revolution is creating a tremendous potential for releasing mankind from the burden, drudgery, and boredom of mechanical labor which is unworthy of him, it involves at the same time some immediate threats to the survival of the human race. The first and second industrial revolutions were able to develop completely within the framework of the capitalist mode of production, even though at terrible cost and excessive sacrifice for the people who lived through them. The third industrial revolution is breaking through the framework of private property. In every country, it has been possible to develop atomic power only in public laboratories and enterprises. Its transfer pure and simple into the private sector would involve the risk that mankind might be at the mercy of a madman with the power to blow up entire countries. Nuclear technique is the first modern technique for which advanced forms of public control are indispensable, not only for the sake of profitability, health, or justice, but in order to safeguard the very survival of mankind. Even in the hands of capitalist states, this technique is a threat to the existence of mankind, insofar as it implies an arms race and the risk of atomic war. Furthermore, automation entails such a development of the productivity of labor * that only a complete upheaval in the economic system, a radical reduction in prices, tending towards zero, and in working hours, etc., can in the long run prevent it from being a constant source of disturbance. The number of workers engaged in production is falling both relatively, and, sometimes, absolutely. From 1953 to March 1960, industrial production increased in the USA by over 22%, but industrial employment fell by 11%. Between 1947 and 1952, production in the electronics industry increased by 275%, whereas employment in this industry grew by only 40%. 9. In France, between 1953 and October 1961, the number of workers employed in industry increased by 4% only, while industrial production increased by 89%. 10. Moreover, the third industrial revolution substitutes machinery for mental work, to the same extent as the first substituted it for manual work. Office workers, accountants, checkers are being replaced in thousands, in the banks, the insurance companies and the offices of the big factories, by electronic computers. Paradoxically, the introduction of automation on a private basis leads to higher prices, underemployment, and the diversion of an increasing number of workers into unproductive jobs. Technocrats even envisage the creation of an economic system from which men, these difficult and tricky things to play around with, will be completely eliminated. 12. And will be fed free of charge, like the proletariat of ancient times, by the new masters of this monstrous form of society. The third industrial revolution can thus lead either to plenty or to the destruction of freedom, civilization, and humanity. In order to avoid the worst, the use of automation must be subjected to conscious control by men. The gap between the triumph of the natural sciences and * according to Henry Yanes, engineer-in-chief of France's telecommunications, the productivity of a workshop is multiplied by a factor somewhere between 15 and 20 when it goes over from ordinary machinery to automatic, and at the level of the entire factory, the increase is of the order of 500 per cent. Even the layout of the large office is coming more and more to resemble that of the factory, with straight-line flow of work and in some cases assembly belts for moving paperwork from point to point. Each worker does a fragment of the complete operation. The repetitive task of a comptometer operator, for example, depends upon the repetitive tasks of file clerks, stenographers, accountants, and messengers before and after her task is performed. 608. The abandonment of human affairs to the automatism of the market, or the egoism of the property owners, must be overcome. If they are not to be transformed into forces of universal destruction, the productive forces released by the third industrial revolution must be tamed, made tractable, civilized, by means of a world plan of economic development. They must bring about the conscious management of human affairs, or, in other words, a socialist society *. The latter is helped, moreover, by certain aspects of modem technique, as electronic computers enormously facilitate the work of planning. Need for a transition period. Socialist economy means an economy based on the satisfaction of needs and not on the search for profit. If the capitalist mode of production were to be abolished on the world scale, it would be possible to go over at once, without any transition other than that required by political events, To the organization of an economy in which commodity production is abolished and which adapts men's productive efforts to the satisfaction of current needs. The only condition for such a rapid and far-reaching transformation would be restriction of needs to the most elementary ones. Men would have to be content with eating just enough to appease their hunger, dressing quietly, living in a rudimentary type of dwelling, sending their children to schools of a quite elementary kind, and enjoying only a restricted health service. The productive forces at mankind's disposal today make it possible to satisfy these needs without any transitional phase of accumulation or further industrial progress. Existing productive forces would, of course, have to be redistributed on a colossal scale, with conversion of the motor car industry into an industry producing tractors and agricultural machinery, direction of the chemical industry exclusively towards the production of fertilizers, articles of domestic need and pharmaceutical products, concentration of scientific research on problems of feeding, clothing, housing, and health, and devotion of the bulk of world production to the underdeveloped countries. It may be denied that existing productive forces are adequate to meet even the most elementary needs of mankind in food, housing, and health. This objection, however, will not stand up. The proportion of the world's chemical industry which is at present devoted to producing fertilizers and pharmaceutical products is so small that the amount produced could easily be increased threefold, fourfold or fivefold without any need for a period in which productive capacity was increased. As for food, the table drawn up in 1944 by R. Salter, one of the world's leading specialists on this question, estimates maximum potential production as follows, in millions of metric tons. It should further be noted that the huge increase in agricultural productivity since 1947 makes necessary an upward revision of the third and fourth columns, involving an increase of 20, 30, or even 50% or in the figures, depending on the particular category of products *, but such an immediate introduction of an economy based on distribution according to need, taking into account only the frictional transition period, would come up against two insuperable obstacles. First, as regards a considerable part of mankind, needs at present satisfied are very much in excess of these elementary needs. The majority of the inhabitants of the industrially advanced countries are not at all content to eat, drink and dress soberly, to be housed more or less adequately, to teach their children to read and write, and to look after their health on a first-aid basis. The worldwide expansion of the production and circulation of goods, over several centuries, has widened their horizons beyond the narrow limits of their birthplace or even their own country. It has brought about a universalizing of needs which is merely a first awareness of the unlimited possibilities of free human development. They want to decorate their houses, change the fashion of their clothes, free themselves from heavy housework, heating, washing, etc., amuse themselves, travel, read, study, protect themselves more and more securely against illness, increase their expectation of life, educate their children better and better. The satisfaction of these basically healthy needs to which commodity-producing industry has, it is true, added needs which are artificial, or artificially inflated is to some degree guaranteed in the most advanced capitalist countries. Abolishing root and branch the sectors of industry which make it possible to satisfy these non-elementary needs would mean at once causing a fall in the standard of living of a large section of the inhabitants of the industrialist countries. It would mean a sort of socialism of poverty in which rationing by ration card and the restricted variety of products available would replace rationing by the purse. Instead of making possible a universal development of human potentialities, a socialism like this would produce a man even more stunted and less satisfied than the average inhabitant of the advanced capitalist countries of today. Again, the inhabitants of the underdeveloped countries have themselves become aware of the enormous possibilities of present-day technique, thanks to the imitation and demonstration effect elucidated by Duisenberry. 11. They fiercely desire to achieve the same level of civilization and comfort as the people possess in the advanced countries. They are no readier than the inhabitants of the industrially advanced countries to accept an ascetic socialism in which rationing takes the place of plenty. but present productive forces are quite inadequate to provide the whole of mankind with up-to-date comfort. According to a League of Nations publication, the annual exports of finished industrial products in 1926 to 1929 would have had to be multiplied by 16, or the total amount of world trade in that period trebled, in order to put at the disposal of the underdeveloped countries merely half of the amount of finished industrial goods per head of population which was enjoyed by the inhabitants of the industrialist countries. 25 years later, a United Nations publication confirmed this estimate. 19. A fresh powerful expansion of the productive forces is thus indispensable in order to ensure an abundance of industrial goods for all the world's inhabitants. This expansion undoubtedly requires a doubling, or even a trebling, of present-day world industrial production. It implies the need for a period of transition between capitalism and socialism, a period of socialist accumulation. During this period, on the basis of socialization of the chief means of production and exchange, and of worldwide economic planning, a degree of development of the productive forces, both mechanical and human, the latter implying a gigantic educational drive, can be attained which will make possible an economy distributing its goods and services in such a way as to cover all the needs of the people involved in it. Finally, the present level of civilization and comfort of the industrialist capitalist countries, even though it greatly exceeds the wretched level of the underdeveloped countries, is far from ideal. Though many phenomena of waste and useless luxury are to be found in it, and though as regards food and clothing ideal physiological norms are being approached in the richest countries *, nevertheless, town planning, housing, private and public transport, secondary and higher education, health services and especially preventive medicine, scientific research, artistic development, the organization of popular tourism, the circulation of books and of ideas in general, all suffer from under-development and crying inadequacies. To give only a few examples, in 1954, 30% of the dwellings in Sweden and Norway, 41% of those in France and 65% of those in Italy were without running water. In the same year, 38% of the dwellings in Britain, 30% in Switzerland, 57% in Germany, 70% in Sweden and in Holland, and between 80 and 95% in all the other countries of Europe were without a bathroom. 21 in Britain slum dwellings were numbered at 850,000, in Belgium at 200,000 and in the USA at 13 million. And even the dwellings regarded at present as normal or even comfortable often deserve to be replaced as part of a program of rational reconstruction of towns in accordance with the principles of town planning. Around 1950, annual output of books per thousand inhabitants was in France and Italy only 50% of the level in the Scandinavian countries, in Germany 35% and in the USA 14%. Around 1955, in most of the Western countries, the number of secondary school pupils of working class origin was less than 50% of the number of middle class origin. University students of working class origin rarely made up more than 10% of the total in countries where the working class constituted 50% or more of the occupied population. In Britain, according to the Crowther report, 70% of all children still left school for good at the age of 15. Around the same year, infantile mortality among skilled workers was double, and among laborers 3 times what it was among the bourgeoisie in Britain and France, in spite of social security. In 1957, between 1/3 and 2/5 of the families in Western Europe were still without radio sets, and only 10 to 20% of families had a washing machine or a refrigerator. 22 Finally, even in the USA, the richest country in the world, nearly 60% of persons aged over 65 had to exist on less than $1,000 a year in 1958. 28 A tremendous productive effort is thus needed, even in Europe, in order to achieve for everyone the optimum standard of life which science and technique make possible today. The transition period between capitalism and socialism must enable this effort to be made. Sources of international socialist accumulation. World economy is the ideal framework for solving the crucial problem of the transition period, that of socialist accumulation. Given this framework, indeed, socialist economy would be able to exploit to the full the advantages of the world division of labor, without, of course, treating it as something unchangeable, modifying it in proportion as the underdeveloped countries become industrialist, but deciding on the world scale the optimum locations for industrial, mining and agricultural activity which would make it possible to save the maximum amount of labor, both living and dead. Within this framework, a vast operation of worldwide redistribution of resources could be carried through without any sacrifice of consumption being implied for any people. Thanks to this redistribution, the world rate of accumulation, and especially the rate of industrialization of the underdeveloped countries, could be considerably increased, while the standard of living of all the peoples could be raised at the same time. This seems at first to be contradictory. How is it possible to increase simultaneously the rate of accumulation and the real volume of world consumption? The key to the mystery lies in the existence of an immense fund of unproductive consumption, the most important part of which, arms expenditure, has certainly amounted to more than $120 billion a year for several years now. The amount of capital needed for rapid industrialization of the underdeveloped countries has been estimated by a number of writers. A United Nations publication estimates at $2,500 billion the investments which would give the whole continent of Asia an individual product per head of population equal to that in Japan on the eve of the Second World War. 24. This represents merely 20 annual contributions of $120 billion, and the enormous industry thus created would itself furnish the resources needed to double this income within a dozen years. Taking into consideration the population of Africa and of Latin America, the funds required for an industrialization without tears of the whole of underdeveloped mankind * can be estimated at some $3,000 billion. By devoting for between 30 and 40 years the resources at present wasted on rearmament to the industrialization of the Third World, the world problem could be solved before the end of this century. Professor A. Bone has put forward estimates which are somewhat more optimistic. He calculates that $170 billion would be needed, over Rs years, in order to increase income by 250% and bring down the proportion of the occupied population engaged in agriculture from 80% to 65% in Asia. Investment not of 170 but of $850 billion would raise income to 10 times the starting level, and less than half of the occupied population would be engaged in agriculture. But he quotes a United Nations source which estimates at $19 billion a year the resources needed to increase income by 2% and shift 1% of the population of all the underdeveloped countries into industry. 26. By multiplying these figures by 5, we obtain an annual rate of growth of 10%, giving a total income multiplied by 15 after 30 to 35 years, the same result as previously obtained. We are not unaware that human problems hanging of ways of life and habits, adaptation to rationalist urban existence, problems of education, technical training, etc. may well delay this process considerably. The mere fact, though, that the material solution of the problem is theoretically conceivable before the end of the century ought to give rise to a veritable revolution in the behavior of men and nations. The advantage of this solution lies in the fact that in the industrialist countries this huge effort would not have to be paid for by any cutting down of popular consumption, either individual or collective, nor by any slowing down of economic expansion. The structure of industry itself would not be essentially modified. Within the framework of a world plan of economic development, all that would be needed would be to reconvert the arms factories, turning them over to the production of capital goods, building materials, means of communication and transport for the Third World, and to finance, without any increase in cost, the training of teachers, technical instructors, engineers, doctors, nurses and psychologists in these countries, instead of training officers, airmen, rocket builders, specialists in logistics or welfare experts for the armed forces. All the advantages entailed by national economic planning and the abolition of the capitalist regime in the advanced industrial countries would then remain at the exclusive disposal of the peoples of these countries, and enable them to make a new leap forward in their standard of living. The working out of a world plan of economic development on these lines mankind's task. No one would in addition enable the underdeveloped countries to acquire immediately the most up-to-date forms of modern technique. It would save them from the need to pass through the successive stages undergone by the industrialization of the capitalist West or the Soviet Union. It would make possible a rationalization of the use of the world's resources going far beyond the boldest dreams of mankind. Gigantic projects which even today are too great to be accomplished by the most advanced countries: the irrigation and fertilization of the Sahara, the transformation of the Amazonian jungle, the settlement and industrialization of Xinjiang, the organization of expeditions to the planets would be put into practice by a joint effort of the human race, so as to increase the well. 615. Being of all men. The enormous waste implicit in the continued existence of the national state not only through military expenditure and customs administration, but also commercial waste such as the ban on the export of used cars from the USA, which results every year in over 1 million vehicles, perfectly capable of remaining on the road for a long time yet, being transformed into scrap iron, would be done away with at one blow. Sources of socialist accumulation in the industrialist countries. To solve the problems of the transition period, a fresh advance of the productive forces will be needed. In the industrially advanced countries, this advance can evidently be made without a lowering of the living standards of the masses. On the contrary, indeed, it can go forward in company with the rapid improvement in this standard. For this purpose it will be sufficient to list the forms of waste implicit in capitalist economy and which socialist planning will be able to eliminate. This is where the chief, if not the only, source of any additional accumulation fund needed for more rapid economic growth, and of any additional consumption fund needed for a parallel increase in popular well-being, is to be found. The chief sources of socialist accumulation are thus: 1. Permanent full employment of existing productive forces in the capitalist mode of production. The existing productive forces, mainly, workers and equipment, are periodically subject to considerable underemployment, owing to cyclical economic fluctuations. Leon Henderson estimates at the enormous figure of $300 billion the loss of earnings by the American people during 1930 to 1940, through the underemployment of men and equipment as compared with the 1929 level. 21. The 1949 recession alone led to a fall in the USA national product of $16.5 billion, without considering the loss of normal growth, which is equivalent to an additional $7.5-9 billion. The loss suffered by the American people through the recession of 1957-58 and the interruptions of the normal growth rate during those 2 years can be put at $50 billion. In addition, it must be remembered that even during prosperity years the underemployment of men and plant is considerable. A highly placed American official, Isidore Lubin, has estimated it at 20% of the plant for the boom year 1929. 28. We have shown elsewhere the size of the productive capacity left idle in certain branches of industry during the prosperity period 1954 to 1957. In 1959 the mere existence of an average of 4 million unemployed in the USA undoubtedly caused the American people to lose the equivalent of an annual product of $16 to $20 billion. In 1955 and 1956, though these were prosperity years, the steel industry worked at only 83% and 80% respectively of its capacity. Finally, we must mention another way in which existing resources are underemployed: the hoarding, open or concealed, of these resources in the form of excessive stocks, accumulation funds hidden away through the special financial practices of big concerns, etc. In the present state of affairs, full employment of the existing productive forces would undoubtedly increase the 5-yearly income of the USA by 20%, or that is, would make possible a doubling of the growth rate of the economy and at the same time increase to a striking degree the consumption of the lower income groups. 2. Elimination of extravagant luxury expenditure. According to Kuznets, the 5%er of American taxpayers who declared the highest incomes, to 5 million persons, received in 1948 18%er of the national income Oregon in all, nearly $40 billion. 20. Assuming that tax evasion does not exceed 20%er in these groups, an estimate which is lower than the opinion of experts 30, we arrive at an actual income of $50 billion, or $20,000 per family. Now, the average income of all taxpayers in the USA in that year was $4,200. If we take whatever exceeds 3 times this average expenditure as being superfluous luxury, we arrive at the possibility of saving $22 billion, even if we fix the threshold of waste at 4 times the average income, we still get a recoverable amount of $8 billion. This is merely the degree of wasteful expenditure which is also to be found in the upper middle classes. The counterpart of this figure is constituted by the goods and services which a socialist nation would regard as superfluous and wasteful. No sensible person can accept as normal a situation in which a nation spends more on betting, gambling or drink than on scientific and medical research, the struggle against cancer, and university education, yet this is the present state of affairs in Britain and the USA. Abolition of luxury and waste, or obviously harmful forms of expenditure, would by itself be sufficient to make possible a doubling of useful public consumption in the Western world, that is, in particular, expenditure on education, health, public transport, conservation of natural resources, etc. 3. Reduction of distribution costs. The growth in costs of distribution is partly due to technical causes which even a socialist society would not be able to abolish completely. But it also includes an increasingly important element of selling costs which are connected with the special nature of present-day capitalist economy, as we have shown in Chapter 6. Intensive rationalizations of the distribution network, cutting out all unnecessary middlemen, placing of selling points to suit consumers' interests, substantial reduction in advertising expenditure, organization of storage of goods in accordance with objective principles and not with the chance ups and downs of production and sale for profit. All this ought to make it possible to reduce by half the distribution charges which today make up nearly 50% of the retail price of goods in the USA. 4. Rational organization of industry. The system of private enterprise, even when it operates under conditions of full employment, implies a great deal of wastage. To list only a few aspects of this, the system of private patents and business secrets holds back standardization and mass production in several spheres, for instance in that of machine tools. See the study carried out by Professor Seymour Melman on behalf of the OEEC. The demands of profit hinder the introduction of revolutionary technical innovations so long as plant belonging to the big monopolies has not been fully depreciated. 31. The monopoly system entails irrational investments. 32. The lack of coordination and cooperation among all enterprises leads to uneven distribution of technical progress. Obsolete equipment continues to be manufactured and even freshly installed when more up-to-date machines are already available. The decline of enterprises and of entire industries takes place in violent jerks and bumps which involve destruction of resources and values. Investments are made in accordance with the criterion of the individual advantages of each firm and not with that of overall benefit to the entire economy. 5. Freeing of the creative power of the workers in capitalist industry. The worker feels reduced to the role of an inanimate unit in an extremely complex production process. This same worker, if given some direct or indirect responsibility for the management of his enterprise, would find an outlet for tremendous powers of invention and ingenuity, especially if experience were to teach him that any increase in production and any reduction in the cost of the goods produced would be automatically translated into an increase in his standard of living and that of the local community in which he lived. Finally, whereas under capitalism a new technique of production is not introduced unless it increases profit, it would be introduced. 618. Under a planned economy as soon as it offered a saving of living labor at no extra cost. It is not possible to calculate the total amount of additional resources which a socialist economy would obtain from these 5 chief sources. They would undoubtedly make it possible to start a cumulative process of accelerated growth which would soon bring these countries to a stage of abundance of consumer goods, perishable, semi-durable and durable alike. By raising, for example, the annual growth rate of the economy of Western Europe from an average of 5% to an average of 10%, it would be possible to surpass the present American standard of living within less than 10 years. By raising the annual growth rate of the USA from 3% to 7%, the standard of living in that country could be doubled in less than 10 years. Once a number of basic needs had been satisfied, all subsequent increase in resources would be concentrated more and more exclusively on an ever smaller number of needs which were still unsatisfied to a considerable extent. Plenty, and the withering away of commodity economy, would draw nearer with giant strides. Sources of socialist accumulation in the underdeveloped countries. The task of solving the problems of the transition period in an underdeveloped country, without substantial aid from the industrially advanced parts of the world, is very much more difficult. It implies dramatic choices such as are illustrated by the history of the U.S.S.R. between 1917 and 1953. True, it is not likely the problem will ever present itself again in the same extreme form, in view of the tremendous pressure which the Third World, swept forward by the colonial revolution, brings to bear nowadays on the industrialist countries, and in view, too, of the existence of non-capitalist industrially developed countries. Nevertheless, the general setting of the problems of socialist accumulation in the underdeveloped countries remains to be considered. Often, in talking about these countries, people speak of a vicious circle of poverty. Because they are poor, the underdeveloped countries do not possess large funds available for investment, and because they cannot invest more than 5 to 6% of their national income, they remain underdeveloped. 33 various writers, such as Paul A. Barron, have shown that this reasoning is fallacious. 34. It is based on a confusion between the productive accumulation fund and what Barron calls the potential surplus of these countries. In fact, it is a question of the definition of the concept of social surplus product. Contrary to what some economists allege, the social surplus product in these countries is a higher, not a lower, proportion of the gross national product than in the industrialist countries. The poverty of the underdeveloped countries does not arise so much from the inadequacy of the surplus product as from the bad use made of it, from the standpoint of economic growth. Following Barron, we can list the following slices of the social surplus product of the underdeveloped countries which are practically lost to the productive accumulation, investment, fund, i.e. the agricultural surplus product taken by the landlords. The bulk of this is spent unproductively. The Egyptian pashas and Iranian aristocrats who live on the Côte d'Azur or spread themselves in all the casinos of Europe, or else hoarded, the enormous hoarding of gold in India. 2. The share of the agricultural surplus product taken by the usurers and traders who live in the country areas. This usually goes into buying land, that is, it merely causes an artificial rise in the price of land and in rents, into an increase in the quantity of usurers or merchants' capital, which is already excessive, into hoards, or into luxury consumption. 3. The share of the social surplus product which is exported from the country by foreign firms, a very large share in some colonial countries. 4. The share of the social surplus product taken, and transformed into unproductive consumption, by the lumpen bourgeoisie and the state bureaucracy, by way of corruption, crime, and debauchery. This may attain dimensions often unsuspected in the West. If we take into account that the agricultural surplus product alone amounts in a number of underdeveloped countries from 30 to 35% of the agricultural product and that the latter often exceeds 50% of the national product, we see what huge and unsuspected reserves would be released by agrarian revolution and the centralization of part of the agricultural surplus product by the state, for speeding up industrialization. Bone declares that ground rent alone has been estimated at 20% of the national income of Egypt. 35 The foregoing relates only to the national product of an underdeveloped country which is approaching the period of transition and the task of socialist accumulation. But alongside this actual surplus product there is a huge potential surplus product which many underdeveloped countries can mobilize, namely, the potential represented by labor which is idle owing to underemployment in the countryside. Professor Ragnar Nurks was the first to focus attention in a systematic way on this fundamental aspect of the problem. If we acknowledge that the bulk of the rural population in the underdeveloped countries which are densely populated work only a few days every week, taking the average over a year, then we implicitly admit that an enormous quantity of products and services could be made available to the national community if this population were regularly employed for 5 or 6 days a week. 36. Of course it is necessary to be careful of oversimplifying the problem. In the first place, a large share of this increased production will take the form of agricultural production, especially in the absence of implements of labor which would make it possible to use this productive power in profitable fashion in small-scale rural industry. Of this increased agricultural production, a substantial proportion will be consumed by the producers themselves. This will be, in fact, the surest means of raising their standard of living. This increase in peasant consumption is, moreover, a physiological necessity, since the miserable subsistence rations available to the peasants at present make possible only not very productive labor, at a very slow pace. Furthermore, this mobilization of millions of peasants for regular work which upsets their ancestral customs demands the presence of a political and/or social force able to mobilize them, which is capable of obtaining this effort from the peasants willingly. Any attempt to transform this mobilization into a system of forced labor would quickly lead to a fall in output and would be felt on a large scale as a waste of resources, from the standpoint of economic growth. Finally, the possibilities of increasing agricultural production are not infinite. A limited cultivable area, a limited amount of implements, fertilizer, etc., availability, impossibility of revolutionizing technique without new implements, etc. Therefore, the full employment of the rural masses may imply the need to mobilize these masses to some extent to carry out infrastructural works, roads, canals, railways, house building, and even primitive industrial work, if the equipment for its employment in modern industry is lacking. It is in the last mentioned eventuality that the voluntary and enthusiastic nature of this mobilization will be the hardest to preserve, as the example of the Chinese communes has shown. The solution of the problem lies in the carrying out first of all of works which make possible an immediate raising of the standard of living of the rural communities themselves, for example, the building of peasants' houses, of schools, infirmaries, and hospitals, etc. An extensive, though often fragmentary, body of experience is beginning to be accumulated in this sphere, in China, in ex-French Guinea and especially in Cuba. 39. The normalization of the working period in the countryside as an instrument of economic growth is subordinate to a social revolution in agriculture. Without such a revolution, the mobilization of the peasants must inevitably resemble forced labor. Moreover, the existence of a class of landlords enables the latter to take a large share of the new social surplus product and divert it from the potential fund of primitive accumulation into their own unproductive consumption fund. Only in equatorial Africa, wherever private ownership of land is lacking, is this agrarian revolution not necessary. What is needed there, on the other hand, is a social revolution to free the tribal communities from control by exploiting chiefs who are more or less integrated into capitalist economy. Maximum and optimum rates of accumulation. We now come to the key problem of the transition period, determining the optimum growth rate. This problem has to be looked at in both its economic and its social aspect. Examination will show, moreover, that, in contrast to what is usually supposed, these two ways of considering the problem do not lead to opposite conclusions. Countless writers have repeated that the low standard of living of the Soviet people during the phase of rapid industrialization was inevitable if it was desired to accelerate this process. Others have even made the generalization that no substantial increase in a country's growth rate is possible except by reducing its standard of living. 40. We have already alluded more than once to simplistic conclusions of the same type. They always spring from the same source, a mistaken notion of how the national product, the national income, is shared out, whether in capitalist society or in a society in transition from capitalism to socialism. Prevailing opinion divides this income into two parts, the current 622 consumption fund and the accumulation fund *. The latter cannot increase without reducing the former. Now, the accumulation fund makes it possible to increase future consumption. Thus, it is claimed, the producers in the transition epoch would inevitably be obliged to choose between immediately increased consumption and quicker economic growth, increased consumption in the future. The higher the rate of growth, the bigger the sacrifices that must be imposed on the consumers. This reasoning is faulty on two counts. First, it is incorrect to divide current income into only two parts, consumption by the producers, and the accumulation fund needed to ensure economic growth. And it is only if this is in fact the way the national income is composed that any increase in the second element necessarily implies a reduction in the first. In reality, current product is divided three ways: the producer's consumption fund, the productive investment, productive accumulation, fund, and that part of the social surplus product which is consumed unproductively. A reduction in this third element makes it possible to increase simultaneously both the first and the second. T. T. In his book on theoretical and practical problems of planning, Charles Bettelheim explicitly mentions these possibilities, without perceiving their whole social significance. Two solutions only make it possible, in the event of an increase in the working population, to maintain both full employment and the same formulae of production, either, at the start, the reduction of wages to a definite proportion of the value produced, or the financing of this extension by reducing unproductive expenditure. 42. In his subsequent works he increasingly loses sight of this problem. It must be pointed out, too, that in 1926-7 the united left opposition in the Russian Communist Party, the Trotsky-Zinoviev tendency, proposed increasing simultaneously the amount paid in wages and the rate of industrialization, the amount devoted to productive investment, through a strict cutting down in administrative expenses and other unproductive forms of expenditure, together with reductions in the resources of the well-to-do classes, to the extent of 1 billion gold rubles a year. The Soviet economists who, in that period, were determining the models for the development of the USSR's economy were not at all unaware of the impact which an excessive rate of accumulation would have on the productivity of labor. The economist N.A. Kovalevsky explicitly referred to it. Later, however, this factor came to be completely overlooked in the writings of the Stalin era. 43. Marxist writers have been led into the same error through applying, in a mechanical way, the reproduction formulae drawn up by Marx for problems of growth in a society in transition from capitalism to socialism. This has led to many ambiguities, both theoretical and practical. Thus, in capitalist society in its pure form, V represents merely the wages of the productive workers, and S represents surplus value, in the widest sense of the expression. To determine, however, actual consumption by the workers, on the one hand, and the actual amount of the investment fund on the other, it is not enough to subtract from the net product the total amount paid in wages in the literal sense, and then compare it with what is left over. We must take into account collective consumption by the workers, free services or subsidies in respect of health, education, housing, etc., which forms an integral part of the productive consumption fund. We must also take into account all the expenditure on unproductive consumption and unproductive investment, administration, armed forces, consumption by the privileged strata, etc. The true starting formula needed to determine the respective shares of producers' consumption and of the investment fund is to be deduced from an analysis of the gross product in the following terms: A. Fund for renewal of productive fixed capital. B. Productive consumption fund, wages and salaries of the producers and their families, including pensioners, sick, etc., plus collective consumption which raises the standard of living, plus replacement of producers' housing. C. Unproductive consumption fund, salaries, plus collective consumption by society as a whole which does not increase the standard of living of the producers, administration, armed forces, etc. D. Minimum necessary reserve fund, stocks, etc. E. Potential investment fund, what is left of the gross product after deduction of A plus B plus C plus D. Soviet writers still decline to make this elementary distinction between the productive consumption fund and the unproductive consumption fund. Thus, A. D. Alekverdian wrote in 1951, the consumption fund is made up of receipts directly devoted to individual consumption by the working people of socialist society and to satisfying their social needs. It also includes the greater part of the expenditure devoted to the needs of defense and security. 44 and M. Bohr says the same thing in 1954, the consumption fund must satisfy, a. those needs of the population which are covered by individual incomes, b. the needs of the members of the armed forces, and c. the material expenditure involved in the maintenance and 624. Working of the unproductive sector, including expenditure resulting from the wear and tear of houses and other elements of unproductive equipment. 45 We here observe, let us mention in passing, a curious departure from the labor theory of value, and a borrowing from marginalist notions, which we will look at more closely in Chapter 18, when we study Soviet theory regarding wages and salaries. Armed forces are doubtless indispensable to the USSR, just as the work done by doctors is doubtless socially useful. Neither the former nor the latter, however, produce value. The view according to which any increase in the investment fund automatically implies a reduction in the producer's consumption fund is furthermore erroneous because it treats the rate of economic growth and this producer's consumption as though they were two factors independent of each other. In reality, the poorer a country is, and the lower the standard of living of its producers, the more the rate of economic growth is a function of the producer's consumption. Any reduction in the producer's standard of living entails a relative decline in the productivity of labor, which partly offsets the positive results of the increase in the stock of capital goods. Schematically, we could set out the following formula, in which P represents the annual product, K the available stock of capital, and 0 the average output of labor. TP1 equals C1 plus V1 plus S1 equals K x01 S accumulated in C, the part of the social surplus product which is accumulated in the form of machinery, etc., is added to K so as to provide the new stock of capital available in the course of the following year. K plus SACC in C equals K plus / comma. K equals K2 which will give an annual product. K2x02 equals C2 plus V2 plus S2 equals P2 but if V2 is smaller than 602 will be smaller than OI. Consequently, K2x02, while greater than K(x)OI, will be smaller than K2x)OI. That is, the advantage resulting from the increase in productive investment will be to some extent offset by the lowering of the productive output of the workers. It follows logically from this that there is an ideal value of K1 higher than K1, but lower than K2, which will make it possible to attain the maximum product PM, thanks to an increased productive effort by the workers which results from an improvement in their standard of living. K1x01 equals PM, 01 being higher than both 02 and OI. Now, 01 presupposes a level of wages V1 higher than V1. The ideal division of pi will thus be one which makes it possible to increase K in such a way as to achieve simultaneously the growth of 6. From which 01 will result. Let us suppose that a country possesses a stock of fixed capital of 100 billions, which makes possible the production of an annual income of 35 billions, of which 25 billions would be consumed by the producers. If, in order to bring up the stock from 100 to 150 billion, the annual productive investment is increased from 5 to 10 billion, by reducing consumption by the producers for, say, 5 years, from 25 to 20 billion, then it is probable that at the end of this 5-year period the 150 billion stock of capital will give not an income of 50 billion but rather one of 45 billion. the investment pays less than was expected, because output is less than was expected. And we can now bring together the two parts of the argument. A decline, or an excessively prolonged stagnation, in real consumption by the producers has a twofold negative effect on the rate of economic growth. On the one hand, it causes relative underemployment of new equipment, an average productivity of labor considerably lower than was expected. On the other, it gives rise to phenomena of indiscipline and large-scale fluctuation in the labor force, if not to strikes, sabotage, etc. In order to neutralize to some extent the consequences of this revolt by the producers against their too low standard of living, the leaders of the economy will have to increase the element of coercion, whether direct, police, or indirect, supervisors, foremen, and checkers of all kinds, to which the producers are subjected. But an increase in